Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter never lived with the Dursleys? Here's a quick glimpse. The night his parents died, Harry Potter's destiny took a different path. Instead of growing up with the Dursleys, he is raised in a home where he's taught magic, discipline, and the truth about the wizarding world from the very beginning. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Alchemy. We will be there at 5 sharp. Severus reassured him, and with that they exited the shop, the three wizards walking together towards the leaky cauldron, chatting animatedly over Hogwarts. When they reached Florian Fortesque's, their ways parted as the two younger wizards felt drawn to the new triple chocolate surprise sundae advertised on the chalkboard. Of course they wouldn't be able to eat it there for their covers sake and all, but nothing stopped Harry from going in and buying 2 to go. Harry had nearly chalked on his ice cream when Severus explained exactly who Nicholas Flamel was. He was at the moment staring at the potions master with a half-crazed look, sporting that glint again. "You could have said something," the boy accused him. "What exactly?" the potions master asked, clearly amused. He leaned back on the sofa, taking in the afternoon sun, glad he could lift the glamour now that they were away from the public eye. They were seated at the back porch of the castle, one of 4 actually, that allowed a great view of the grounds and the glistering lake in the distance, taking full advantage of the elevated ground on which the keep was built. And to think that he used to live at Spinner's End, knowingly ignoring this estate. He owed Harry quite a lot, he decided. "I don't know," the boy exclaimed. He was mortified. He had actually asked the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, the holy grail of all alchemists around the world, if he was an alchemist. "You could have dropped a hint or something." "I was quite shocked myself, Harry," Severus stated with a smile. He opened his eyes and took in the panicking figure of the boy that was, for all intents and purposes, his son. "And I don't think he cared. You seem to have made quite an impression on the man. He did invite us for tea after all," the potions master reminded him. "He did," Harry agreed, smiling now. "And he said he wants to show me how the elemental deriver works." "Did you hear that, Dad? Nicholas Flamel wants to show me how an alchemic instrument works." Severus almost didn't comment on Harry's statement upon being called Dad once again. "Why shouldn't he, Harry?" the young professor finally asked with a smile. "By Goblin's gold, the man has lived long enough to recognize talent when he sees it." Harry blushed a new shade of crimson at the statement, making Severus roll his eyes fondly. The boy had no sense of self-worth. "He did know who you are." Harry deadpanned. It was Severus's turn to blush, even if he tried to look unaffected by the praise. "He's Dumbledore's friend, so he must have picked it up from him," the potions master offered as Harry shook his head in exasperation. When would Severus stop selling himself short? "Nonsense. You are the youngest potions master in centuries, he said so himself." "Whatever." Severus dismissed Harry's statement with a wave. "The point is that we're invited to his home in an hour. I always wondered where he lived, and I've been dying to see an alchemist's lab," the potions master admitted almost gleefully. "You and I both," the boy exclaimed with excitement before another wave of fright hit him. "But Sev," he called in a small voice. "What now?" Severus questioned with a smile. "I know nothing of alchemy. What if I say something silly or—" "Harry, calm down, will you?" Severus said, chuckling at the fretting boy. "No matter how smart or talented you are," Harry snorted, and Severus threw him an unimpressed look. "You're only 8, and alchemy is a rare branch of magic. There are very few true alchemists in the world, and they keep the secrets of their trade. Nicholas won't expect you to know anything." The green-eyed wizard relaxed visibly at the reassurance. "I'm just excited is all. I hadn't noticed," Severus stated dryly. Harry chuckled at the nonchalance of his tone and rubbed the back of his neck. "I see your point. Now what do you say we eat something before we flow over?" the potions master asked, pulling himself up from the couch he lay on. "Minnie said we have roast today." Harry jumped up too and walked towards the kitchen. Minnie's roast was legendary in his opinion, and if the same didn't apply for the rest of the world, it should be. "You won't find me saying no." Harry laughed at the amused potions master. "I didn't think I would," Severus muttered under his breath with a smile. The roast did live up to its reputation, as expected, and 5 o'clock found the two wizards well rested and well fed. They stood in front of the lit fireplace and shared one last look before stepping into the flames, concealing charms in place. Flamel Castle, Severus called with a clear voice, and the world started spinning. The next time Harry opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different hall, but unmistakably in Castle. An old woman dressed in green robes moved to greet them. "Good evening, young men," she stated in a warm voice. Harry smiled winningly at her and she returned the smile. "I'm Perenelle and you must be Severus and Harry, if my husband has informed me correctly." "Indeed we are," Severus offered. "It's an honor to meet you, Mrs. Flamel." "Perenelle," she corrected him with a smile. "Nicholas will be with us shortly, he seems to have forgotten himself in his laboratory again," she stated, shaking her head affectionately. Severus guessed it was a very common occurrence in the Flamel residence. "Please follow me to the living room." They did just that while Perenelle explained how her husband seemed to lose touch of time when getting new equipment for his lab. "Not unlike someone I know," Harry stated as he turned to look at a smiling Severus with a smile. "Men of intellect," Perenelle exclaimed with a smile. "They all are the same deep down." They reached the living room and sat down, Perenelle serving them tea with a load of shortbread cookies, eyeing their seemingly too skinny frames with an appraising eye. That was the time Nicholas chose to appear, running in from a corridor in great haste. "Forgive me for my tardiness," Nicholas exclaimed as he walked towards them. Severus and Harry rose to greet him. "I was studying a new scroll and I was certain I had 1 more hour before 5. Harry smiled as Nicholas patted him on his back. "Apparently Severus here has the same issue," Perenelle informed him with a knowing look, making the potion's master blush a faint pink. "Guilty as charged, madam," Severus exclaimed, making them laugh. After some light conversation, Perenelle offered to take Severus to the greenhouses of the castle where a great variety of rare specimens thrived after Nicholas showed them his lab. The two wizards skipped to the lab in joy as Nicholas explained where exactly the castle was situated. Apparently, they had landed themselves in Northern Ireland. They walked towards what seemed to be the dungeons, much to Severus's surprise. "Metallurgy is a great part of alchemy, you understand," Nicholas offered, observing Severus' expression. There it was again, he thought. That detail that seemed slightly off. "As it is, it makes no sense to keep my lab above ground, it would be completely inconvenient. So, I separate my time spent for my studies between the lab and the astronomy observatory I keep at the highest tower." "You need to forge metal in alchemy?" Harry asked, intrigued. "If you do your job right, there comes a time when forging metal becomes a necessity." Nicholas agreed, looking at Harry. Intelligent, he thought as he studied Harry's furrowed brow. And a mystery. They walked to the lab casually conversing. Nicholas smiled at their expectant faces before pushing the door open. They held their breath and entered the room. They exhaled simultaneously. The room was wide and filled with all sorts of equipment. Vials and metallic mechanisms were strategically placed around the room. A library filled with scrolls and vials of colorful liquids covered the greater part of the back wall, but that wasn't what caught Harry's eye. The ceiling of the room was covered in what appeared to be a system of chains, pulleys and hooks, created to lead something from the great fireplace in the corner to the middle of the room where a great, stone-built, round well was found. On closer inspection, the green-eyed wizard realized it wasn't a well at all. The walls were too short, only reaching his waist, and it was too shallow, the bottom on the same level with the floor. It was more of a grand basin, if nothing else. "Wow," Harry stated with sparkling eyes. "Best compliment I ever got for my lab," Nicholas commended seriously, making Harry blush lightly and Severus smile knowingly. Perenelle appeared then and offered to show Severus to the greenhouses. The potion's master was overjoyed in the prospect. Perenelle Flamel was known for her affinity in herbology, and she had had 6 centuries to gather her collection. He left a slightly fidgeting Harry behind with a very excited Nicholas. "So, Harry, what do you think of my lab?" Harry tried to find the proper words. "It's different," he stated after some thought. "I haven't seen how it works, so that's all I can think about," he offered as an explanation. "An honest answer," Nicholas said, smiling. "And since you're being honest, tell me, has Severus informed you about my work?" Harry blushed yet again. "He did. I had no idea of who you were before." He bowed his head in shame, stirring a laugh from the old wizard. "That's understandable, Harry. You're only 8 after all," Nicholas reassured him. "So, What did Severus tell you about my work exactly? Harry looked at him confused. He said that you're a famous alchemist and the sole known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry stated matter-of-factly. I see, Nicholas stated as he walked around the room. And what do you think about it? Harry's green eyes locked with his brown ones in surprise. What do I think about what? Harry asked confused. About your work. Yes and no. Let me rephrase my question. What do you think about the Philosopher's Stone in particular? That was an unexpected question, Harry thought. What did he think about the Philosopher's Stone? He hadn't much considered what it stood for. Severus had just repeated what he already knew. It was a stone that gifted the user the ability to create as much gold as he would ever want and produce the elixir of life. Grant him eternal life, as the potion's master had put it. Harry pondered on that fact as Nicholas regarded him carefully. The alchemist could almost see the gears turning in the boy's head. Honestly, sir, Harry asked after a few more minutes of thought. As long as you call me Nicholas, then yes, an honest answer would be what I seek. I had never thought about it, but well, it rather scares me. Nicholas's eyes twinkled as a small smile crept on his face. Unlimited gold and no fear of dying scares you? He asked softly. Many people dream about that their whole lives. Yes, but, Harry began, trying to put his thoughts into words. All the money in the world can't buy you love. And, if you live forever, how do you deal with what you leave behind? With the people who are left behind too, did that make any sense? Harry had tried to think what going on forever could be like. And it was great until he thought of Severus dead, his family gone, even Minnie. Then, it was lonely. I've walked this earth for over 6 centuries, Harry. Nicholas stated in a calm voice and chuckled as Harry's eyes widened. Yes, 6 centuries. And I've never gotten an answer to that question that has made more sense than yours. The alchemist stated and approached Harry to place a hand on his shoulder. Thank you. Harry asked confused, his face burning. No, Nicholas said with a smile. Thank you, Harry. The alchemist chuckled once more and then his smile widened as he reached a decision. Tell me, Harry, would you be interested in learning more about alchemy? The boy almost forgot how to breathe. Really? He asked in shock. Nicholas nodded. I would love to. Splendid then, Nicholas stated as his smile widened. How about I give you the basics today? He asked and chuckled again at Harry's vivid nodding. He pulled out his wand and conjured 2 chairs next to a desk filled with various unknown instruments and motioned Harry to sit, taking a place across him. First things first, Harry, let's talk about the Tria Prima, or, as they're otherwise known, the 3 primes. The hours went by like a breeze for the alchemist and the green-eyed boy, and it was only after Perenelle came to knock on the laboratory's door that they realized just how long it had been. Nicholas, who had just finished explaining what the elemental deriver was, turned towards the door with a start. I see you kept yourselves busy. She commended as Severus simply looked at the unlikely scene unfolding in front of his eyes. The greatest alchemist in history was explaining Harry how a strange alchemical instrument worked. We did. Nicholas agreed with a smile. I suppose it's time for you to leave? He asked and Severus nodded. It's almost 8:30. The potion's master informed them, smiling slightly as Harry's eyes widened. 8:30, the boy thought. Whatever had happened to 7:30? In that case, Nicholas pulled out his wand and summoned an empty parchment and an old one from the bookcase. With swift copying spell, he duplicated the table of what seemed to be 3 columns of runes and their explanations. He also summoned an old book from one of the top shelves. I want you to take these, Harry, and study them carefully. Harry smiled and nodded, almost glowing once he received the book and scroll. Thank you, Nicholas. Excuse me, Severus asked confused. Oh, I knew I had forgotten something. Nicholas commented with a sigh. Severus, could you indulge an old man, I wonder? What are you up to, Nicholas? His wife asked, smiling mostly at the boy standing next to her husband. Indulge you, Nicholas? The potion's master asked, if this was going where he thought it was. From the few minutes we spent together. Over 3 hours. Perenelle admonished. I noticed that Harry shows an aptitude for my art. Nicholas continued with a smile. An aptitude? Severus asked. He kept as calm as possible on the outside, but on the inside he was doing a victory dance. Yes. I would like to make it an appointment between the 2 of us, let's say every Saturday. I would like it very much if I could teach him about alchemy. Nicholas explained as Harry nodded emphatically. Severus smiled proudly, unable to keep that emotion from his face. I see no reason why you should not. Thank you, Sev. Harry exclaimed and ran to hug the potion's master. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't mention it, kid. The black-clad man stated, ruffling Harry's unruly hair affectionately. Nicholas, who observed the scene fondly, did a double take at the two wizards. Could it really be that simple? And then it was gone, before he could think it through. Let's make it a morning appointment then, next Saturday at 10. The alchemist asked. 10 would be just fine. Severus agreed as Harry nodded, clutching the book to his. Nicholas nodded with a smile, but there was something, inwardly he sighed, indulging his curiosity had been the main reason why he had chosen to live for that long after all. Lovely then, now what do you say? Perenelle takes Harry for something to eat while we talk for a while. Severus looked at the old wizard stonily. There's just something I've been meaning to ask. Nothing bad, I assure you. Severus nodded and a curious Perenelle escorted an equally confused Harry to the kitchen. Once the door closed, Severus turned to face the old alchemist. This didn't foreshadow well, he imagined. How can I be of service? The potion's master asked calmly. I just couldn't help but realize a couple of things and I wanted to run them by you. Nicholas stated, clasping his hands behind his back, he started pacing. By all means, I'll be glad to listen. Firstly, we have established that you're not Harry's father. Nicholas stated as Severus nodded once. Yet you seem to be with him almost every day. I'm watching over him for his parents, I have already told you so. The potion's master stated icily. Every day though? Nicholas asked. You seem to be in place to make an arrangement for all his Saturdays. His parents are away a lot. Yes, his parents. Nicholas stated, running a finger on the back of a leather book, facing away from Severus. I suppose Harry has parents, ergo a last name. Severus recoiled at the statement slightly. Of course this would come up sooner or later. And what could he say to that? I can assure you that Harry has both parents and a last name. He simply commented. Nicholas chuckled. And then there's the other thing I noticed. I was looking at you and Harry this morning and something just felt off. Severus regarded him coolly as his heart was beating like crazy. Off? Yes. The way you looked was just wrong. I'm 600 years old, Severus. I used to pride myself that I can see through any glamour spell but you. You sure pulled a number on me, young man. The alchemist exclaimed as Severus blanched. I would say that I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll choose not to insult us both. So instead I'll ask, what are you going to do with that knowledge? The potion's master asked, steadying himself. Severus, curiosity has always been a trait of mine. Nicholas stated, smiling. I can't help it. I just want to know. Very well. Severus started weighing his opportunities. Harry's last name is Potter, he's the twin brother of the boy who lived. No need to tell him the whole truth, he decided. Harry had to be kept safe. And yes, we both use glamour spells, but the reason why is private. Having sorted that out, I may not have your experience, but I am a master occlumens, I'll guard my secrets. Severus stated icily. There. I have no doubt you will. Nicholas stated, thoughtful. Harry is a special young man. He's intelligent, you know he is, he has a will to learn and I'd be damned if I didn't notice his talent. And he's a great boy, he has been raised well. By you mostly, I presume. Severus looked at him confused. I have lived long enough to keep many secrets, Severus. In the beginning I found it hard to do so, but now. Now what? I have discovered that the best way to keep a secret is simply to never learn it. Nicholas stated, laughing at the openly shocked face of the potion's master. Excuse me. The potion's master asked for the second time in the last 10 minutes. It's simple, really. The alchemist said. You don't have to tell me why this disguise is necessary and I will not ask. But I would like you and Harry to feel you don't have to disguise yourselves while in these halls. Nobody enters my home without permission and both Perenelle and I have mastered occlumency centuries ago. Nicholas stated. So you're telling me that you won't tell a soul about this? Severus asked seriously. Not even Dumbledore. Albus is a friend of mine and an old colleague, but I don't see why this should concern him. No, he will hear nothing of this. I'm ready to take the unbreakable oath if needed, and so will Perenelle once I explain the situation to her. That caught Severus off guard. But why? He asked, moving closer to the alchemist. Why would you do such a thing? Nicholas chuckled. My age has come up a lot during this conversation, but I will bring it up once again. In all my years I have never chosen to teach a single person, Severus. That revelation did come as a small shock to the black-clad man. Then Harry, as I said, has showed an aptitude for alchemy. He wasn't the first person that I have ever met to show such a talent, but he was the only one that has showed such a character in so young an age. Nicholas explained. He's going to do great things, that boy. And I want to help. And at the sincerity of his words, Severus could only smile. Springtime. Harry, as I said, has showed an aptitude for alchemy. He wasn't the first person that I have ever met to show such a talent, but he was the only one that has showed such a character in so young an age. Nicholas explained. He's going to do great things, that boy. And I want to help. And at the sincerity of his words, Severus could only smile. It was almost midnight on a Saturday, 8 months after Nicholas had expressed his wish to take Harry in as his apprentice. That chilly April's night, Harry Potter turned his telescope towards Hydra. He had been studying the skies for over 2 hours, and this was the last constellation he wanted to observe before calling it a night. He had been doing a lot of astronomy lately, since it was needed, not only for improving his general knowledge, but for his studies in potions and alchemy too. Astronomy, he had realized, along with history of magic, herbology, arithmology and rune subjects he had taken up during the past months, although not categorized as a separate branch of magic, ergo couldn't appear on his mark, were undoubtedly useful in his overall studies. Potion making, for example, counted a lot on herbology, astronomy and in some cases even ancient runes, while arithmancy helped bounds with his spellwork and general understanding of magical theories. In speaking of things that appeared and didn't appear on his emblem, Severus had discovered an incredibly helpful book in his library after Harry acquired the rune that marked him as a Transfiguration apprentice. He had actually been pretty miffed having missed it during his first search, but Harry had just laughed it off. Severus had been buried neck-deep into scrolls and books, trying to keep up with his teaching and his wolfsbane research. Anyway, according to the book, an emblem didn't mark apprenticing and mastery in magic conventionally. It turned out that you were recognized as an apprentice in a field of magic if you showed dedication and worked hard towards the goal you had set. Mastery was a different thing altogether. An emblem didn't mark you as a master when you had acquired all knowledge possible on a subject. No, you were considered a master if you completed a deed and the book was positively shady in the description of said accomplishment that marked your dedication to that field of magic. Harry supposed that the ultimate mark of dedication one could pay to alchemy, the apprenticing symbol of which had just appeared a few days ago and was his pride and joy since then, would be the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Not an easily accomplished feat, as Harry had discovered. His lessons on alchemy had started last summer and continued non-stop since that August afternoon. Nicholas and Perenelle had become in their own special way a part of Harry's and Severus's everyday lives, and the green-eyed boy now had his very own alchemist's lab, not quite as impressive as Nicholas's, yet right across the potions lab in the castle's dungeons. That suited Harry just fine, as he was able to pop in and out of his laboratory to Severus's and help as he could with his research. In the meantime, while looking for ingredients suitable for the wolfsbane, Severus had made some progress with smaller assignments on the side. He had almost perfected the potion he had used to cure Harry's eyesight and had now proceeded to make variations of it for other types of eyesight deficiencies. The Hogwarts potions master had even come up with a few other healing potions, but he had put them on the side to continue his work with the wolfsbane. Admittedly, Perenelle's greenhouse had proven to be of great help to both the potions master, who had acquired rare samples of plants helpful for his work that were now also growing in his own greenhouse, and Harry alike, aiding him in enriching his knowledge of herbology. Both Flamels had kept their promise, Harry thought, as he inked his eagle feather quill and wrote down the exact location of every star that composed Hydra on his chart, keeping some notes on his notebook on the side. There had been a couple of raised eyebrows the first time, that very first Saturday when the couple had seen them without their glamour, but that was it. As a matter of fact, Perenelle had been overjoyed at how much healthier they truly looked and hadn't failed to tell them so. Nicholas had even added to their concealment charms, offering some of his own that were even harder to detect. Harry couldn't be happier for their reaction, feeling accepted and welcomed for just being who he was had left his heart a little lighter. He wrote down the last few lines on his notebook and stifled a yawn. A quick glance at his pocket watch, a Christmas present from Nicholas, confirmed that it was 12:30. He pocketed his watch and swiftly gathered his notes and telescope. He figured it would be better if he made the walk down to the dungeons. More likely than not, Severus was still there working, as it would be full moon in a week. The boy rubbed the back of his neck and stretched as he started descending from the western tower. He waved at a few portraits that were still awake and kept walking, passing through galleries and hidden pathways to the dungeons. Studying had helped taking his mind off things, but, now that he wasn't doing something mentally challenging to occupy his mind, he had free time to spare in his hands, time that his treacherous mind used to ponder on the events of last Friday morning. It had been one of the rare Fridays when he had the chance to eat breakfast with his brother before leaving the manor. They usually talked at night and were rarely alone. But that morning, Harry was overjoyed to be in his brother's company. Adrian and Harry were talking animatedly since they had both woken up quite early in the morning, an uncommon occurrence for the hazel-eyed twin. Harry was listening carefully as his older brother talked of the places he had seen while traveling with their parents. And Paris has this great district in the wizard part of the town where you can get almost every book in charms you might ever dream of. Mom went crazy the moment we stepped foot on the market, but Dad and I were just running around with Sirius trying to find the nearest Quidditch supplies shop. Harry nodded over his cereal, his eyes alight. It had been ages since he had actually had the time to talk like that with his brother. Adrian was just the same as ever, optimistic, lively, a little loud, and considering Quidditch to be the meaning of life. Even if they lived under the same roof, he had missed him. "And did you live at the Arrondissement des Sorciers?" Harry asked, thinking back to when he and Severus had traveled to Paris for a weekend last November. They had stayed at the unofficial 21st Division of Paris, also known as the Wizards District or the Arrondissement des Sorciers. "How did you know it's called that?" Adrian asked, surprised. Harry shrugged it off and simply stated, "I looked it up while you were gone." Harry said and winked, "I can read too, you know." Adrian chuckled at his brother and threw him some cereal, which Harry dodged with ease. "All this training has made you violent," the green-eyed boy offered mirthfully as his twin maturely tried to throw him a paper towel. "Why did you have to remind me?" Adrian asked, his head falling on the table next to his plate, the paper towel forgotten in his hand. "Oh, come on," Harry insisted. "It can't possibly be that bad, can it? You have no idea how bad it is," the hazel-eyed twin complained, eyes locking on his brother's emerald ones. "I've been learning all sorts of defensive magic, and last month we ever began some first-year offensive spells. Why? I mean, we're not even supposed to go to Hogwarts for 3 more years." Harry inwardly sighed and refrained from rolling his eyes. His brother was complaining and was a little less advanced than he would have wished, but he was making progress. Defensive spells were definitely a good thing to know. "Well, at least you're doing magic. I'll have to wait until I turn 11 and go to school for that." And even if that was a lie, at least his brother seemed to cheer up a little after that. "That's something, I guess," Adrian said, his smile widening. "And I think I'm getting better at casting too. When I first casted an Incendio, you know, that fire spell, I almost burned Ron's hair off. I had never seen him running so fast before, but Harry didn't pay attention after that." "Ron? What had Ron been doing at his brother's training?" "Ron is there often when you train?" the green-eyed boy asked, trying to mask all traces of hurt from his voice. "Oh, yeah," Adrian answered lightly, not noticing the change in his brother's mood. "Sometimes when I train in Hogwarts, Mr. Weasley brings him around so we can play Quidditch afterwards." Harry nodded in understanding as he continued with his breakfast, all his appetite lost. Ron could be there while Adrian trained, but he wasn't even allowed to find out what his brother was training in. Lily had entered the kitchen at that moment, and Severus had arrived to pick him up a few minutes later, under the scornful gaze of one James Potter. And Harry had cried that night, while Severus held him in his arms. The green-eyed wizard sighed as he took the last steps towards the potion masters. Couldn't say he was surprised when he noticed the light coming from beneath the door of Severus' lab. He knocked twice and entered. "Still sweating over that scroll, Sev?" the green-eyed boy asked, the moment his eyes fell over the potions master. Severus was sitting back on his armchair staring murderously at an ancient scroll on his desk. If looks could kill, that scroll would have been ashes by now. "Hey, kid," Severus greeted him, rubbing his eyes tiredly. "Finished with astronomy for the night?" "Yes, I just needed to take a few notes on the effects of constellations on alchemic charms." I think I have understood the connection to alchemic fermentation, but, Severus chuckled. It's nice to see you still believe I understand what you're talking about, he stated, making Harry laugh. The boy had the tendency to sprout random facts about alchemy at the potion's master, who just listened with a fond smile. He had almost gave up on reminding him that he had no clue what the alchemic processes he was babbling about were. It went great, Harry simply stated as he sat across the potion's master. Have you started working on these charms you were talking about? Severus asked, and Harry nodded. Apparently, alchemic charms and plain charms wear a completely different aspect of magic. First and foremost, alchemic charms did not require a wand to be casted with, for the simple reason that they weren't incantations. Alchemic charms were small glass bottles, filled with magical ingredients and brought together with various types of oil, sealed tight and bound with metal cords. They sometimes contained runes and the most complicated ones sigils, and their purpose was to enhance the alchemic processes, such as the converting of metals. Some worked as protection measures, boosting wards, while others acted as defense or offense mechanisms. Nicholas had mentioned an alchemic charm that, once activated, could engulf an area of a square mile in complete darkness, unable to be dispersed before the charm wore off, while only its creator could see through it. I have started studying the simpler ones, the boy stated, placing his notebook on the desk. And how's deciphering that scroll going? Harry asked, pointing at the parchment. It was old and cracked at places, and Severus had acquired it last Christmas in Norway by fluke. He remembered Harry stating he wanted to see Scandinavia and decided on taking him there on the second week of the winter break. The rest of the Potter family would be in Paris, visiting a transfiguration theorist who might have had a lead on Adrian's scar. Severus mentally wished them good luck with that and booked a reservation in a chalet near the fjords. While traveling, they had stumbled upon a merchant that had that scroll for sale. Severus had immediately noticed the images, those of a man turning into a werewolf. Harry still had trouble imagining how the transformation was even possible. The drawings were very detailed and the look on the man's face depicted his pain perfectly. Harry winced, thinking how Remus, the always polite and kind Remus, had to endure that torture once a month. I have translated the runes, Severus stated matter-of-factly. But it seems to be written in some code, and the worst thing is it describes some kind of herb that's supposed to control the change, to regulate it if you want, he stated, and pointed at a couple of runes near the end of the scroll. It's the name right there, but in the form it was known in northern Scandinavia at the time. If only I could figure out what the original name was. I'm just so close, it's frustrating, Severus exclaimed, his lips forming what could only be described as a pout. Harry burst into laughter. What? Severus asked, surprised. Goblin's gold. The pout, he said, trying to breathe again. What pout? Severus asked darkly, his eyes narrowing. You're sulking, Sev, Harry explained, as he sobered up. I'm not sulking, Severus huffed, offended. I'm brooding at the worst. And, being the owner of a castle and the last heir of an ancient bloodline, I'm entitled to brood, he stated, contemplating. Actually, if I want to honor my status, I should brood more. Harry started laughing again as Severus rose from his armchair and stretched. Ready to call it a day? Harry asked, rising up from his seat too. What time is it? The potion's master asked, yawning. 1:15. The boy replied, looking at his watch. I was ready over an hour ago, he stated, eyeing the watch. You rather like that watch, don't you? I like pocket watches in general, I think, Harry replied, shrugging his shoulders. Tell you what, Severus offered as they walked to the door after Harry picked up his notebook from the desk, peering at the scroll one last time. What would you say if we stopped at the kitchen on our way to our rooms for a hot chocolate? Harry smirked. I would say lead the way, Sev. There's a good lad, Severus offered, smiling. They reached the kitchen half asleep on their feet, and Severus prepared 2 mugs of the hot liquid, placing one in front of Harry. Got to love chocolate, the boy sighed, taking a sip. I do, Severus confirmed, smirking at his cup. So, what's the translation for that mysterious plant of yours? The green-eyed wizard asked as he eased back to his chair. Jokes set aside, Severus had spent weeks translating the scroll. If I have the whole translation correct and have deciphered the text without missing something, and trust me I haven't, then the plant is supposed to be called, listen to this, the purple stone herb. Harry cocked an eyebrow in confusion. The what? That was quite anticlimactic. As you heard it, What I got from the scroll is that the herb wasn't a part of the native flora and was brought there by a traveler. My guess is that whoever wrote the scroll had no idea what the actual name of the herb was and thus settled on describing it. It could be anything. Any type of herb from whatever country the traveler was from. A bit less dramatic than what I expected. And what makes it so important then? Harry asked. The effect of it, as described in the scroll, is recurring and pain-reducing. It might be the key that will allow the Eloisa flower to retain its ability of reacting to the moon to some extent. Severus explained, deep in thought. I don't know. Well, as I have said time and time again, if anyone can solve this then you can. The boy said with conviction. Thank you, Harry. Severus replied, draining his chocolate, looking the boy carefully. It's still bothering you, doesn't it? He inquired. Harry didn't even need to ask what it was that Severus was referring to. Yes, he simply answered. I just don't get it, Dad. He exclaimed. I mean, not training me is one thing, but I thought that the whole purpose of not allowing me to even know what's going on was so that Adrian's training would be kept secret. If Ron is there, why can't I be? That was a valid question, the potions master couldn't deny that. I can't tell you how your parents' minds work, Harry. Severus said, his tone somber as he regarded the moisture in Harry's eyes. But for what it's worth, I think that Ron doesn't really stay while Adrian is training, he probably drops by afterwards to play Quidditch with your brother. And that was quite possibly the truth, Severus thought. There was no way neither the Potters nor Dumbledore would allow someone other than his instructors to watch Adrian train. The risk was far too great. Harry nodded once. Severus had told him the same thing last night, but that bitter taste his brother's revelation had left on his mouth still lingered. And we could talk about this all night, but it's getting late and I should suggest we go to sleep before Minnie catches us here. Severus added seriously, and Harry gulped down the remaining chocolate in his mug. That wouldn't be so pleasant. The boy stated, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips as Severus nodded emphatically. That house elf had a heart of gold but could frighten a troll sometimes. Harry climbed into his bed and practically passed out after reading only a couple of lines from his copy of Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice, one of the works of literature, in this case a play that Severus had deemed imperative for him to read. The potions master was adamant he should read something more than the tales of Beetle the Bard. Not that he complained, it was nice to read something different and just for the sake of reading from times to times, even if he couldn't get all the hidden meanings in the pages. Severus however reassured him that understanding would come with time, and so Harry had just decided to enjoy the stories for the moment. His eyes closed as he drifted to sleep, book still held tight in his hands. That night Harry dreamt of a day where the whole world knew what he was capable of. He dreamed of the day he could be finally seen as his brother's equal by the people he knew and not just be the afterthought. All memories of the dream were gone come next morning. All that was left was the image of a proud smile on Severus's face and, strangely enough, of a black and silver horse running in the distance. Sunday was spent peacefully between studying, horse riding and a bit of Quidditch practice, and Harry's spirits lifted little by little. Soon Monday had dawned, finding Harry back at the training room in the dungeons, practicing transformations, and Severus at Hogwarts, practicing his patience. It wasn't that he disliked teaching, he thought as he approached a Ravenclaw second-year student who had done Merlin knows what with her potion. The girl in question shrunk in fear and simply nodded at his instructions. He uttered a few words to the third of the Weasley boys in Hogwarts to date, Percy, who barely breathed until the black-clad man moved away. No, he didn't dislike teaching, he was rather fond of it. And he imagined he would love his job if only he could teach without this mask he was hidden behind. When he had started teaching in Hogwarts, it had been a natural reaction to hide behind his mask, not wanting to be exposed to the world again. But now, well, he felt as if he could give it a try. But, he reminded himself with a smirk, since he never smiled at Hogwarts, Harry's security came first, and in order for the present status quo to remain unchanged, images had to be kept. Besides, Severus thought, and his smirk widened behind the essay he was supposedly reading, when the time did come for him and Harry to take off their masks, he just couldn't wait for their reactions. He made a mental note to have Harry take pictures when the day came. He spent the remaining of his lessons in quiet, simply giving instructions and trying to act every bit the prejudiced man he was supposed to be. Albus had appointed him as the head of Slytherin House this year, and he was making everything he could to discomfort the man. He should have been more attentive to Harry when he had the chance. To add to his discomfort, he had even kept applying for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, fully known that Voldemort had placed a curse on it some years back. Albus of course denied, and Severus was pressing more and more, knowing the headmaster wouldn't give in. This year especially, after Quintus's decision to take 2 years off come next term so that he could practice his profession beyond theory, Severus had enjoyed pressuring the man to appoint him a spot he no longer desired. His research for the Wolfsbane had reignited his passion for potions, and he wouldn't change his job for the world. He idly wondered what would happen if Albus ever did give him the position. He did his best to hold back his laughter. The old coot would flip for sure. During lunch break, as he couldn't afford looking anywhere near the headmaster in fear of laughing, he focused instead on the journey he had planned as a surprise for Harry this summer. They had been all over Europe during the fall and winter, taking a few weekends off after Harry's alchemy lessons, and had visited France. Severus had even started teaching Harry the language a bit: Gibraltar, Spain, Italy, and the general area of Scandinavia. So for the summer, the potions master had something special planned. It wasn't that he needed any ingredients this time. No, he could order most of the stuff he wanted with the exception of that darned mystery herb, but he had always wanted to visit the country himself. He poked at his food-faking discomfort while wondering how Harry would react when he told him they were going to India. He smirked. That would be something else worth capturing in film for sure. It wasn't that he needed any ingredients this time. No, he could order most of the stuff he wanted with the exception of that darned mystery herb, but he always wanted to visit the country himself. He poked at his food-faking discomfort while wondering how Harry would react when he told him they were going to India. He smirked. That would be something else worth capturing in film for sure. Harry was sitting on the kitchen table in Potter Manor, waiting patiently for his brother and father to return from the Quidditch field. He was munching on his breakfast slowly, biding his time. His mother was in her room getting ready, and Sirius with Remus were bound to arrive any moment now. The green-eyed wizard sighed, studying his wand. Today was the day he was heading to Diagon Alley with his family and some of the Weasleys, probably Ron and the twins, maybe even Percy, but he rarely stayed with them anyway to shop for his and Adrian's first year at Hogwarts. It wasn't that Harry wasn't excited at the notion of going to Hogwarts, no. It was something that he had craved since he was 5 and understood what Hogwarts was. But going to Hogwarts had a number of implications chained to it. For one, he would have to spend his months away from the castle he called his home for more time than he had ever been used to. Returning there only for summer holidays, he was going to miss the place he grew up the most. Then there was the fact that he would have to keep up appearances all the time. It felt odd knowing that he was 6 inches taller than his brother but had never been able to actually witness it, as the glamour worked just fine on reflective surfaces. So he could feel he was taller, he could feel his shoulders were wider, he could feel he wasn't the scrawny boy that looked back at him from the mirror. He just couldn't see it. At least his eyes were unchanged, Harry noted, as the emerald green stared back at him every day, the only truth in a visage made of lies. He allowed himself to think back to those past 2 years. The trip to India had been a blast for sure. He had loved the country to bits, and Severus had even taken him to visit the Indian Ministry of Magic, located in the legendary, thus unplottable and muggle-proofed Black Taj Mahal. It contained one of the most celebrated libraries in the Orient, and a pure treasure for alchemists across the globe. Egypt had been another favorite for certain. Severus had been a hit too, Harry thought, chortling. The potions master had finally loosened up towards the Farer and went outside. The country had even flirted back, much to Harry's amusement. He was so different under the disillusionment charms, healthier and much happier, the shadows in his eyes disappearing when away from the public eye. And he had enjoyed the changes in his person himself, even if there were a few incidents that Harry had been sworn to never mention again. That little issue with the Druid woman from Ireland last spring, for example, and her vow of abstinence. That had gone well. Harry remembered the scene and almost choked on his orange juice while recalling Severus's expression as he walked in their room the morning after. He was as pale as a ghost and muttering things such as, "And how should I know?" Or, "What type of covenant demands abstinence these days? Not even the bloody sisterhood does that." Harry had sworn to never allow him to live it down. Neither that nor the incident with that duke's daughter who may or may not have been engaged. Severus in return, had sworn to never allow Harry to live down his reaction to the birds and the bees talk that Sirius gave him and his brother that June is part of their preparation for Hogwarts, so Harry deemed they were even. If only people could see the real Severus, oh, they would be shocked the next Sunday. Harry had the feeling they would be shocked if they knew the real him too, even excluding the boy who lived thingy. He had kept busy the past 2 years, earning 2 more apprenticing marks, one in white magic, apparently all healing spells counted as such, and one, surprisingly, in blood magic. Both Severus and Harry were confused over that fact until the potions master went all out and did some extensive research on the subject with Nicholas's help. Blood magic was an assortment of spells, charms, potions and, apparently, alchemy. Harry had studied bits and pieces of that area of magic through the years, and once he started reading on sigils, the balance tipped and he was deemed an apprentice. Since then he had done a bit of research and found out what exactly separated blood magic from the rest: it was rituals. Harry was fascinated by the thought. A ritual was a type of incantation that did not require a wand and was much lengthier than a spell or a curse. What was more interesting was that rituals were rare. Harry was still in the process of searching the library for any ritual that might be found inside its pages with little luck so far. That didn't mean he would stop though. Besides, blood magic had a great connection to wards, and that brought him just a step closer to a plan that had started forming in his mind when he was but 7 years old. His persistence had aided him in more than one situation, and more recently, in his study of alchemy. One of the greatest surprises he got from his lessons with Nicholas was that metal transformation, even when it involved gold, did not require the Philosopher's Stone. The alchemist had informed his pupil of that detail after the Christmas holidays this year, and Harry had almost fainted. Nicholas had given him an assignment. He had stated that they could continue with theory, but if he wanted to truly practice alchemy, then he would have to make at least 1 speck of gold in his lab. The green-eyed boy had taken the assignment to heart and spent every single free hour he had to spare in his lab until, 3 months later, he emerged with not a speck as requested, but an ingot of the precious metal, 2 inches wide and 4 inches long. Nicholas had been overjoyed and congratulated him, while Severus had celebrated the event with an impromptu trip to Italy for the weekend. Harry, being 11 since the end of July, had the ability to open his own account at Gringotts, and Severus had taken him to do just that. The green-eyed purchased his own vault at the Wizarding Bank, where that first bar of gold had slowly been accompanied by the various products of Harry's alchemic studies and some galleons which he had earned selling said products, through Nicholas of course. The profit of the first golden bar he ever sold, however, and of many after that first one, went straight to the account for werewolves unable to purchase their wolfsbane that had been set up by Remus 5 years ago. Severus had hugged the boy so tight, Harry had almost thought he would suffocate. Speaking of the wolfsbane, Severus had made great progress himself. His hard work was finally paying off, and he was 1 step from completing the potion. It was that herb, however, that mystical herb described at the scroll, that kept the key. Severus was sure of that. Not that it stopped him from progressing with the rest of the potion, however, a fact that had now almost led him to success. He was much more optimistic about it these days. Nicholas had even helped him along as he could, and so had Perenelle with her excessive knowledge of herbology. But even these two stood miffed by the mystery that was that single herb. They had both agreed that the name was more of a description than scientific cataloging, and that was all they had come up with up to that moment. Well, that and an extensive list of flora that could fit said description. Harry was ready for another trip down memory lane when his mother entered the kitchen. Lily approached him and kissed him on the top of his head affectionately. "I can't believe my boys are going to Hogwarts," she said, looking at Harry with misty eyes. "Better believe it, Mom," Harry said with a smile. "And I can't believe you got your wand without me being there," she added after a short pause. Ah yes, that had been a sore spot between him and his family, but an ingenious plan on Severus's side. Harry had to somehow justify he wouldn't need buying a wand, so he and Severus had decided the best strategy would be to reveal part of the truth. Harry claimed that Severus had bought it for him as a birthday present, carefully omitting to mention which birthday it had been for. It had also been decided that a part of the truth would be suitable for the core of the wand too. A core of phoenix feather was quite close to the truth after all. "Mom," Harry protested, "you can buy me an owl instead and we'll be even okay." Lily just smiled at her son and hugged him. "I just can't believe how much you've grown. And if you only knew," Harry thought. Don't I get a hug too? James asked as he walked through the door, Adrian in tow. He did get his hug from his wife and Adrian was next. Mom, the older Potter twin protested, making Harry smirk. Although they had completely different characters and didn't look alike like the Weasley twins, Adrian and he were so similar in some aspects. It felt nice to have that connection with his brother. Hey, Harry, James exclaimed, ruffling Harry's hair. Hey, Prongs. Harry greeted him back. He had called James Prongs as long as he could remember. James seemed to actually like it, having always been attached to his Marauder title. Ready for your shopping trip to Diagon Alley? He asked, sitting down eyeing the pancakes on the table. Adrian followed his example, adjusting his glasses in a very James-like movement. Only since I was 5. Harry offered, smirking. James observed the smirk as he had done countless of times before and tried to pinpoint exactly what it reminded him. Not finding anything familiar, he just shrugged it off and proceeded to eat his pancakes. Harry has a point, Adrian confirmed, winking at his brother who smiled back. I mean, you saw our reaction the first time we stepped foot in the castle. You shouldn't be surprised. Well, it still strikes me as odd, thinking how I won't be seeing you at home. Lily added, pouring Adrian some orange juice. Well, I wasn't around the manor that much anyway, Harry mentally commented as he nibbled on his pancakes. I can't wait till we go to Hogwarts, Adrian exclaimed with a wide grin. I bet the Gryffindor common room will be amazing. And living in a castle, and then there was that, Harry mused. Not living in a castle, since he had already done that and loved every moment of it. But his parents believed it was given he would be a Gryffindor, just like the complete Potter family before him. But he wasn't so sure of it himself. For one, he was raised by Sev, who was a Slytherin, and he had picked up more than one of his traits. And he had also been influenced by Nicholas, who, back in his time, had been a Ravenclaw. Harry figured he would do rather well in these 3 houses. It wasn't that he believed himself not loyal enough for Hufflepuff, just a little too much on the sly side to be in the House of the Fair and Just. Severus had declared, when the subject had been brought up a few weeks ago, that he was certain Harry would be a Gryffindor, shocking the boy speechless. The potions master was adamant Harry would be in the House of Lions because, since he had many of the characteristics of all 4 houses, the hat would be forced to look into his heart. Harry had deadpanned that if the hat was judging based to what lay in your heat, then Severus himself would be a Gryffindor too. His reward for that comment had been a hug and some hair ruffling. Harry sighed, he would just have to wait. Ready, boys? The voice of Sirius Black sounded from the hall. Think they heard you, Sirius? Maybe you should yell some more. The amused and less loud voice of Remus Lupin asked. Show some excitement, Moony. The dog Animagus deadpanned. It's the boys' first Hogwarts shopping spree. They had reached the kitchen by then, only to find the Potter family had burst into laughter. Oh boys, Lily exclaimed, we can always count on you two for a good laugh. Of course, Sirius stated unashamed as he plopped next to Harry on the table. How's it going, kiddos? He asked, his gray eyes smiling. I think he meant good morning. Remus clarified. We had figured as much, Moony. James said, wiping his eyes. And yes, we're ready to go if you two have no more plans to make us choke on our breakfast. Nah, we're good for today, Sirius stated. And thus after James and Adrian finished their pancakes they flowed to Diagon Alley. The morning had gone relatively well, Harry thought, with the exception of a few smarmy comments towards Severus from James and Sirius when Harry's wand was referred. Did you make sure it works? James asked, laughing. I can't cast spells yet. Harry had replied falsely and through tight lips. He hated when his father and Sirius spoke so lowly of Sev. But Mr. Ollivander said it fit me perfectly. Just saying, kiddo, Sirius offered. They had been prevented from adding more after a stern look from Lily. The shopping had gone without a hitch if you accepted a few stares at Adrian, and Harry could honestly say he was excited to get his official Hogwarts books. He might had started covering 5th-year material in his private studies, but being in school just felt new. He realized that some part of him couldn't wait for September 1st. The last shop they visited for the day, after staring at the new Nimbus 2000 that had been on display for some good 10 minutes, was the Magical Menagerie. Half an hour later, Harry and Adrian stepped out with 2 owls, a large brown one for Adrian newly named Apollo and a snow white for Harry. The green-eyed boy had taken an immediate liking to the owl, and had chosen the name Hedwig, after a Viking witch queen that had led her people to glory back when Merlin was still at his prime. They had met the Weasleys Arthur, Molly, Ron, the twins and Percy at the Leaky Cauldron, and the boys had talked about Quidditch a bit. They spoke of the teams they supported and the chances Chudley Cannons had to win the league this year. Harry just smiled and added his bit from his corner. The boys had no way of knowing, but he and Sev were avid fans of the Bulgarian Vratsa Vultures and went to their games often, even if that meant traveling abroad. Nation-wise they supported the Holyhead Harpies, becoming their fans after that first game they had attended when Harry was 7 and had bought the tickets as a present for Severus. They parted on the light note of seeing each other at the platform on September 1st. The next week passed like a breeze, and August the 31st found Harry and Severus at the balcony of the castle looking at the lake as they did every summer. "I'll miss this place," Harry muttered as he looked at Severus. "And I'll miss being me." "You'll still be yourself at Hogwarts, Harry," the potions master offered, smiling ruefully. "You know what I mean, Sev," the boy stated, looking at his hand as if he was going to miss it too. "Yes," Severus thought, "I know exactly what you mean. And I guess I'll have to lay low, try to be average and—" "Hey!" Severus stopped him, earning a confused look from the boy. "Average?" the potions master asked incredulously. "Why would you think that? But I'll have to downplay my abilities and—" "Sure, you can't start casting 5th-year spells or mass-produce precious metals in the dungeons, but average." "What made you think that?" Severus asked, sipping his iced tea. "So you're saying—" "I'm saying that I'll be bloody angry if you don't end up first in your year, for the simple reason that you can do it with your eyes closed," Severus stated lightly. "Dad," Harry started with a smile. "Yes, Harry," Severus prompted, mirroring the boy's expression. Harry hugged him. "Love you. I know," he offered in a thick voice. "Love you too, kid." They just stood watching the field for a while before Severus spoke again. "Now, have you packed everything?" "Yes, I think I have," the boy answered. "Have you placed disillusionment charms over your extracurricular books?" They had agreed Harry should take some extra books with him at Hogwarts so that he could continue with his studies. "Yes, and all the locking and warding spells and charms I could think of are on my trunk too. I won't even comment on the enchantments you put on that thing. Take in your alchemy notebook." "Yes, and if anyone opens it, provided they will have opened my trunk first, will find it empty." Harry was working on sigils at the moment, a part of alchemy that, as Nicholas had explained, demanded something other magic areas lacked: imagination. The alchemist had suggested Harry to do something creative as practice, and when Harry had suggested potions, Nicholas had reminded him that you could only be so creative with a potion before it exploded. He had suggested cooking instead, and the green-eyed wizard had found himself covered in flour in no time. Truth be told, Severus had helped both at the cooking and the getting covered in flour part. "Speaking about alchemy, has Nicholas appeared a little agitated to you during the past month, or am I imagining things?" Harry asked worriedly. Severus sighed. "He has been worrying over something, Harry, I can tell you as much. But I have given my word to him that I won't reveal the reason why." Harry started to protest. "He didn't tell me either. I found out from a different source who has also sworn me to secrecy, but I'll digress. And Nicholas asked me not to tell you so I wouldn't worry you." "And not knowing won't worry me?" Harry asked, cocking an eyebrow. "And what other source?" the boy asked, confused. Severus chuckled. "I believe you'll figure it out on your own soon enough. This way I'll get to keep my word and you'll be able to ease your worries," Severus stated. "Besides, I don't know the actual reason behind his worry myself," the potions master added. But nothing, kid. You'd better make sure you have fun at Hogwarts, and that's an order," Severus stated imperiously. "I will," Harry added, laughing. "Sev, yes, you really won't mind it if I end up in Gryffindor?" The boy's question was casual, but his eyes betrayed how deep his worry ran. "Of course I won't," Severus reassured him. "I want you to enjoy staying in whatever house you get sorted at, and that's an order too." "Wolf's honor," Severus swore on his animagus form. Both of them had taken the potion to find out their forms the day after Harry's birthday. The potions master was a bit shocked when they both ended up being wolves, a bit too close to being a dog he thought, but figured it was to be expected with all their research on the wolfsbane. Harry just smiled and reminded him your animagus form is supposed to tell something about your character, and Severus sent them both into peals of laughter when he suggested a deep part of them both wanted to throw back its head and howl at the moon, creating a rather interesting mental picture. Harry had sworn to work on his transformation every night and show Severus his progress over the Christmas holidays if no other opportunity arose. Okay, Sev, Harry stated in a much lighter tone. And now on to more important matters. Severus stated, standing up. I have asked Minnie to make that chocolate cake. Yay! Harry exclaimed and made a beeline for the kitchen, leaving a chuckling Severus behind him. The next morning, Harry was awakened not by his mother, as he had expected, but by his father, who ushered him and Adrian in the living room and gave them one last gift before they departed for Hogwarts. As that, Adrian began, touching the silvery cloth reverently. You invisibility cloak? Harry asked, his voice just as odd as Adrian's. Every good story his father had ever told them had began with this cloak, of at least included it at some point. Yep, and I want you guys to have it. I would give you the map too, but Filch confiscated it on our last year and we never got it back, so, James explained, clearly still pained by the loss. The cloak will be great, Dad. Adrian stated and Harry nodded. Just don't get into too much trouble wearing it, or your mom will kill me. The boys laughed but readily agreed, and the cloak was soon tucked into Adrian's trunk. They went to pack the rest of their personal belongings, or rather Adrian did, as Harry fed Hedwig and placed her in her cage with a promise to let her fly to Hogwarts once they boarded the train. The ride to the station was rather amusing, with the car being magically enlarged on the inside to accommodate the entire Potter family, Ron, who had slept over, Sirius, Moony, 3 trunks and 2 L cages. Sirius had been trying to convince the 3 almost students that this year the sorting would include a troll. Ron almost believed him, as Fred and George had told him something similar, even if Adrian had let it slip about the sorting hat a month ago. Their arrival at King's Cross coincided with the Weasleys. More out of luck than planning, and farewells were exchanged once they reached platform 9 3/4. The red steam engine was 10 minutes from leaving when Harry noticed the Weasleys had brought their younger member, Ginny, with them. The red-headed girl used to have a crush on Adrian when she was younger, which had faded away with the years, and Harry had discovered he liked spending time with her, finding her a smart, if rather shy girl. He waved at her while boarding the train and she smiled back before resuming, asking her mother when she could go to Hogwarts herself. Last hugs were exchanged as the train departed for Hogwarts, and Harry with Adrian looked back at their teary-eyed parents as they waved them away. Harry barely managed to see their father placing a comforting arm around their mother's shoulders before the train took a turn and the station was hid from their eyes. The Potter twins shared a smile and sat back down in the compartment they had found with Ron. Adrian and Ron spoke lightly about what they expected of Hogwarts, while Harry made the effort to check through his spellbooks for the year, once again munching on a chocolate frog he had gotten from the cart. He'd better make sure he wouldn't cast more advanced spells while at school, at least not until after Christmas holidays, when he would be able to use research in the library was the source of said enchantments. He was thinking about how different Severus would have to act at Hogwarts. The green-eyed wizard had been forewarned by the potions master himself when the door of their compartment opened and Neville Longbottom, a boy who Harry had seen once or twice in the past, entered, asking if they had seen his toad. After assuring him that they had not, he left, only to return minutes later, followed by a bushy-haired witch, already dressed in her school robes. It so happened that the very moment she did, Ron had pulled out his wand as Adrian was attempting to teach him a simple levitation spell. Oh, are you trying magic? Let's see it then. Her tone was bossy. Harry noted in her front teeth a little too large, but her brown eyes showed no ill intentions. Ron looked rather taken aback from her request. All right. He pulled out his wand and pointed at the silver sickle, the coin they had used as target. A bit too heavy for a first try, Harry thought, but then again Adrian had already covered the first-year material. Once Harry had heard just how far into his studies Adrian had gone, he was a bit disappointed. He had wished his brother had a larger head start than that, but Severus had explained it was a rather admirable feat for a boy his age. Then he had smiled proudly at Harry and kept explaining a fairly complicated transformation theory to the green-eyed wizard. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said flatly, completely missing both intonation and wand movement. Are you sure you're doing right? The bushy-haired girl said. I've done a few simple spells already and they've worked for me. I've read about this spell too but never tried it myself. Nobody in the family is magic," and she kept going on and on about Hogwarts as Harry tuned her out. "I'm Hermione Granger by the way. And who are you?" The three boys looked at her quite shocked. "I'm Ron Weasley. Adrian Potter. Harry Potter." But Hermione didn't much pay him attention as she seemed to have stuck at Adrian's name and started reciting all the books he had been featured in. Harry just smirked as Adrian turned crimson. "Anyway, we'd better go and look for Neville's toad now. You three better change, you know. I'd expect we'll be there pretty soon." And thus she left, taking Neville with her. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," Ron mumbled, and the Potter twins laughed. "And don't worry about the spell, Ron," Adrian said. "It's rather complicated." Then he seemed to remember something. "Hey, Harry." "Yes, Adrian," he asked, still smiling at Ron's comment. "I promised to teach you when at school, remember?" The hazel-eyed Potter twin asked, smiling wide. "Oh, that. Yeah, I remember," Harry answered, smiling. Adrian had remembered of a promise made years ago and, even though he wouldn't need the training, the thought alone counted far more than all the training in the world. "Do you want to give the spell a try?" Adrian said. "I'll correct you if something's wrong." Harry smiled and pulled out his wand, having half a mind to cast the spell wrong for the sake of appearances when Severus's prompt to be the best in his year came to mind. He'd better put the bases early. "Wingardium Leviosa," he commanded, and the coin rose immediately from the floor, floating mid-air where Harry indicated with his wand. Ron's jaw fell slack and Adrian blinked once. "That's great, Harry. Really great." And he smiled proudly. "I've been reading our new books," the green-eyed boy stated as he lowered the coin on the floor and gave it to his brother. "Mom will be glad to know at least one of us took after her," Adrian stated, laughing, causing Harry and Ron to follow suit. They were still laughing when the door opened again to reveal Draco Malfoy. There had been a mutual dislike between the Malfoy and the Potter families for years, but Harry had tried to oversee it when he had first been introduced to the Malfoy heir. Unfortunately, the blonde hadn't extended the same courtesy. The Potter twins and the Weasel, he sneered, flanked by two of his friends. They were much larger than the blonde and as tall as Harry when he wasn't under a concealment charm. "Still unable to tell the wrong sort from the bad I see?" he asked, staring at Ron. "I think we managed just fine, thank you," Harry stated calmly, and to stress the discussion was, as far as he was concerned, over. He picked up his spellbook and resumed reading. Or at least pretended to, waiting for the three boys to leave. That was when Draco picked the moment to not only insult Ron's family but to also order his lackeys Crabbe and Goyle to grab their remaining chocolate frogs. Harry just sighed and pulled out his wand again. He cast two simple yet effective leg-binding spells, causing the two advancing boys to trip and fall on the floor. "That was brilliant, mate," Ron exclaimed as Adrian hooted. Harry just stared at a dumbfounded Draco and spoke calmly. "I'll lift the curses if you take your friends and leave, Malfoy." The blonde started at him wide-eyed while the two boys on the floor waited for his decision. "Did you hear me?" "Yes," he stated. "Okay then." And like that he lifted the curses with a flick of his wand, and Crabbe and Goyle stood up hastily and stumbled out of the compartment. "And I would appreciate it if you didn't insult my friends in the future, Malfoy," Harry added. Draco's eyes turned into slits as he huffed once again before walking away. "You really did read ahead on our books, didn't you?" Adrian asked, smiling brightly. "Yeah, I did," Harry answered, shrugging. "That was brilliant," Ron repeated as they sat down on their seats. They only managed to exchange a few words before Hermione returned to their compartment to inform them that they were reaching Hogwarts any moment now. The boys ushered her out so they could change into their black robes, something they had barely managed to do before the announcement to leave their trunks in the train and get ready to disembark sounded from invisible speakers. Harry was fairly certain it was a charm of some sort. Severus had started teaching him how to sense enchantments, but he had only managed to get the basics before the term started. Harry took in a deep breath and descended the few steps that separated him from the platform. Furs years this way. Hagrid's voice sounded in the distance, calling them all to him. "Here we go," Harry thought, and followed the gamekeeper's voice. Harry took in a deep breath and descended the few steps that separated him from the platform. Furs years this way. Hagrid's voice sounded in the distance, calling them all to him. "Here we go," Harry thought, and followed the gatekeeper's voice. Harry found himself in a boat along with his brother and Ron, following the rest of the students through the lake and towards the majestic castle in the distance. The green-eyed wizard found his mind divided between excitement and terror. He repeated to himself that he had nothing to fear, quite unsuccessfully. But he'd be loath to allow his fear to stop him, so he simply looked at the castle and tried to breathe. Not an easy task. The first years were greeted by Professor McGonagall, who was looking as strict as ever, her smart eyes looking over the frightened 11-year-olds. She led them all to a small room down the hall. It was hard to be awed by the castle, Harry thought as he looked upwards towards the arched ceiling. No place like Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall explained what the houses were and gave them the main idea of the sorting ceremony that was about to begin before leaving them to wait, with a final admonishing to straighten their clothes and look smart, as she put it, her eyes staying a bit on a smudge Ron had on his nose and Neville's cloak. Neville, who had found his toad, Trevor, by then, started to nervously fumble with his cloak while Ron rubbed his nose. Harry himself had to fight to not fidget or try and straighten down his hair. He only managed to do so when remembering it was part of the glamour spell and any attempts on taming it wouldn't have any effect whatsoever. Not that his unruly hair could be helped otherwise. But when Minerva McGonagall gave you that look, you couldn't help but wondering if there was something you could do to straighten your clothing, or saluting her. Professor McGonagall returned and asked them to form a line before leading them through a grand door to the Great Hall. There, seated at the four houses tables, were the students of the school, illuminated by the light of 1,000 floating candles. The sky on the enchanted ceiling was the perfect image of the night sky above, and, even if Harry knew it was an enchantment, he found himself trying to locate the various constellations, the familiar action soothing his nerves a little. In the far end of the room the green-eyed wizard could just discern the black-clad figure of Severus Snape. He smiled slightly. Whatever happened he would not be alone, not with Sev there. He moved along with the rest of the students to be, his heart much lighter. Professor McGonagall placed an old torn hat on a stool, the sorting hat, Harry thought, recognizing it from both Severus's and James's descriptions. Despite his anxiousness for the sorting ceremony, Harry had quite anticipated this moment. And not one to disappoint, a mouth-like slit appeared on the front of the hat, just above the rim, and the hat started singing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you're a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm the thinking cap." As everybody applauded the hat, Harry noticed Professor McGonagall stepping forward once again, this time carrying with her a scroll that was apparently the list of all the first years, as she began calling them alphabetically. In the meantime, the young wizard was pondering on the words of the thinking hat. If it could see anything in one's mind, wasn't it dangerous that it would tell someone? Severus, after the matter had been thoroughly discussed, had pointed out that the spell which allowed the hat to work had it bound with the school and forced it to keep its secrets. What it saw inside the students' heads was part of the school's secrets, so, the very same spell that kept it from being a simple hat, bounded it to keep whatever it saw to itself. But since the hat wasn't the one he had fear of looking into his mind and telling, he did a quick check over his occlumency shields. Severus had warned him that the headmaster was a master legilimens and had taught him the basics over the summer. He was nowhere near the potions master level yet, of course, but he had cultivated the ability to store his thoughts separately, raise a shield strong enough to alert him if someone tried to read his mind, and give him just about enough time to flee and call for help. "Granger, Hermione!" The Transfiguration Professor exclaimed, and the bushy hair which they had encountered in the train moved excitedly towards the hat and all but pulled it onto her head. Harry noticed Adrian and Ron share a look and then cringe when she was sorted to Gryffindor. Ron even groaned in protest. Neville was sorted in Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy at Slytherin. Oh, the shock. He would have begged the hat if he wasn't already cut out for the house, but Harry envied him a little, for he would be in the same house as Severus and then Potter. Adrian. The professor called and whispers spread in the great hall. Did she say Potter? One asked. The Adrian Potter. Someone inquired. That's what I heard. Another agreed. Harry just rolled his eyes. Frankly, Adrian hated the attention and he didn't want his brother to be uncomfortable in Hogwarts after dreaming of attending since before he could remember. In the meantime, Adrian had put on the hat with a determined look. They didn't have to wait long. Gryffindor was what the hat called before 10 seconds had passed. Harry clapped harder than anyone else in the room as the table in the far left cheered. He could distinctly hear Fred and George chanting, "We got Adrian. We got Adrian. Potter, Harry." McGonagall called, a small smile on her face. Harry walked with his head held high, stealing one last glance at Severus, who nodded once in support. His name being called didn't cause any commotion, but Harry liked it better this way. He pulled the hat over his eyes and the great hall was lost from his sight. So the second Potter twin. A voice whispered in his ear. And you know some occlumency. Quite impressive for someone your age. And now let's see what, great Merlin. The hat exclaimed, quite at loss. You, young Harry, hide more secrets than all the students I have ever had the pleasure to sort put together. And what you hide is astonishing. You won't tell, will you? Harry thought softly, cringing inwardly. Even if I wasn't forced to keep what I see for myself, I would not. I see how you protect your brother, young Harry, and it's admirable. The hat then paused. But where to put you? You're more than smart and knowledgeable, so Ravenclaw would fit you. You're sly enough to hide your secrets, so Slytherin would do too. And loyalty is right there along with bravery and chivalry, yes. But what would be best? Doesn't something stick out? The boy wondered, interested in the conversation. After all, how could he not want to know what a magical object witch's job was to look into minds for centuries had to say about him? Everything in your mind sticks out, my dear. The hat exclaimed. What can I say? Is that alchemy? Oh my boy, you know alchemy. No matter what house you get sorted to, I'd advise you looked into the extracurricular activities the school has to offer. The green-eyed wizard mentally nodded, a soft smirk forming on his lips. This wasn't as bad as he had thought it would be. And as the hat kept deliberating and mumbling to itself about his characteristics, daring mixed with fluidity of thoughts and a certain disregard for the rules being the latest argument, Harry remembered Severus's words. Would it help if you looked into my heart? He asked in the mental equivalent of a small voice. No matter what house he was fit for, he was going to be a hatstall, he could just see it coming. Would you let me look into your heart, young one? The hat asked seriously. I have a lot of things to hide, but not in my heart. Harry answered decisively, feeling brave all of the sudden. The hat chuckled. I can only see inside your head, but even if I could look into your heart, I believe wouldn't need to. It takes great courage, the greatest courage perhaps, to allow someone entrance in your heart, Harry. And since your mind fits all, your heart will find its home in Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word and Harry smiled. So did Severus, even if ever so slightly. He quite enjoyed being right. Well done, bro. Adrian offered, patting his younger brother on the back once, smiling happily. The green-eyed wizard smiled back. All was well with Ron being sorted to Gryffindor too, and, at last, his time at Hogwarts could begin. He hadn't realized just how starved he was, so, after the sorting was over and Dumbledore made his version of a welcoming speech, he surprised himself with piling food on his plate and proceeding to eat every last bite, chasing it down with a slice of treacle tart and of course some chocolate soufflé. The jovial atmosphere of the feast was somewhat dimmed at the grave warning from Dumbledore that the students weren't to approach the third-floor corridor on the right hand if they didn't want to die a painful death. Whispers traveled around the great hall once again, and Harry's mind swiftly started making up scenarios of any shape and form. The only reason Dumbledore wouldn't allow students to enter a part of the school would be if something was being guarded at Hogwarts, which was, after all, the safest location in the country, beating even Gringotts. But what had to be guarded in a way that might endanger the students? What could be so important? His clouded mind barely noted that he was missing something, that there was a connection he wasn't making while he should, but he was far too tired to push further. He just followed Percy, who had been made a prefect and was obviously proud of it, to the Gryffindor Tower, not needing to memorize the path there since, even if he hadn't spent so much time at the castle, the tales he had heard in the Potter Manor had painted an almost perfect picture of where the Lion's common room was. Harry smiled as he laid eyes on the famous painting of the fat lady and just stumbled in and straight to his bed. He did try and clear his mind a bit while brushing his teeth, but only managed to do the basic work required for occlumency as he felt almost ready to drop down and sleep on the floor. The next morning, Harry and Adrian received congratulatory letters from their parents and godparents for being sorted into Gryffindor. How did they find out so soon? Adrian had wondered out loud. Harry was sure Prongs or Padfoot had asked Dumbledore the same night of the ceremony, and the green-eyed wizard had also received an unsigned note, written in a precise cursive hand he would recognize everywhere, that simply stated, "Congratulations. P.S. I told you so." Harry stole a look towards the potions master with a smile, holding his laughter and quickly concealing the note before anyone could see it. Whispers concerning his brother followed them around all day, making Adrian blush slightly, but Harry was unconcerned. He simply wanted the classes to begin. As much as he wanted to help his brother, it felt good to be able to achieve something for himself and be recognized for his efforts, plus, he wanted to make Severus proud. First lesson of term was herbology, and the first years found themselves heading towards the greenhouses, specifically Greenhouse 1, where Professor Sprout did her best to teach them how to recognize fungi and herbs. Harry, who had already covered a lot of ground in herbology thanks to the greenhouses both in the Flamels and Severus's castle's greenhouses, was able to recognize them all and add a few extra things for their uses, nothing too much so that it wouldn't be on the book's footnotes, but just enough surprising the professor and gaining Gryffindor 15 points all by himself. Adrian congratulated him and Hermione tried to corner him for some questioning on the extra tidbits of information he had provided, and Harry had to swiftly dodge her and head towards the next class. He was completely disappointed with his history of magic class as Professor Binns, who was a ghost, made no point to gain his students' interest. Harry tried to take notes, but he soon found it to be a useless task. Severus had already taught him all there was to know, or at least all he needed to know about Goblin Wars, and he hadn't bored him halfway to death while doing so. Another disappointment had been Defense Against the Dark Arts, a lesson Harry had anticipated, wanting to see how he would react in a proper duel since he wasn't up to Severus' level to have one yet. The whole classroom smelled of garlic and Professor Quirrell seemed terrified of his own subject. Charms had been an amusing lesson. They hadn't started their spellwork as of yet, but Professor Flitwick had fallen off his chair, or rather the books on the chair on which he was standing on, while calling Adrian's name during roll call. Harry had to stifle his laughter as he hid behind his book while Adrian turned beet red. Astronomy had been a breeze and Professor Sinistra was utterly pleased with Harry's knowledge on the subject. His classmates had been equally pleased for the points he got for Gryffindor. Hermione had gone as much as to ask him how come he wasn't sorted into Ravenclaw. Harry had just shrugged and pointed out that her statement was like the pot calling the kettle black. She had simply smiled at that and turned her attention into finding the correct path to the dormitory. The first Transfiguration lesson had been an interesting experience. Professor McGonagall made it quite clear that she would take no nonsense in her class, giving them a talking to the moment the lesson started. She then proceeded to transform the desk into a pig and back again, making the whole class, including Harry, who always loved seeing transformations, gasp. She then gave them the task to turn a match into a needle. Harry pretended reading through the theory for a few minutes while his classmates tried their hand at the incantation, mostly unsuccessfully, though Adrian had already turned his match pointy and then waved his wand confidently and transformed his match into a perfect needle. Professor McGonagall stopped her rounds around the class and approached his desk, picking up the needle and showing it to the whole class, rewarding Harry with an unusually warm smile. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she stated, regarding him with smart eyes behind her glasses. "Have you tried the spell before?" In every truth, Harry hadn't used the exact spell, as Severus had started his training with turning small pebbles into buttons before advancing to more complicated incantations. "No, Professor, but I have read through the theory. I've done some research with my dad's books too," the green-eyed wizard added, thinking of Severus's castle's vast library. "Ah yes," she added, nodding, smiling again. James had always had an affinity for transformation. And, after rewarding 5 points to Gryffindor, she continued with her rounds. Harry smiled at Adrian, who returned the gesture with a thumbs up for his gaining of points. At the end of the lesson, only Adrian had managed to complete the transformation after Harry, while Hermione had managed to turn her match halfway. Before Harry could blink, it was Friday, the day that marked their first potions lesson. It was to be with the Slytherin students, but that wasn't what troubled Harry. He would now see Sev as he was at Hogwarts, and he wasn't sure he liked it. The potions master had warned him that his facade was nothing like he had been used to. The green-eyed boy had pointed out he had expected it, but in truth he was a bit gloomy. He wished he could see Severus teach like he was meant to, and mostly, he wanted the other students to see too. He made his way down to the dungeons, his mind barely registering the comments his brother and Ron made on Severus or Adrian inviting the redhead over at Hagrid's with the two of them that afternoon. They had just sat down, Harry and Adrian sharing the same table while Ron sat on the one right next to Adrian with Neville, when Severus burst through the door with a bang, his black cloak bellowing behind him. Suddenly, Harry understood perfectly why every student was afraid of him and smirked before he was able to help himself. Boy, were they in for a surprise one of these days. Severus proceeded into explaining them exactly what they were going to do in potions and exactly what their importance was. His voice was precise and detached, lacking the warmth Harry had been used to. Still, he had captured everyone's attention easily and had caused Harry to smirk imperceptibly at the dunderheads comment. Some things never changed. He proceeded to call out the name of the students and, just like Flitwick, he paused when reaching Adrian's name. But no comical reaction followed. He just regarded Adrian with a piercing stare, making him fidget a little, before proceeding to Harry and the rest of the class. The green-eyed wizard knew what was to come next. Severus had asked him how far into potions material had Adrian gone, and Harry had in turn asked his brother. The older Potter twin had laughed and simply stated that James didn't think potions would be necessary for his training as of yet. They had concentrated on spellwork and he had simply looked into his first yearbook a bit. Severus had been livid. James had let his feud slip into his son's education, it seemed. What would happen if Adrian was targeted with a potion? What if he needed to produce a healing one himself? An antidote even. And like that, it had been decided to check exactly what Adrian did know on potions. Harry had protested, knowing that might wait against Severus, but the potions master had just shrugged it off with a smirk, reminded him such a reaction was expected of him. Not that it'd make Harry like the idea more. After he had called all the students, the potions master unexpectedly for all the rest turned towards the hazel-eyed Potter and called his name. Mr. Adrian Potter, he began. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel into an infusion of wormwood? Adrian looked lost and turned to face Ron, who was equally confused. Hermione raised her hand. Draco, Crabbe and Goyle snickered while Harry stifled a sigh. This was elementary first-year knowledge, and for someone with Adrian's training it should be easy. Obviously his brother hadn't bothered with the subject at all. Nothing, Severus asked, noticing the lost look on the elder Potter twin's face. Inside he was seething. He really couldn't take it out on the boy, but he ought to know, at least, the basics. Maybe if he asked something from the first chapters of the book. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? He looked at Adrian expectantly as the boy's eyes widened behind his glasses. Harry grinded his teeth together in an attempt not to groan. That was mentioned in the second chapter of the book, right after the introduction of lethal potions and ingredients. Hermione's hand was quivering at that point, but Severus ignored her. I don't know, sir. Adrian repeated. Ron glared daggers at Severus as Draco laughed out loud. What is the difference between monkswood and wolfsbane? He finally asked, and Harry cringed at his brother's blank expression. Now that one was mentioned on the very first paragraph of the first chapter, where it was stated that potion ingredients could be found in various countries with different name. It was the 11th page of the book, for Merlin's sake. I don't know, but I think Hermione does. Why don't you ask her? Adrian stated, causing a few laughs. A sharp glare caused Hermione's hand to drop, and Harry suspected that, in addition to his annoyance over Adrian's ignorance, Severus didn't tolerate other students interrupting without his permission, even if it was in the form of a quivering hand, something that Harry himself found mildly annoying. 1 point will be taken for Gryffindor for your cheekiness, Mr. Potter. The potions master stated and turned to Harry. Mr. Harry Potter. He began, and Adrian's eyes turned into slits. He glanced at his brother and nodded encouragingly. Harry wanted to bang his head on the table. Severus had to show him the same treatment as he too was a Potter, and that would only widen the void between the potions master and his family. Well, at least I can answer, Harry thought. Do you think you could answer the questions I asked your brother? Yes, sir, Harry stated with a nod. Asphodel and wormwood, in combination with some more ingredients, produce a sleeping draught so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death, a potion that has gained some recognition in Muggle folklore. The green-eyed boy offered. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons with the notable exception of those using dragon's blood. Thankfully, dragon's blood is included to only a handful of potions, as it tends to purify and is thus incompatible with most of the key ingredients of deadly poisons. Harry explained, remembering what Nicholas had told him of dragon's blood. That information was widely accessible, and Harry remembered seeing a copy of Dumbledore's book on the subject back at the Potter Manor, so he figured he could include as much. As for monkswood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant which is mostly used for healing potions. It is also known as aconite. That should cover it, Harry thought. Adrian was beaming at him, and Harry smiled back timidly. His eyes caught Seamus, who winked, and then Hermione's, who looked at him astonished. Well, why aren't you writing that down? Severus asked, smiling inside with pride. He made a mental note to award 5 points to Gryffindor when he would be alone in his office. The rest of the lesson flowed easily, for the Slytherins that is. Harry was caught between laughing out loud and blaming himself for what Severus was going through. Maybe if it hadn't been for himself, the potions master wouldn't have to try so hard, the boy thought as he stopped Neville, with whom he was paired with, before melting the cauldron on which they were working on. Neville thanked him soundlessly as Severus passed them by. The boy seemed to shrink at the potions master's presence. The potions master in question had caught Harry's expression and figured he would have to speak to the boy. He was terrified of what Harry would think of him after the lesson, and his worst fears seemed to have come true. The afternoon passed in a blur, Harry being stirred out of his self-imposed guilt only by the rocks Hagrid called cakes, and the three boys found themselves back to Gryffindor common room. The green-eyed boy went to fetch his book on sigils disguised as a copy of the first-year transformation book, as he did every night when his eyes fell on his owl. Hedwig was surprisingly perched on the left corner of his four-poster bed, a letter tied on her leg. The note was simple and short. Meet me at my office tonight, use the cloak. We have to talk. Harry wondered what could be the problem, his mind immediately jumping to the worst scenario. Had Severus realized how much easier his life would be if he didn't have to pretend for his sake? He gulped and retrieved his book, burning the note with a quick incendio. As interesting sigils were, he had no chance concentrating, his mind flying to the appointment he had later that night. He waited patiently for the whole house to fall asleep, making a show of going to bed himself. He remained wide awake until well after midnight before retrieving the invisibility cloak from his brother's trunk and heading for the dungeons, leaving an utterly confused fat lady behind. He practically ran down the grand staircase, but, once he reached Severus's office, he froze. Now you're just being silly, he accused himself, and knocked once before entering. Severus was there, seating on his armchair, the glamour spells lifted. Harry swiftly followed his example and entered the room, taking off his cloak. Hey, Sev. Harry started lightly, his eyes meeting Severus's and then widening in surprise. He expected to find annoyance, maybe some guilt, but not worry. Harry. Severus stated and motioned him to sit down. I'm going to cut straight to the subject. The potions master started releasing a breath he had been holding, from all the ways he had, though forgetting what he wanted to say out. Addressing it directly seemed the best way. He was never one to beat around the bush anyway. Sure, Sev, Harry said, confused now more than anything else. I know we have already talked about this, still I couldn't help but notice how you reacted during your potions lesson this morning. Harry, you know that's not really me, right? It's just a mask I have to wear. Severus explained in on breath. I want you to remember that. To his surprise, Harry laughed. What? The potions master asked, confused himself, while the boy laughed even harder. That's it? Harry asked, wiping his eyes. He still wasn't sure if his tears were from laughing so hard or from pure relief. Probably it was both. What more is there? Severus asked, and concentrated on the boy. What did you think I was going to say? That you're tired of wearing said mask and you blame me for ruining your life. Harry stated lightly while Severus's jaw dropped. He thought what? What? He asked incredulously. Severus closed his eyes and massaged his temples slowly. Haven't I told you not to stand right above your cauldron when your potions are boiling? The fumes are bad for you. Harry laughed some more. I'll try to avoid them in the future, Sev. The boy promised. But seriously, Harry, the potions master stated, opening his eyes and moving closer to the boy. He placed his hands on Harry's shoulders and looked straight into his eyes. How can you think you've ruined my life, kid? I would have to wear this mask whether it was for you or just to be ready for when Voldemort returns. It's a result of a choice I made before you were born and the burden is mine alone to bear. He explained. I want you to remember, Harry, that you are the only reason I'm there behind that mask. Because before you, I was the mask. I was cold and lost and didn't give a canute for what would happen to me. You brought me back, kid. And for then, I thank you. Harry smiled and hugged the potions master. It wasn't that bad, the lesson I mean. Harry admitted. I was trying not to laugh thinking of their expressions if they knew how you really are though. The boy smirked. I imagine that often myself. Severus admitted with a chuckle. And Dad. Yes, Harry. You might have to wear that mask but you're not alone, okay? He asked softly, earning himself another hug. Thank you, Harry. Severus offered. The silence was complete for a few moments until Harry exclaimed. I just can't believe how much Adrian is missing from his training. Harry said, agitated, his fear over his brother's survival returning. He didn't want to remind himself often, but he knew deep down he was certain that Voldemort would return one day. It was difficult to consider and it was just as damn unfair as it was definite. And when he did, Adrian would be a target, maybe the prime target if Voldemort hadn't realized his mistake, something quite possible since he had gone into hiding, completely disconnected from the world who had hailed Adrian Potter, the boy who lived. I know, Severus stated grimly. He sighed. But there is nothing we can do for now, just try to nudge him a bit towards the right direction, he has to improve. Severus stated and then smiled. And speaking of studying, how's your transformation going? Harry smiled. I haven't made a huge progress. He stated and brought his hand forward. But I can do this. And as he spoke, his hand was covered in black fur while his nails became longer and wolf-like. That is some progress, Severus said, smiling proudly. And you? The boy asked, and the potions master smirked, as he transformed his hand halfway between a paw and a human hand, his progress more obvious than Harry's. Brilliant, Harry exclaimed as Severus smirked. I know, he stated with a self-satisfied air. Oh, you think you're so smart, don't you? Harry asked, feigning an exasperated sigh. I think I'm adorable, Severus stated seriously, sending both of them in a new fit of laughter. They spoke for an hour or so, Harry explaining just what had happened during his first week and Severus informing him of how the school staff had praised him during the beginning of the year meeting. They did? Harry asked, his eyes shining. Of course they did, kid. Severus stated, tussling the boy's hair. I wish you wouldn't do that. He stated, trying in vain to straighten his hair. Keep wishing, Harry. Severus offered. It was sometime after 3 that Harry finally slid out of the office, his glamour charms back in place and his father's cloak hiding him from prying eyes. I wish you wouldn't do that. He stated, trying in vain to straighten his hair. Keep wishing, Harry. Severus offered. It was sometime after 3 that Harry finally slid out of the office, his glamour charms back in place and his father's cloak hiding him from prying eyes. The second week of school started as good as the first one had, with the anxiousness somehow abated. Harry had joyfully discovered that his studies allowed him to finish his homework in record time, and that in turn gave him time to spend in the library where, while pretending he was reading on first-year material, he was progressing with his personal studies. At night he concentrated on his animagus transformation, having it made the target for September to be able to transform his hand into a paw completely. Maybe even start with the rest of his arm. He was reading on some counter-offensive spells, the book disguised as his charms textbook, and had just taken a note on one that was supposed to stop you mid-fall, a charm that was often used, in a slightly varied form, in broomstick making, when his brother entered the library. Harry made a mental note to read more on the spell after devoting his attention to his brother. Even if he wasn't furious, Adrian entering the library voluntarily was always a bad sign. I don't believe it, the hazel-eyed Potter exclaimed. You don't believe what exactly? Harry asked, confused. Our flying lesson. What about it? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. He had been looking forward to that lesson himself. It will be a double lesson with the Slytherins, Adrian exclaimed. Harry sighed in relief. Though it was cancelled by the way you acted, the green-eyed wizard admitted, smiling. The Slytherins, Harry. Adrian pressed on. Just what I needed. Malfoy to ruin our first flying lesson. Harry regarded him thoughtfully. In truth, Malfoy had been quite annoying with telling everyone willing to listen or not. It didn't seem to matter how talented he was at Quidditch. Just don't pay attention to him, Adrian, and you'll be fine. Even if his brother, Draco Malfoy and broomsticks painted a rather scary picture in his mind, he wasn't about to share his thoughts on the subject with Adrian. He'll do something to ruin the lesson, Harry. Adrian complained. I'm sure. Harry too felt it was possible but opted on being an optimist. Let's just enjoy the lesson and see what happens from there. And he gathered his book to lead his brother out of the library as Miss Pins was giving them a very annoyed glare from behind her desk. The next morning, the day of their first flying lesson, Neville received a Reimbrow from his grandmother. A rare object indeed, although Harry doubted its usefulness. What good would it do you to remember you had forgotten something if you couldn't tell what it was? Malfoy seemed just as interested in the Reimbrow, as he snatched it from Neville only to be forced to return it with the appearance of Professor McGonagall. The talk then reverted back to Quidditch tactics after that and last summer's finals of the Quidditch World Cup held in Peru. Harry smiled inwardly. Severus and himself had been in every single game, leaving the country under their usual alias. Adrian had wanted to go like crazy, and so had Ron for that matter, but it was deemed impossible as they couldn't just stay in Peru for a month. Severus and Harry hadn't needed to, even if they did spend a couple of weeks there visiting the sites. Apparently, when you had the ability to make portkeys, even ones of the slightly illegal variety, you could just go back and forth as you pleased, when you pleased. Spain had been hailed the winner of the World Cup, which was to be held in Britain next. The three boys quickly finished their breakfast and headed for the grounds where Madame Hooch, a woman with short gray hair and vivid yellow eyes, like those of a hawk, was waiting. She gave them an introductory speech about how they should handle their brooms and the basics of flying, while Harry amused himself with wondering if next year he could apply for the seeker position in the Gryffindor team. It was common knowledge that the younger years students weren't usually picked for the team, but Harry, if he said so himself, believed he had a fair chance. Besides, the Gryffindor team was kind of desperate for a good seeker as they had been finishing last since Ron's brother Charlie had left the school. Madame Hooch gave the signal and Harry ordered his broom to move up. And the broom, even if it was an old model, a Comet 36, Harry wondered. That thing belongs in a museum, flew straight into his extended right hand. It was one of the few that did, and Harry's mind went back into his first horse-riding lesson, when Severus had explained that horses could sense the fear of their riders. Could broomsticks do the same? Harry wondered, interested, as he mounted his broom and waited for Madame Hooch to count down. Apparently, Neville didn't, as he kicked down a bit too early and his broom flew up and out of control. Harry winced sympathetically as he crashed into the ground. A broken wrist was Madame Hooch's verdict, as she led Neville to the infirmary, alerting anyone who felt tempted to take a flight in her absence to the dangers of expulsion. Again, apparently, Draco didn't care. Did you see his face, the great lump? Shut up, Malfoy, Adrian exclaimed, his temperament flaring. His reaction didn't exactly foreshadow a nice and quiet resolving of the situation, Harry imagined sarcastically, inwardly cursing Malfoy for provoking his brother. Yeah, shut up, Malfoy. Parvati agreed, taking Adrian's side immediately. St. Potter, and look. Neville's got a girlfriend. Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin student, with a face slightly reminding Harry of a picture of he had once seen of his Aunt's Marge favorite bulldog, exclaimed. I never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look, said Malfoy, snatching something shiny from the grass. Oh no, it's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. Don't touch that, you git. Adrian exclaimed forcefully, moving forward, ready to strike, Seamus and Ron the later half-heartedly holding him back. Everybody stopped whatever they were doing to watch the exchange. Make me. Draco deadpanned, smirking. Harry started getting angry. Not just because Draco was about to get in trouble, but for Neville too. The boy was having enough trouble adapting and fitting in as it was. He didn't need something like this going on behind his back. Especially not while he was injured. Give it here, Malfoy. Harry stated calmly, the bantering stopping as his voice echoed, surprisingly commanding. Malfoy smirked once again. I think I'll put it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree? And he took off on his broom, Remembrall clutched in his hand. He did fly quite well, Harry admitted as he watched Draco steadily gain height. Give it back, you! Adrian yelled and tried to get on his broom as Hermione blocked his way, telling him that he could be expelled. Come and get it, Potter. Malfoy taunted him and Adrian moved to mount his broom. Harry sighed and made his decision, he took off himself. After all, Draco hadn't specified which Potter, and besides, he had quite reeled the younger Potter twin up. He had no right to torment Neville just because he thought him unimportant. No right at all. Harry! Adrian called from the ground, having frozen mid-step at his brother's dare. Looking back, the green-eyed wizard realized that Adrian had never seen him fly before. He flew higher with a sharp tug on his broom, reaching a stunned Malfoy in no time as his classmates gasped. Give it here, he started calmly, or I'll knock you off that broom. Oh really? Malfoy asked, not sounding so certain of himself anymore. Harry smirked and sped off towards Malfoy, flying so close around him that the blond boy had to grip his broomstick tight in fear. Really? He offered, smiling serenely, facing Malfoy once again. The Slytherin's already pale face had turned into an ashen color. Have you forgotten what happened in the train already, Malfoy? Catch it if you can then. Draco stuttered and threw the Remembrall as far away as he could. Harry's trained eyes watched it first rise and then fall towards the ground. As if in slow motion, he leaned towards his broom and sped straight after it. And there, just a few inches over the green grass, he caught it effortlessly and flew back to his cheering classmates. He had just dismounted his broom, his brother and the majority of the students staring at him in awe when he heard it. Harry Potter. The unmistakable voice of Minerva McGonagall echoed in the abrupt silence. Just my luck, Harry thought and turned to face his doom. Between protests from his brother and classmates and murmurs of, how dare you? It could have been your neck. From the Transfiguration Professor, the green-eyed wizard allowed himself to lead back to the castle and surprisingly towards the Charms classroom. Excuse me, Professor, but this isn't the way to your office. Where are we going? Harry asked, his curiosity overcoming his fear. It wasn't that he feared expulsion, as he knew he hadn't done anything to warrant it, but he had promised Severus to do his beast and he was loath to break that promise. To get wood, she stated simply. Wood? Harry asked himself. What was wood exactly? Wait a minute. He gasped in shock as it all clicked inside his mind as Professor McGonagall knocked on the door. Wood was the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team. And in truth, a burly fifth year was called from his class, wearing a mask of pure surprise on his face as McGonagall introduced them after leading them into an empty classroom and unceremoniously ousting Peeves from it. Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Would I have found you a seeker? Harry's mouth dropped and he stared at the professor stunned. A what? Oliver's expression was the same, if not worse, but soon turned into giddiness as McGonagall explained him what had happened. Have you ever played Quidditch before, Potter? Oliver asked, looking as if Christmas had come early. I've only flown a little over the summer, but I've never played an actual game. And that was in a way true, as two people couldn't play a normal game of Quidditch. And he has the build for a seeker too. Oliver exclaimed, tears in his eyes. Harry held back a smirk. No, he didn't have the build for a seeker, actually being taller than most boys his age. Not that they could see that. But he was in a peak physical condition and he was agile. He knew he would do more than fine. It was soon resolved that Harry would be the seeker for the Gryffindor team after promising to train hard, something which earned a grin from McGonagall. The professor stated that his father would be thrilled once he found out. Harry vaguely remembered how Prongs had mentioned that Sirius and himself had tried for months to get into the Quidditch team while on their first year. He ventured to the Great Hall with a smile a mile wide. This was going to be fun. You're joking, Ron exclaimed, stopping mid-bite as Adrian's eyes widened behind his glasses. Nope, Harry offered with a smile, filling his plate with anything he could find, his appetite having doubled. A seeker? Adrian asked in a muffled voice. The older twin himself had aspirations to become a chaser for the team later on. But they were still first years. Yep, Harry offered, taking a bite of some kidney pie. But the first years never. You must be the youngest house player in about, Ron tried to think back. A century. Harry stated after swallowing. Wood told me. Wow, the two boys exclaimed. I know, Harry said happily, his eyes turning towards the staff's table where McGonagall was talking to Severus. The potions master's eyes widened as he turned towards Harry, his face otherwise a stone mask. Nobody in the Great Hall had a way of knowing that inside his head he was doing a victory dance. Harry smiled and turned his attention back to his brother and his friend. I start training next week, Harry explained. Only don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it a secret. That was when Fred and George decided to snoop in and congratulate him, Wood having already told them as they were on the team. So much for secrecy. But we can write about it to Mom and Dad, right? Adrian asked, his eyes gleaming. Yes, of course, Harry stated smiling. Imagining Sirius's face. Aren't you, brother? Adrian broke out laughing and Harry soon followed suit. The green-eyed wizard had just asked Lee Jordan to pass him the mashed potatoes when he noticed Draco's self-satisfied smirk from the Slytherin table being addressed to his brother. Weird that, he thought. He turned to his twin and showed him exchange a fiery glare with the blonde. Did I miss something? The boy wondered before being distracted by Seamus, who wanted to know if he was all right and how exactly had he managed to not get himself expelled. That's when he caught the death glare of one Hermione Granger, also focused on his brother and Ron, and figured he had definitely missed something. He tried to press the matter further, but it was time for their first class of the afternoon and the three boys made their way to Charms, Ron and Adrian keeping the conversation strictly to Quidditch. The lesson itself had been fun, as they had started with little charms that Harry could perform since he was 7, something that easily gained him points for his house. At the end of class, Professor Flitwick winked at him conspiratorially and Harry figured that the only one who wasn't spreading the news of his position in the Gryffindor team was, in fact, himself. As things were, Harry hadn't managed to breach the subject of one death glare too many with his brother. He and Ron had gone to bed early, whispering in hushed tones all day, and Harry had followed suit after finishing his extracurricular studies. He was seated on his bed, the curtains shut tight around him and locked in place with a quick charm as he was trying out his animagus transformation, when he heard Ron whisper. 11:30. We'd better go. What? Go where? Ready. Adrian whispered back. For what? Don't you think we should tell your brother too? Ron asked as Harry listened to them getting ready to leave the room. No, Adrian stated. He's a great student but he hasn't been through the same dueling training I have. I just don't want him to get in trouble. He sounded sincere and that scared Harry the most. What was he going to do? The two boys snuffled out the room and Harry moved instantly once they did, drawing the curtains closed again as if he was still inside his bed after he left it. It never hurt to be cautious. He would have gone after them in a second if he hadn't stopped for the obvious. He hadn't heard any sound of a trunk opening. Could it be that? Yes, it was, he thought miffed as he pulled the invisibility cloak from his brother's trunk. Damn it all. If Adrian had to get out of the common room in the middle of the night, couldn't he just take the cloak with him? That's what it was for, after all. Harry threw the cloak over his shoulders and covered himself up completely. There was no way he would leave Adrian on his own out there. He was fully planning on giving his older brother a piece of his mind when he heard murmurs from downstairs. It was Hermione, who was apparently berating his brother and Ron, sounding very much like she knew what she was talking about. So, Hermione could know what was going on, but he couldn't. That stung a little. Why don't you bother about your own business? Adrian hissed at her as they moved out of the common room, Harry right behind them. Hermione warned them on not losing the points she had won from Professor McGonagall and turned to leave, only to realize the fat lady had gone out for a late-night visit. And to make things better, Neville was discovered sleeping outside the door, having forgotten the password. Harry was busy pulling out his hair at their complete bad luck as the round-faced boy thankfully healed from what he could see, not that a sprained wrist was something Madame Pomfrey would have a problem with tagged along. Harry followed them silently, trying to gather what they were doing from their conversation. It had something to do with Malfoy and the trophy room as that's where they were heading and immediately Harry felt his heart constricting. His brother and 3 classmates fully planned to stay put in the room, waiting for Malfoy, and what about Filch? He was known to pass by said room at least once every hour. He was just about to give them a piece of his mind when Hermione spoke again. We should go, she said, being the voice of reason. Filch might be here soon. "We're here for a duel, Hermione," Adrian exclaimed. "We can't just back away. It's a matter of honor." Harry felt like running headfirst into a wall. As if Malfoy would keep his word. "Yeah," Ron supported him. "It's also a matter of family pride. Adrian can't back down from an issued challenge." Hermione looked as much annoyed as Harry felt, while Neville looked at Adrian in awe. What challenge? An underage wizard couldn't accept or issue a formal wizard's duel without parental consent. Surely Adrian would know that. Now Harry was certain Malfoy wouldn't show up, and his fears were confirmed once he heard Filch talking to Miss Norris outside the room. 5 sets of eyes widened and the 4 broke into a mad rush, Harry following close behind. Adrian urged them through a hidden passage behind a tapestry that led just outside the Charms classroom. Swift thinking, Harry inwardly praised his brother for at least that. Only if he would employ his wit more often. That was when Neville decided to start running in the complete darkness and promptly sent Ron and himself tumbling into an armor, effectively alerting Peeves. To make things better, Ron decided to take a shot at the ghost, right about when Adrian had him half convinced to let them go. Panicking at the sound of Flitch approaching due to Peeves's yelling of, "Students out of bed. Students out of bed in the Charms corridor," said students run away madly. "We seem to be doing that a lot tonight," the green-eyed wizard thought sarcastically. And here I was, figuring I wouldn't get enough physical training in Hogwarts, and his thoughts were abruptly halted once he realized exactly where they were heading to. "Oh no," Harry begged as they reached a locked door which Hermione swiftly unlocked with an Alohomora spell. Harry's mouth dropped as he followed them inside. The only protection placed on the door of the forbidden corridor was a locking charm. He listened a little to Peeves taunting Filch outside when his attention zeroed into more important matters. He just stood there and looked stunned at a huge 3-headed dog guarding the corridor, so a locking charm wasn't the only protection there, good to know. The 4 other students swiftly become alert of said Cerberus. That was the name of the dog's race if Harry remembered correctly, and turned to leave immediately, but not before the green-eyed boy, having been trained to hone his observation skills through the years with Severus, noticed a trapdoor beneath the dog's immense paws. He didn't hang around to solve that riddle as he opted to follow his brother out the room, judging that was the best idea Adrian had had the whole night. They returned straight into the common room where the fat lady had returned from her night stroll and flew into their beds after Hermione told them about the trapdoor and thoroughly berated them on how they could have all be expelled. Talk about prioritizing, Harry thought sarcastically as he ran upstairs first before Ash completed her rant, swiftly staffing the cloak in Adrian's trunk and diving into his bed. Adrian and Ron talked of the dog all night long as Harry tried to figure the whole thing out himself. So the dog was guarding something. Harry had to admit, a Cerberus was the ideal creature after a griffin to guard something valuable. His mind flew back to the attempted theft in Gringotts. Hagrid had said something about it, hadn't he? Now that he could recall that evening without the fear of Severus being mad at him, he could clearly distinct Hagrid's attempts to avoid the subject altogether. Adrian had seen Hagrid exiting Gringotts on the day they had gone shopping and had asked about what he was doing there, hadn't he? And Hagrid had just changed the subject and had talked about something else, something as obnoxious as the weather. Harry had trouble recalling something he hadn't bothered paying attention to immediately. Anyone who knew Hagrid could tell you what a terrible liar he was, so his reaction could only mean he had something to hide. And that Cerberus had his name all over it. But what could be so important that had to stay hidden at Hogwarts? Well, the castle was the safest building in the country. Nicholas had once said that. Nicholas. Harry's eyes widened in shock as he thought back to his mentor's unease during the summer and Severus's cryptic words that he would find out why on his own. Combine that with the fact that Severus had promised someone else than Nicholas his silence, and that the alchemist was a great friend of Dumbledore's, and presto. So whatever it was guarded in Hogwarts was Nicholas's possession. Problem was, Harry thought, gulping uneasily, that there was only one object he could think of being hidden in the school that Nicholas wouldn't trust in the safety of his own castle. He had to talk to Severus as soon as possible, Harry figured, and tried to get some sleep. The mere notion that the Philosopher's Stone could be hidden in the school was unnerving enough without taking into consideration the reasons why such a move was deemed necessary. Needless to say, sleep eluded him that night. It was a tired Harry, sporting a terrible headache, that rose from his bed at the crack of dawn. The green-eyed wizard didn't get the chance to reach Severus until a little before breakfast the next morning. He had tried to get his brother to talk to him about last night first, but Adrian was lost in a vivid conversation with Ron. They stopped talking when Harry or anybody else approached them, but the green-eyed boy had fleetingly caught the word trapdoor. Resigned that they wouldn't tell him anything, he left the Great Hall early, claiming he had to send a letter to their parents on his new seeker position before herbology and headed for the grounds, making a swift turn after leaving the hall to the dungeons. He didn't have to wait long as, after a few minutes, Severus appeared in the corner, heading for his office. His eyes brightened as he saw Harry. But he refrained from a verbal acknowledgement until they entered his office. When the door was closed, he turned at the boy and smiled. "So, a seeker in your first year." The potions master chuckled. "Yep," Harry stated with a smile. "You should have seen Professor McGonagall when she announced I would be the next seeker. She was glowing. And she was unbelievably smug when she announced the Quidditch Cup will be at her desk by the end of this year." Severus agreed, his eyes widening as if he had only just realized something of the greatest importance. "I've been training the opposition," he exclaimed mock-appalled. "And quite well I might add," Harry offered laughing. He quickly sobered up as he remembered the reason why he had come over. "But that's not the reason why I'm here." And he went on explaining what exactly had happened last night. Severus regarded him with a half-confused and half-horrified expression. He couldn't believe Harry had stood in the same room as that solely for the lack of a more appropriate word dog. "And Adrian didn't take the cloak with him?" he asked, sitting on the corner of his desk as the boy paced the room. "No," Harry exclaimed. "And what was he thinking accepting a duel from Malfoy? It wasn't even official." Severus nodded as he thought of what had transgressed last night. Unfortunately, there was no way he could punish Malfoy for what he had done without evidence or without incriminating Harry in the process. "And I'm not too happy that you followed them. The incident with Fluffy is also something I would prefer you had avoided," Severus added sternly. "Fluffy?" Harry wondered out loud. "The Cerberus is called Fluffy. Who names a Cerberus?" He instantly thought of Hagrid and sighed. "Never mind." The potions master smiled slightly besides himself. "And you noticed the trapdoor, didn't you?" Severus asked, impressed. "So did Hermione," Harry stated, shrugging it off. "So, any ideas on the subject?" Severus asked expectantly. "A question actually," Harry clarified with a smirk. "Let's hear it then. Who's after the Philosopher's Stone that managed to terrify Nicholas enough to hide it in Hogwarts?" Severus laughed at the blasé tone Harry had used to ask the question, a perfect imitation of himself while trying to mask his emotions on his most agitated state. "It took you long enough," Severus offered. "I thought that you would have made the connection when that article on the almost theft got published in the Prophet." Harry sighed. "I was distracted," he admitted theatrically. "I should imagine," Severus stated. "And as for your question, well, think this through. Can't you think of anyone that would want his life restored and is desperate enough and capable to break into Gringotts?" The green-eyed boy sobered up in a moment, blanching slightly. "Voldemort." Severus nodded grimly. "Of course it's just a speculation, as Dumbledore last informed me he was still hiding in some corner of the world, but my bet's on him," the potions master affirmed as Harry sat down on a chair disheartened. "Do you think he'll come after Adrian?" Harry asked after a long pause. He looked terrified of the prospect. His brother was far more advanced than his classmates with the notable exception of his twin, but he was nowhere near ready to stand his ground against a Death Eater, let alone a wizard of Voldemort's caliber. "I think it's a possibility," Severus said, thoughtful. "But unless Adrian actively seeks him out, he won't try anything before restoring his body, and that's the worst-case scenario." Harry nodded in understanding. It was somewhat of a relief, as the stone was well guarded. "Do you think he might get a chance to go anywhere near the stone?" Harry asked, deep in thought. The prospect was simply too much to handle. "If he gets inside help," Severus answered in the same tone. "Inside help?" The green-eyed wizard wondered. "A teacher?" "Yes." They pondered the possibilities for a while until Severus noticed the clock and the fact that Harry had exactly 15 minutes to get to the greenhouses. They bid each other goodbye and parted ways with the promise to speak again on Friday night. From that point on, September flew by like a breeze, swiftly followed by October, caught between his lessons, his animagus transformation, his additional studies, Quidditch practice and worrying about Voldemort. It was Halloween before Harry could blink. The past 2 months he had received a new Nimbus 2000 and two long congratulatory letters, one from his parents and one from an overexcited Sirius, all promising to come and see his first game. He had had a breakthrough in his study of sigils and had managed to transform most parts of his body into his wolf form. Severus was quite certain that by Christmas he would succeed completely. And to top all that, Voldemort hadn't made a single move, so it was no surprise Harry was in such a good mood as he walked towards the first class of the day of the Great Halloween Fest. Harry entered the Charms classroom and greeted Professor Flitwick as he moved to sit down. He had been paired with Neville for the lesson, not wanting him to feel left out after Adrian swiftly avoided him and sat next to Seamus. Ron had been paired with Hermione to both their mortification. "Good evening, class," Professor Flitwick started in his characteristic voice. "Today we'll start working on levitating charms, specifically the Wingardium Leviosa." A joyful murmur spread in the room. It was no secret that they had expected this lesson ever since Professor Flitwick had made Trevor, Neville's toad, fly around the room. "Now can anyone tell me why mastering this spell is crucial for your future education?" The Charms professor asked. Hermione's face showed great concentration and Harry knew she was trying to remember where the reason had been stated in their textbook. It hadn't been. It was just part of the general charms theory. Harry smiled inwardly at her disgruntled expression when he raised his hand. "Mr. Potter," the tiny professor exclaimed with a pleased smile. "It's not the spell itself that we need to master, it's the wand movement." Harry explained as Flitwick nodded in agreement, smiling. "It's a wand movement on which many spells, even advanced ones, are based. The Wingardium Leviosa charm requires the same wand movement but not the same amount of magic needed for the more advanced charms." "Excellent, Mr. Potter," Flitwick exclaimed, clapping once. 3 points to Gryffindor. "Now, as Mr. Potter said, remember the wand movement we learned," and he went on explaining what they should do exactly. Harry levitated the feather he and Neville were practicing with, getting another praise from the charms professor. He then tried to explain Neville how to cast the spell too when a loud banging sound cut his explanation short. Seamus had set the feather he and Adrian were working with on fire, and Adrian was trying to put out the flames with his hat. At the same time, an irritated Ron tried and failed, waving his wand completely wrong to perform the spell. Hermione tried to correct him. He seemed to get angrier and then she proceeded to show him just what he had done wrong, casting the spell. Ron just sulked as Hermione was congratulated for her efforts and Harry returned to helping Neville. When the lesson was over he followed his brother out, approaching him just in time to hear Ron, who was talking to Adrian about Hermione, declare, "It's no wonder no one can stand her, she's a nightmare." Honestly, Adrian didn't have time to reply as a girl with very recognizable bushy hair that was quite obviously crying passed them by. "I think she heard you," Adrian commented. "Nice going there, mate," Harry exclaimed sarcastically. "What?" Ron complained. "She must have noticed she's got no friends," the redhead concluded. Harry just sighed and simply moved towards the Great Hall. He paused as he thought about the situation a bit better and turned towards Ron. "You should apologize when you see her next," he told him, only to be rewarded with a rather nasty look. "Why? She was being such a know-it-all and she tried to help you?" Harry asked, cocking an eyebrow. "Albeit she did it in a slightly high and mighty way, but she meant well and you know it," the green-eyed boy commented as Ron deflated and blushed. "He got you there, mate," Adrian agreed. Fine, fine," Ron grumbled under his breath. "I'll bloody tell her I'm sorry when I see her next." He didn't seem too pleased with the situation though. Just remember, a stiff apology is a second insult. The injured party does not want to be compensated because they have been wronged. They want to be healed because they have been hurt. Harry offered with a smirk and walked to the fest, leaving a gaping Ron and a half-amused, half-confused Adrian behind. The joys of a well-rounded education. He would have to thank Severus later. The Great Hall was decorated magnificently for the occasion, thousands of live bats flying overhead, making the candles, flames twinkle. Harry smiled as he walked to the Gryffindor table. His good mood was somehow dampened, somehow being quite a lot from Parvati's admittance that Hermione had locked herself in the dungeons, girls' lavatory, crying. Harry had noticed she had been absent from the lessons that day and, though he had been worried, he had hoped she would have come around by the time of the feast. To his merit, Ron looked ashamed. Harry was just about to ask him to go found her and work things out, when a terrified Quirrell entered the Great Hall. "Troll in the dungeons, I thought you ought to know," he stated as he reached Dumbledore's chair before promptly tumbling to the floor in a dead faint. The school actually started to clap as Harry's face turned ashen. Severus was looking at Quirrell enraged, and the green-eyed boy could only guess why. But Quirrell? Could it be him that was helping Voldemort? The headmaster ordered the students to be accompanied to their common rooms, and Harry reluctantly followed Percy. Having half a mind to go to the forbidden corridor, he suspected Sev would cover that front when it hit him. Hermione, dungeon, troll, goblins, gold. He swiftly turned around, just in time to see Ron and his brother heading for the dungeons themselves. Now he really would have to hurry. He practically flew down the stairs, his heart beating hard inside his wand withdrawn. He took a sharp turn left and then jumped back behind the corner. Adrian and Ron were near the girls' lavatory door, and his blood ran cold when he noticed the troll was in there too. Hermione was in danger. And then his blood turned to ice as his brother and Ron locked her in with the troll. They turned to leave before Hermione's scream brought them to their senses. The two boys swiftly returned, unlocked the door and entered the bathroom, almost giving Harry a heart attack in the process. He approached the room in a dead sprint and found himself looking at a terrified Hermione shrinking under a sink, Ron and Adrian taunting the troll and throwing stuff at it, and the bathroom itself in various stages of destruction, the stench coming from the creature surrounding the debris. The troll was hiding him from the two boys while Hermione's eyes were closed. Without stopping to think, he pointed his wand at the 12 feet tall creature and sent a powerful curse against it, strong enough to break through the creature's magic-resistant skin, possibly breaking one of its legs, at the same time when Adrian waved his wand to send a weak stupefy at it. The troll tumbled and fell with a loud thump. In pain but still alive, Harry half hid behind the door, not that the present occupants of the bathroom were paying any attention as Ron flicked his wand, making the troll's club take flight and hit the creature on the head, knocking it out. The green-eyed boy sighed in relief. Suddenly he could hear voices and footsteps in the distance now that the yelling and growling had stopped. It was just a second before a group of teachers, Dumbledore included, appeared that he managed to duck behind an armor. Professor McGonagall was the first to speak, chewing Adrian and Ron out before Hermione jumped to their rescue, taking the blame all on herself. Points were subtracted and awarded when Dumbledore's voice interrupted. "The troll's leg seems to be broken, by a curse nonetheless." Harry could practically hear his eyes twinkling in his voice. The headmaster was extremely pleased. "Broken?" Professor Sinistra asked. "But it would take a great deal of magic for a spell to get through the skin of a troll." The silence was broken by Hermione's timid voice. Adrian hit the troll with a stupefy. She offered, and a round of gasps echoed to where Harry was hiding. "Quite extraordinary, if I may say so myself," Albus said, chuckling, and Harry itched to follow his example. So they thought that Adrian had knocked down the troll. At least something had gone well that night. A great deal of explaining he didn't want to do would have been required otherwise. The three students were escorted back to the Gryffindor Tower, passing by Harry, never guessing he was hidden there. Harry followed them from behind, hiding in the shadows. Once they reached the third floor, they were met with the sight of one Severus Snape. "Thank Merlin," Harry thought, walking towards the group, where he was swiftly informed of what had happened. When they started to move again, he turned towards Harry's general direction and whispered with a smile, "Nicely done, Harry. Nicely done indeed." And then he joined the rest of the teachers, leaving a proudly smiling Harry in his wake. It was only then, as the potions master's black cloak bellowed when he turned around, that the green-eyed boy noticed Severus' pants. Almost the complete right leg from the knee down was torn into shreds. "Nicely done, Harry. Nicely done indeed." And then he joined the rest of the teachers, leaving a proudly smiling Harry in his wake. It was only then, as the potions master's black cloak bellowed when he turned around, that the green-eyed boy noticed Severus' pants. Almost the complete right leg from the knee down was torn into shreds. Harry had snooped back into his room that night while the rest of the common room ate a courtesy of Hogwarts house elves, as their feast had been somewhat interrupted, only to descend the stairs a while later, making certain he would be seen doing so and putting up his best shocked face when his brother explained what had happened. Or rather, what he thought had happened. "You know Mom is going to skin you alive for this stunt, right?" Harry asked, cocking an eyebrow. Adrian blanched and Harry chuckled, the fact that his brother was alive and well while he could have been killed by that troll finally seeping into his heart. He pulled Adrian into a hug, promising yet again he would look out for his accident-prone brother. But Prongs and Sirius, after they get over the initial shock mind you, will be proud. Might even get you a present. Adrian laughed too and patted his brother's back. And I think knocking down a full-grown troll is wicked. Harry stated, unable to help himself. It was wicked if he was allowed to say so himself. Thank you very much. Thanks bro. Adrian exclaimed and looked over the food. Harry laughed again. You three better grab something to eat. You must be starved. Harry stated and promptly followed his own advice. He had to wait for a couple of hours before everybody was asleep and he could sneak out with the invisibility cloak. Severus could be hurt, he realized. Sure, he hadn't limped or anything when he had climbed down the stairs, but his dad could be stubborn as a griffin sometimes, especially when it came to showing any traces of pain or discomfort. He could have been bleeding to death and smile rather than showing it. With that thought he doubled his speed and reached the castle's dungeons in a record time. He knocked on the door rather hard and, sometime after the fourth knock, Severus, who didn't appear to have attempted to sleep at all, opened the door. Upon seeing nobody, he swiftly moved a little to the left, smirking when he felt Harry pass by him, and closed the door. What brings you down here, Harry? Severus asked as the green-eyed boy removed his invisibility cloak. Any more trolls I should know of? Harry rolled his eyes and sat down on an armchair. I swear Adrian is trying to scare me to death sometimes, but that's not the point. Oh. Severus chuckled slightly at the businesslike air the green-eyed wizard had assumed, one that reminded him of himself when worried. Are you hurt? Harry asked, his eyes intent on his leg. Am I hurt? Severus asked back, perplexed. He hadn't seen that coming. You went to check on Fluffy while I was trying to prevent my brother from being beaten to a pulp by a troll, didn't you? Harry offered flippantly, his worry not quite successfully masked by his tone. As a matter of fact I did. And Fluffy? Harry's eyes lost some of their fire, which was replaced instead by that watery quality and subtle sparkle, accompanied with the pleading look that he had come to associate with what the boy called puppy eyes. Oh no, Fluffy attacked you, didn't he? I saw your right leg was. The boy trailed off, his eyes wide and pleading. Severus's heart melted into a puddle of goo at the sight. Harry could be right down adorable if he felt like it. Or maybe it was unintentional. Yeah, right. Look, Harry, don't try to hide it if you're hurt, okay Dad? Severus sighed with a smile. I could have been hurt. That bloody dog almost got my right leg, but it seems swordfight practice has been good for my reflexes. And to stress his point, he showcased said leg, which was skinny and overly pale due to the glamour charms but otherwise completely unharmed. I moved out of the way on the last second, but he managed to tear my trousers with his claws, a small price to pay if you ask me. So you're not hurt? Harry asked, smiling wide. Nope, Severus offered as the boy hugged him with a loud, yay. And, besides almost being clawed by a Cerberus, how did your night turn out? Harry asked, his curiosity returning now that he knew Severus was unharmed. You mean, did I get sight of anyone coming for the stone? Severus guessed, taking a seat opposite of the boy. I was going to ask, if you caught a sight of Quirrell coming for the stone, but okay. The potions master's eyes widened for a second before he started laughing. So I'm not the only one who noticed the convenience of a troll of all things, breaking into the school while everybody was gathered together for the feast. Severus asked after sobering up. You mean nobody else did notice? Harry asked, confused. But, trolls are stupid. And Quirrell is the defense against the dark arts teacher, and he conveniently passed out when the rest of the school was rushing either towards the dungeons or the dormitories. The boy vented as he paced the room. And we know you said Voldemort will seek inside help to get the stone. He finally exclaimed and sat back down on his chair, exhausted as if he had run a few miles. His mind was spinning and his breath was coming out fast. He was close to hyperventilating, and the potions master jumped to his rescue. Harry, calm down please. And with a wave of his wand, he summoned 2 cups of hot chocolate from the kitchens, passing one to the worried boy in front of him. Thanks, Sev. Harry mumbled and took a small gulp of the warm liquid. He would need to keep his excitement in check, it seemed. Now think about it a little, Harry, the rest of the student body doesn't know about the Philosopher's Stone being in the school. The teachers have no way of knowing why the stone is here. I only know because of Nicholas and because, well, I actually pressured Albus into telling me, just for the kicks of it." Harry chuckled at the thought. "And even if they did about Voldemort being after the stone, do you think it would be Quirrell they suspected?" Stuttering and afraid of his shadow Quirrell, the potion's master asked as Harry stared at his cup. "I guess not." He looked up back into Severus' eyes. "But what about Professor Dumbledore? Doesn't he suspect Quirrell?" Severus sighed and rolled his eyes. "Dumbledore has the habit of allowing people the benefit of a doubt. Sometimes that holds more danger than it does good, but he's unshakable on the subject." He looked at Harry, who was considering the latest details. "I will try to broach the subject with him, but he can be quite stubborn." "I see," Harry stated blankly, the sparkle in his eyes dimming. "But enough of that for a night," Severus declared, his smile widening at the confused look he received from the boy. "What?" "I said enough of that. Nobody got closer to the stone than I did tonight. Nobody got hurt, and you managed to bring a troll to its knees with a single curse," Severus explained. "I believe we should look at the bright side of the night's shenanigans, don't you?" Harry burst out laughing, which had been the point all along. "Shenanigans, Sev?" he asked amidst laughter. "Really?" "Why yes, really." The potion's master nodded once seriously, waving his wand to take off the concealing charms from his appearance. "That's better," he admitted while Harry followed his example. "Now, I would like to hear what really happened tonight," Severus prompted, and so Harry explained. The night passed quite calmly after that, both wizards doing their best to push any unwelcome thoughts to the back of their minds. And in such a way, November started, bringing along the usual cold Harry had gotten used to around this time of the year and the beginning of the Quidditch period. Now that, in dire contrast to the cold weather, Harry had never faced before and, as a result, was at loss as to how he should deal with it. On the one hand, he had always wanted to play in a real Quidditch game, and Wood was running around the school singing praises of the green-eyed boy's abilities, boosting his confidence and making him eager for the first mock. On the other hand, never having played an actual game of Quidditch before meant he couldn't know how he was going to react during a real match while under pressure, that simple fact leaving him filled with dread. Not knowing which of the two contrasting feelings he should follow, dread or excitement, Harry did a little bit of both, his predicament causing Severus to secretly chuckle with mirth. His parents had sent him an encouraging letter, reminding him they would be there for his first game. The letter would have been more encouraging had it not been accompanied with a bright crimson envelope, quite recognizable as a howler, addressed to his brother. Both Harry and Adrian had never imagined their mother could yell like that. Severus, when Harry asked his opinion on the matter the same evening, seemed less surprised. There had however been an obvious change from the past 2 months, and it had more to do with the way Adrian and Ron treated Hermione and how she reacted to them in turn. They seemed to have bonded since that Halloween night, Harry thought with a smirk. "There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other," the green-eyed boy mused, "and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll or thinking you did at least as once of them." That of course had meant that, from what Harry could see as his brother had firmly kept him out of that subject, the bushy-haired girl was now actively involved in their search of what could be hidden under that trapdoor. Harry shivered at the thought of what would happen if they ever knew. The days passed and the game was approaching fast. Harry had tried to fend off his anxiety by doing some of what he called fun research in the library. He had come up with that term when helping Severus in his researches, claiming that since the research wasn't meant for one of his projects, it was done for pure fun. Severus on the other hand claimed that the only thing he could come up with for a 5-hour research amidst dusty volumes that could be characterized as fun was the name Harry had given it. Both were well aware Harry had just said that so Severus would allow him to stay in the laboratory with him, none of them minded to point that fact out. Using the term research, the green-eyed boy meant jotting down spells and charms used on broomsticks so that they could fly and operate without malfunctioning. The abundance of spells he found some quite useful in other areas of his studies had prompted a conversation with Severus the day before the match. They were having a cup of hot chocolate in Sev's office, as it had become customary, and Harry tentatively spoke of his thoughts. "Sev." "Yes, Harry." The potions master asked back, trying to conceal his smile. Every time Harry started a conversation like that, it meant he had come up with something he was dying to tell him about. "I have been doing some research lately," Harry stated. Not very surprising in itself, but to continue. Harry smiled and did just that. Since the match was approaching, I figured I could look up a few things on broomsticks while I was in the library, so I could get my mind off the actual game. The boy admitted as Severus listened attentively. Go on, he pressed, and Harry continued after breathing in deeply. And I found myself thinking over what Nicholas had said, about how taking up something that would force me to be creative might help me progress as an alchemist. The boy said, looking at Severus. Do you think that maybe I could, I don't know, tweak a little with one of the old brooms when we get back home? Severus' eyebrows almost got lost in his hairline. That was it. I mean, as long as I don't let it interfere with my studies. The boy hastily imputed, misunderstanding Severus' expression. I'll do it on my free time, I promise. And Harry, stop. Severus exclaimed, smiling. Of course you can. You didn't even have to ask. Really? Harry asked, his eyes brightening. Yeah, really. Severus reassured him. You like Quidditch, don't you? Of course I do. The boy exclaimed, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And you would enjoy doing a little research on the subject. Severus stated as Harry nodded emphatically. Then I want you to do it, Harry. Why would you think I wouldn't? I thought, because of Voldemort and everything, that I should practice more and not waste my time living. Severus interrupted him with a cocked eyebrow. Harry, Merlin knows, and I think he really does, how hard you've been studying. The potions master offered seriously. I have to, Sev, it's not that I don't enjoy learning. But if I don't keep going I might not survive this. Severus's heart clenched in his. Harry, look at me for a second. He spoke softly, and Harry raised his eyes to the older wizard's face. Yes, you do have to study, and yes, it will help you survive. But tell me, what good is surviving if you don't get to live a little? Harry's eyes widened as he tried to come up with a viable answer. Well, you will read more on those spells, and, come the summer, you'll start taking those old broomsticks that have been gathering dust in the cellar apart. Severus stated decisively. I might even help, if you'd like. He was rewarded with one of Harry's patented bear hugs for his offer, an action he freely interpreted as a yes. The next morning Harry's stomach seemed to have sunk and promptly gotten stuck somewhere close to his knees. His heart was beating a mile per minute and his ears were buzzing. Maybe he shouldn't play like this. He felt more fit for the infirmary at that moment than the Quidditch pitch. Still, he ordered himself to swallow some of his breakfast, which he figured must have been pretty tasty if the way Ron was wolfing it down was any indication, and left the Great Hall sooner than the rest of the student body along with his team. He caught the eye of Severus before leaving the room, and the small, undetectable if you didn't look for it, nod of encouragement he sent his way. He swiftly changed into his red and golden robes, as every team seemed to compete dressed in their house colors, and moved closer to the rest of the team. Wood was giving his customary speech, with the twins happily intervening, having apparently heard at one time too many. The sounds of footsteps brought Harry out of his reverie, and the whole team got ready to enter the pitch. He approached Madame Hooch, who was refereeing, and listened to the speech he gave the teams on fair play, the two houses' rivalry obviously having in the past extended to the Quidditch pitch. It seemed that she was staring mostly to the Slytherin captain as she spoke, a boy named Marcus Flint, who had something of a troll about him. Harry breathed in deeply. Time to live a little, he decided, and mounted his broom. Madame Hooch gave the signal and the game was on. His fears seemed to all have been for naught, as any worry he might have had dispersed once he took flight, the wind rushing through his hair and robes. He looked around rapidly as he searched for the elusive golden snitch, having half an eye for what was going on with the game. As he searched, his eyes fell on a banner his brother and his classmates had made for him. Potter for President, it said, and made the boy smile widely. He also caught sight of some long, dark red hair that undisputedly belonged to his mother on the stands reserved for the players' families, right next to the teachers. He quickly turned his eyes on the game as Gryffindor scored. He looked around the pitch but could find no sign of the snitch. He continued his search even while dodging a bludger sent his way from the other team's beater. His sudden plunge must have surprised everyone but him, for he heard a collective gasp and applause as he returned to his search. Nice one, Harry! Fred or George Weasley exclaimed, sending the bludger to Flint with some viciousness. Harry chuckled and went back to his search. The only gleam of light he had seen so far was coming from one of the twins' watches, and then, there it was. Right beneath the Slytherin goalposts, and actually standing quite still. Harry thought he would have missed it if it hadn't been for all that training in the field back home. Severus Castle was equipped with a formal-sized Quidditch pitch. The one they used in Hogwarts was about 3/4 of the professional court, and Harry had often insisted, with Severus not complaining, to stay close to nightfall while he chased the snitch. Locating it here, in broad daylight, now seemed quite easy. In the corner of his eye he noticed Alicia Spinnet, one of the Gryffindor chasers, making her way towards the goalposts, quaffle in hand. This looked promising. Without dwelling on his thoughts too much, he turned his broom towards the same direction as Alicia's and, being much higher than she was, dove downwards and in front of her, speeding like a maniac, causing all players to spread around the field, the way now clear for Alicia, who threw the quaffle in, earning yet another 10 points for Gryffindor. Harry didn't stay to watch, however, as he dove yet lower and towards the snitch, who had moved just enough to cause Harry to execute the equivalent of a back flip while on broom. Unconcerned, the green-eyed boy rose from where he flew, near to the green grass, and flew high again, his right fist in the air, the golden snitch trying to escape from his fingers. With the final whistle, the team flew to him as the crowd cheered. The Slytherin captain looked homicidal, but the Slytherin head of house had a proud glint in his eyes. "We won," Oliver Wood yelled over and over again as Lee broadcasted the score -170 loud enough to be heard above the cheering crowd. Later, in the Gryffindor changing room, Harry was congratulated by his parents, a smiling Remus and a shocked Sirius. "Ruddy hell, Harry," the dog Animagus exclaimed, surprise coloring his every word. "I didn't know you could play that well. And that back flip in the end," James stated proudly. "The mark of a genius, I tell you." "Well, I always said he took more after me," Lily stated, sending everyone but James in peals of laughter. "Where's Adrian?" Harry asked, concerned after some small talk was made. "He was talking with Hagrid along with Ron and a brunette," Sirius stated, wiggling his eyebrows. "Has Adrian found himself a girlfriend?" "Hermione is just a friend, I believe," Harry answered, saving his brother from Sirius's merciless teasing. The Weasley twins approached them then, smiling two identical smiles as they greeted everybody. "There you are, Harry. Great game, mate," one of them, probably George, exclaimed. "We just came to warn you that Oliver has been praising you to everyone willing to listen. So if he comes this way, you'd better run, lest he decides to proclaim his undying love to you." And like that they both left, leaving behind a perplexed Harry and his shaking with laughter family. "Well, that was interesting," Harry stated as he noticed Professor McGonagall approaching them. "Good morning, Professor." The boy greeted her and she graced him with a small smile. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I'm glad to see my choice to allow you in the team was rewarded." Then he turned to his parents and family. "Nice to see you all." "Good to see you too, Minnie," Sirius exclaimed as Harry tried to rein his laughter. Minerva eyed Sirius scathingly. "Sirius," he turned her attention back to Harry, "I just hope all that practice hasn't prevented you from finishing your Transfiguration essay." The professor asked, making Harry smile, surprising his family. Nobody smiled under Minerva's glares. Harry wouldn't have either. He usually felt the need to salute her or something, but the exhilaration from winning the mock was still there, and besides, "I finished it yesterday night, Professor. I knew there would be no time today." Minerva smiled again at his answer and nodded. "Young Harry is the first in his year, you know," she informed them, causing the boy to turn beet red and his mother to hug him. "You didn't tell us, Harry," she complained, messing up her younger son's hair. "I study a lot." Harry shrugged it off. "First in your year?" Sirius asked, mock horrified, as James nodded. "If we don't take care, you'll be a prefect in no time." His mock shudder turned real as Lily turned her eyes glaring at her husband. "I was just kidding, Lils." "Congratulations, Harry," Lupin stated, unfazed by his best friend's antics. "And don't listen to what he says, your dad's very proud of you." James was still being chastised and Harry's mind flew momentarily to Severus, hoping that he was indeed proud. "Great game, bro." Adrian's voice sounded from the door, and soon, after some quick introductions were made, the small group returned to the castle. Harry thought there were some conspiratory glances exchanged between his bother, Ron and Hermione, but he had no chance to press the subject as he soon had to bid his family goodbye. His brother and his friends had disappeared to Merlin knew where when he turned back to look for them. Harry thought there were some conspiratory glances exchanged between his bother, Ron and Hermione, but he had no chance to press the subject as he soon had to bid his family goodbye. his brother and his friends had disappeared to Merlin knew where when he turned back to look for them. And the conspiratorial glances and hushed tones continued for the whole month, and as Christmas drew nearer, Harry's nerves were being actively tested. At least his animagus transformation was almost completed, he thought with pride. He could now turn his whole body to a wolf except his head, but the process was almost done. He has heading to the library for some more sigils studying while he was supposed to research charms when he noticed three most recognizable figures of his brother and his two best friends, the trio that had become inseparable during the past month and a half. And they were going to the library. Now, Hermione he could accept cutting down her free time to study, but Adrian and Ron. And so close to lunchtime too. No way. Besides, this wasn't the first time something like that had happened. The green-eyed boy had often caught Adrian and his two friends looking over books in the library, but, as he usually was the first one there, he had no way to approach them without being seen. But today presented a unique opportunity. Without further thought, he waited for them to enter the library, counted to 100 and followed them in. He took a quick peek at them just to make note of the subject they were looking at, biographies and recent history. Why? And swiftly chose the row behind the one they were at. He pressed himself close to an opening between two bookcases and did his best to listen to their whispering. His efforts were soon rewarded by Ron's annoyed voice sounding muffled behind the bookcase. "Are you sure we're looking at the right books?" he asked, almost whining. "These are the books on great wizards and witches of our century, Ron. If Nicholas Flamel is mentioned anywhere, it should be here." Hermione answered, agitated, and Harry's brain did a double take. "Nicholas, books, Adrian, what? Yeah, but we've been looking for a bloody month and a half," Ron complained. "Look, Ron," Adrian stated, the soft scuffling sound accompanying his words indicating he had knocked some books over. "If we don't find out who Flamel is, then we have no clues as to what Fluffy guards." They knew the dog was called Fluffy too. But how? Harry tried to think back to when their strange behavior had started. As Ron so graciously had mentioned, it had been a month and a half ago, right after his first Quidditch game actually. But what could have caused such a change to occur? His mind was working on overdrive, trying to put the pieces together. He was talking with Hagrid along with Ron and a brunette. It was surprisingly his godfather's voice that came to mind. That's right, Adrian had been late that day because Ron, Hermione and himself had been talking to Hagrid. Hagrid, who had given the headmaster the Cerberus that was now guarding the stone. Hagrid, who, without a doubt, knew why a Cerberus of all creatures was needed to guard whatever was guarded in the school, Dumbledore would have told him. Hagrid, who couldn't lie to save his life. A few questions and a slip of the tongue and his brother could have easily learned about Nicholas. "But why can't we just ask someone already?" Ron whined. "It was a good question actually. Because that's the easiest way for Snape to find out, Ron." Adrian whispered back and Harry cocked an eyebrow in confusion. What did Sev have to do with all this? "I can't believe Dumbledore hasn't done anything about the Git yet," Ron exclaimed. "Hold on a minute. And he was right there in the third-floor corridor the night of the attack." Hermione agreed. "Just to think that my brother had to spend so much time with him growing up." Adrian added in anger. "Dad always said he was bad news. I bet that's why Harry's so skinny and pale. Snape must have him doing chores all day." "Yeah right," the wizard in question mused. "I had to live in a castle and travel around the world. Woe is me." Harry couldn't believe his ears. They thought that Severus was behind all this. "Now stop it, both of you," Hermione whispered. "We need to keep looking. And I need to get going," Harry thought, his mind intent on tracking down one Severus Snape. The potions master would be furious, Harry thought, and he would have every right to be too. "So let me get this straight, they think that I'm behind this?" Severus asked and broke into a fit of laughter. The green-eyed boy just looked at him surprised. "I don't think you heard me. They think that." "Oh, I heard you," Severus assured him, wiping the tears from his eyes. "But let's be honest here, Harry, whom did you think your brother would suspect?" "Flitwick. I just hoped—" "Oh, I don't know," Harry said, seating deeper in the armchair next to the roaring fire in Severus's office. "I just hoped that Adrian could look past all the nasty stuff Prongs and Sirius say about you." "Guess I was wrong," he mumbled the last part out. "It's fine really, I take it as a tribute to my amazing acting skills," Severus stated seriously, making Harry laugh, which had been the point all along. At least they have no idea where to search for Nicholas. I mean, I was 8 the first time I heard his name, and even back then I knew it reminded me something important. You would think that Adrian with all his training would have read about him somewhere. The boy complained. Well, there are always those chocolate frogs collective cards. Severus trailed off, making Harry chuckle. I didn't know Nicholas has one. He's been rather trying to keep a low profile. He doesn't have one per se, he's mentioned on Dumbledore's though. You should know, Harry stated dryly. Sometimes I believe you have more of a sweet tooth than Remus, and that says something. It does indeed, Severus agreed with a smirk. Anyway, as long as they keep searching in the wrong books, we'll be on the clear. And it's good to see that they're scared of me enough to not go around asking. They might end up asking the wrong people. The potions master concluded. Like Quirrell. Exactly like Quirrell. Severus agreed, his tone somber. But now tell me, are you still planning on staying at Hogwarts for the holidays? Yep. Adrian begged he could stay since Ron would too, what with his family going to Romania to visit Charlie and everything, and I figured it'd be best if I stayed too. Harry stated. Besides, Prongs has decided to take my mother abroad, something about a second honeymoon. Harry immediately wished he had swallowed his tongue. How could he let something like that slip? Severus, however, seemed bent on surprising him that day. Good, he offered. Lily deserves to be pampered once in a while. And in all honesty, he meant what he had said. He had even surprised himself a little, but he had finally managed to think of Lily and James together and not get even a tingle of pain in his gut. He just wanted to see the woman he cared about happy, and if James Potter could do that, then fine. He still loved Lily, he realized. He was his first and truest friend and a great woman. He just wasn't in love with her anymore. The realization brought a smile to his face. You okay, Dad? Harry asked, and Severus's smile widened. I'm actually great, thank you, Harry. Thank you for everything, kid, he thought as he looked at the surprised young wizard. I was just asking because I figured it would be as good opportunity as any to complete our animagus transformation. Really? Harry asked with a face-splitting smile. Really? You know you could have completed the transformation a month ago or so. Harry stated self-consciously. You didn't have to wait. Harry, I wanted to wait, we started this together. Severus stated in his I'm not kidding voice, and Harry smiled again. The holidays started soon, and the first day of Christmas break saw Hermione Granger leaving the castle, whispering something to Adrian and Ron that Harry was too far away to catch. Not that he needed to strain his imagination to figure out what it was about. He sighed, how he wished his brother would let him in on what they were planning. Then again, he figured, that was a little pretentious of him, considering what he was hiding from his brother himself. Still, he found a reason to be happy. He was to complete his transformation that night. All he had to do was wait till everybody was asleep and snatch the cloak. He smiled at the thought. Midnight found him smiling still, having just sneaked out of the common room, under the nose of a rather surprised fat lady. Severus answered the door on the first knock, and, after their glamour spells had been removed, they swooped into action. After practicing changing separate body parts at first, Severus deemed them ready for the full transformation. Just remember to keep thinking of how you want to end up, picture the wolf. The potions master reminded him as Harry nodded. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated. He held a picture of the black wolf he was attempting to become and commanded his body to start the change. The first thing he became aware of was the tingling sensation of fur sprouting on his body, then came the odd sensation of having his body pulled or pushed until it was shaped in the form instructed. When he could feel the changes no more, he opened his eyes. The world around looked different, he decided. The colors were off, and had he really heard somebody walking on the floor above him through some good 4 feet of compact stone? Apparently he had. Oh, and there was another wolf looking at him expectantly across the room. He almost jumped until he realized it was Severus. He let out a bark that seemed to be the wolf equivalent of a chuckle. Harry approached Severus and used his paw to push him back a little, only to have the potions master now turned wolf swat him across the back of his head, his teeth showing in some type of wolfish smirk. Severus the wolf was taller than him, Harry noted, but that was probably because he was younger. With an excited laugh howl, Harry jumped up and landed on all fours, running around the room for a while, barely noticing an amused Severus shaking his head. The potions master changed back, motioning Harry to do the same, It took some concentration, but Harry soon found himself in his normal body smiling wide at the potion's master. That was wicked, he decided, Severus laughing at his antics. I will have to agree, he stated. Now let's see if we can get the transformation occur faster, it has to come like second nature. And they did just that, training for an extra hour before any of them was satisfied with the progress they had made for the night. Harry was practically jumping up and down with joy, he was an animagus. An official and proper one. And the proof was, as he suspected, edged on his mark. He had felt the customary heat that could only mean something had changed in his emblem, and truly, there, right beneath the line that marked him as a parselmouth, inside one of the horizontal lines that composed his emblem, stood the two runes he could himself translate. Animagus. He left Severus's office smiling like a maniac, a book under his arm that Severus had brought from home. He had found it only a few days ago and had figured that the boy would like to take a look at it. It was entitled Eormenlof Deordryer in modern English, The Legacy of the Animagi. It was written in runes and the potion's master wanted Harry to try his hand in translating it. Harry spent most of that night doing just that. It was of no surprise that he found himself rudely awakened and much too early 2 days later on Christmas morning from the ever-anxious to open his presents Adrian. Harry would have laughed at his brother's antics had his bedside clock not informed him that he had slept only for 5 hours. He was still working on that book, keeping notes on the side as he went through it. It had proved quite an interesting read, especially the parts where it stated how the transformation affected the human form of the wizard just as much as the wizard's personality affected the outcome of the transformation. Apparently there were some characteristics that slipped through from one form to the other, but Harry was still looking into that part. Back to the present however, he was faced with a pile of presents at the foot of his bed and an anxious twin brother who was all but jumping on said bed to wake him up. "Come on, Harry," Adrian said excited. "We've got presents. And a Merry Christmas to you too, Adrian." Harry chuckled as his brother shrugged and wished him back. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Ron uttered amidst yawning, having quite obviously been awakened in the same way as the green-eyed wizard had been. Yeah, Merry Christmas to y'all. Can we open our presents now?" Adrian exclaimed exasperated as he regarded the pile of packages in front of his bed. Harry and Ron laughed at him but complied nonetheless, quite eager to go through their presents too now that they had somewhat woken up themselves. Harry knew he would have to visit Severus's office later to get his gifts from the potion's master and the Flamels, but the presents in front of him now looked just as promising. He started unwrapping and found a handmade flute from Hagrid, a brand new and equally handmade emerald green sweater from Mrs. Weasley. Harry loved those and the warm feeling that was hidden in every stitch, a book of spells best utilized for pranks from Sirius, and a yearly subscription to Transfiguration Weekly courtesy of Remus, accompanied a note stating that, though he might not understand everything he read, it would do him good if even half of what Minerva had claimed about his potential was accurate. And coming from Minerva McGonagall, the werewolf had stated, it probably was. Remus had no way of knowing the boy had wanted to subscribe in that magazine for ages but didn't know how to get it past his parents. He made a mental note to thank him personally for that. His parents had got him brand new Quidditch supply, including a preservation kit for his new broomstick which Harry regarded with a smile. They were in Paris, their letter informed him, and apparently having a blast. He took a small bite of the delicious chocolate fudge that accompanied Mrs. Weasley's sweater before Fred and George burst in to kidnap them for a family outing as they called it. Harry found himself smiling all the way to the end of the day. It definitely had something to do with the flower-adorned bonnet which Dumbledore wore instead of his wizard's hat. Harry could see the tiny indicators of Severus doing his best to hold back his laughter too. He walked briskly towards Severus's office, an hour before curfew, having mentioned to his brother that he had quite conveniently forgotten his potions textbook in the dungeons but never had gotten around to reclaim it. Ron couldn't understand why in the world Harry would want to visit the dungeons voluntarily on Christmas of all days, and the green-eyed boy quickly reminded him of the 3-feet-long essay they had to write on the 8 basic ingredients of potion making. Ron just blanched and nodded sullenly as Harry left the common room. He knocked on Severus's office and entered swiftly, locking the door behind him and getting rid of any concealment charms he was sporting. "Merry Christmas, Dad," the boy exclaimed as he ran to hug the potion's master who returned the gesture. "Merry Christmas to you too, Harry," said honorary proclaimed Dad wished back. "So, how was your first Christmas away from home? Odd, Harry announced immediately. But any day when Dumbledore chooses to wear a bonnet would be odd. Severus burst into the laughter he hadn't allowed himself all day. That man sometimes is too much for my poor nerves. Try keeping an impassive face when sitting next to that. The potions master agreed and pulled out his wand, waving it once, summoning 2 packages from behind his desk. I suppose you would want your presents, he stated with a smirk. I would rather like them, yes. Harry agreed neutrally before grinning at the parcels in his hands. They both looked like books of some sort, and he first unpacked the one that looked smaller. It turned out to be the gift from Nicholas and Perenelle. It was truly a book, from the alchemist's personal collection, according to the letter that accompanied it. Rubedo was its title, and Harry stood gaping at it for a few moments, before Severus broke the silence. I take it you didn't expect such a gift? The potions master asked, bemused. Expect? That's the, Harry mumbled incoherently. In full sentences now, if you please. Severus stated, chuckling as Harry recomposed himself. It's a book on the last step of creating the Philosopher's Stone. Harry spoke in a soft voice. The last chapter of the magnum opus, the secret of all secrets in alchemy. Severus was now staring at the book just as odd as Harry. Can you understand what this is? Nicholas must have written this himself, Harry exclaimed as he reverently turned the pages of the now clearly handwritten book. This was it, the final stage in becoming a full-fledged alchemist. Are you trying to tell me that Nicholas sent you the guidelines to create a Philosopher's Stone? Severus asked in a disbelieving voice. No, not the guidelines, Harry explained, touching the book gently, almost afraid it would disappear. It's the text that describes how the process looks like, the end result if you like. Every alchemist has to find their way to reach it, but it's like Nicholas has deemed me worthy to try and reach that level. This is huge, Sev. Harry explained seriously, and Severus placed his hand on his shoulder, understanding what this moment must mean to him. You did great, kid, he stated simply, and Harry smiled before blanching and starting to panic. But, it's too soon, he exclaimed suddenly. How could I be ready? Harry, breathe, the potions master ordered. You said it yourself, these are not the guidelines, it could take you years to reach that level. The boy seemed to calm down at Severus's logic. Sorry for that, he apologized, blushing. It's just, Nicholas's present kind of caught me by surprise. I noticed, the potions master offered with a smirk. Harry placed the book carefully on the Severus's desk and started unwrapping the potions master's present. First thing that he noticed was a silver ring with carved runes on it that Severus explained was charmed with a powerful trace me not spell. As long as you have it on, the potions master explained, you will not appear on any magical tracing device. It even blocks your trace to the ministry, provided you'll contain yourself to only a couple of minor spells in a muggle-populated area. I just figured it would be easier than renewing that spell every week. Harry smiled and placed the ring on the thumb of his right hand, covering it up with a concealment spell. He moved to the main part of the gift. It was another book, entitled, No Way, Harry exclaimed, running to hug Severus as tight as he could, a copy of The Art of the Broomsmith held tight in his hands. Where did you find that book? He asked, excited. I may or may not have bought a percentage of Obscurus Publications, the agency that once again may or may not print the original textbooks for the broomstick manufacturers. Severus stated calmly, looking at the gaping boy. Really? The older wizard nodded with a smirk. Wicked. It is, Severus offered before dissolving into laughter. But seriously now, this is just the first book of a series. Once you finish it, I'll give you the rest to read. Thanks, Dad, Harry stated brightly. Don't mention it, if you're truly interested into learning something new I'd be loath to not help you with it. The potions master reassured him. Harry smiled and pulled out a small package from his pocket, neatly wrapped in a dark blue paper with a gold ribbon. What's that? Severus asked, confused. A dung bomb, only wrapped very nicely, Harry stated dryly. It's your Christmas present. Severus's eyes widened. Harry always got him a present every Christmas. He was the only one that did any more actually, but this year he had expected that with school and everything. Not that Harry could give him a better gift than calling him Dad, still he couldn't help but feel that warmth spreading in his. Thank you, Harry, the potions master stated, taking the gift from the boy's extended hand. Open it first, Harry mumbled. It really isn't much, I mean, I made it by myself since I didn't have time to buy anything. If you don't like it." Severus in the meantime had unwrapped his gift carefully and opened the small box to find an equally small, sealed glass vial, wrapped with a wire of some off-black metal, containing what seemed to be iridescent crystals of some deep blue substance and a small heliodor with a carved sigil on it. The vial was filled with what seemed to be a translucent oil and was emitting a faint blue glow and a strong surge of magic. As that, Severus trailed off, looking at the tiny vial in shock. "It's an alchemic charm," Harry stated, blushing. "This specific one is of the enhancing type and it's designed to help you with your spell work," Harry explained. "The sigil allows it to store the unused magic which gets left behind when casting a spell. You can then use it anytime you want by simply clutching the charm when you cast another spell," the boy concluded, blushing deeply. Severus just stared on. "And you made this by yourself?" Severus asked, looking at the charm with awe, sitting back in his armchair. "Well, I asked Nicholas to send me the ingredients by all, but I designed the sigil and put the charm together, casting the spells needed for the past month or so myself. I know it's not much, but..." "Harry." Severus stopped him and looked straight into his eyes. "This," he started, pointing at the charm, "is a very rare, very valuable magical artifact. And for you making it by yourself. But it's basic sigil smith," Harry stated. "Any alchemist can. And how many alchemists are there? That are active today, I mean?" Severus asked seriously. "And from them, how many do you think would part with such a charm willingly?" Harry looked at him confused, never having considered the fact before. How many other alchemists were there? "Very few, I can assure you," Severus offered, as if reading his mind. "And none of them at Nicholas's level. Trust me when I say, this charm it's exceptional, Harry." Harry blushed even more. "Thanks," he muttered inaudibly as Severus pulled him into a hug. "Have I mentioned you're a genius lately?" And they both laughed. Harry soon had to leave as it was now almost curfew. He placed both books in his bag and bid Severus goodbye, leaving him staring at the charm before having to go out for his rounds. Harry himself skipped to the Gryffindor Tower. The moment he entered the common room, he headed straight for his bed, as fast as he could without actually running, pulled the curtains around him and pulled out Nicholas's present from his bag. He wasn't sure how long he had been reading, it must have been hours, but his attention was suddenly captured by the sound of a trunk opening and closing, disturbing the otherwise quiet room. The green-eyed wizard peeked behind his curtains slightly and barely managed to catch sight of his brother before he disappeared under the invisibility cloak, and it had been such a lovely day so far. Harry held back a sigh and stood up to follow his brother, quickly casting tracing spell on him as he walked through the common room's opening. He would just have to be extra careful and hope Adrian didn't choose to go past the areas Severus would be patrolling for the night. Which meant what? The area around the library. Goblin's Gold. Could his brother truly be heading? No way. But, as Harry came to realize, Adrian was indeed heading for the library. Hiding in the shadows, the younger Potter twin followed his brother's trace through the school and waited outside as he entered the library. It would be no use to follow him in there. He didn't have the cloak, and besides, he had a pretty good idea where his brother was headed. If he was right, he would only have to wait for a couple of minutes before. An expected piercing scream broke the silence of the night into teeny tiny pieces. Maybe Adrian should heed Hermione's advice for once and read Hogwarts: A History. If he had read it, he would have known that all books in the restricted section scream bloody murder if a student tried to read them without permission. Not one to disappoint, Filch appeared through a hidden passageway. Harry made a mental note to remember that one and run straight for the library, his cat Mrs. Norris, following closely. The trace he had placed on his brother clearly indicated he had ran right under Filch's extended arm, the irony, and was now running towards the east wing and away from the grand staircase. Something told him that his brother was completely lost. Harry waited for Filch to exit the library and enter the same hidden passageway through which he had come from before, following his brother. While moving thus hidden, he could hear two pairs of footsteps coming his way. One had to be Filch while the other. The restricted section. Well, they can't be far, we'll catch them. Severus's falsely cold voice echoed through the corridor as Harry hid into an empty classroom waiting. When the two men passed him by, he exited the room and kept following his brother's trace. Adrian seemed to be hidden in a classroom 2 doors from the one he had chosen. He also showed no indication he would leave anytime soon. But what could he be doing in that empty classroom? Whatever it was, it had already taken him half an hour at least, Harry thought after some more wait. The cluttering of an armor was heard in the distance. Probably Peeves was back to his old tricks, and that seemed to remind Adrian he had to move. He exited the classroom almost inaudibly and run back the way he came. Harry would have followed him, but he couldn't help his curiosity peaking. What could lie in that room? He quickly stepped through the door his brother had left slightly open and looked around. On first glance, it looked just like what you'd expect from a presently empty classroom. The desks and chairs piled up near the wall, their dark forms quite clear in the background. What was out of place, however, stood right in the middle of the room, claiming his attention. It was a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame standing on two clawed feet. There was an inscription carved on top, Warized Straw Eru Oytube Kafru Oyt on Woshi. What kind of language was that? It wasn't Old English for sure. Harry pondered the writing for a few seconds until it hit him. This was a mirror after all, why not read the inscription backwards? I show not your face but your heart's desire. That made more sense in a way and raised more questions at the same time. But what could the inscription mean, he wondered, as he finally looked into the mirror. His breath caught in his throat, his reflection showed him as he really was, without his concealment charms. Could he have forgotten to cast them? Of course not. He remembered it quite clearly. As he looked at the mirror again, he noticed his reflection wasn't on its own. He looked behind him, but the room was empty. Still next to him on the mirror, with one hand on his left shoulder, stood Severus. But not the Severus everybody knew and feared, it was Sev as Harry knew him, his real self. And next to them stood Harry's family. They were all smiling, no trace of the ever-present fear in their eyes. Sirius and Prongs didn't look at Sev with disgust, and Remus seemed healthier than ever. Harry smiled at the reflection, thinking just how great it could be if, suddenly he frowned and shook his head. What did the inscription say again? I show not your face, so is that what my heart desires the most? Harry wondered. To be free, to be myself and accepted for it. The green-eyed wizard touched the image with his fingers once, tentatively. He then sighed and turned his back on the mirror and its false promises. If he ever wanted to make his wish come true, what he really shouldn't do was stand there and waste away wishing, he would have to act. He closed the door behind him and walked away, hating the mirror just a little. And when his brother and Ron disappeared the next night, Harry didn't bother to follow them. He then sighed and turned his back on the mirror and its false promises. If he ever wanted to make his wish come true, what he really shouldn't do is stand there and waste away wishing, he would have to act. He closed the door behind him and walked away, hating the mirror just a little. And when his brother and Ron disappeared the next night, Harry didn't bother to follow them. The nightly visits of his brother to the mirror continued for a few days until stopping abruptly before managing to alert Harry too much. Adrian seemed decided to not use the cloak for the rest of Christmas holidays, burying it deep into his trunk, and the green-eyed wizard couldn't be happier for his decision. The beginning of term brought out Oliver Wood's fanatic side to the surface. The second match of the year for Gryffindor was drawing near, and this time it was against Hufflepuff. Harry laughed with mirth as he returned from one of the muddiest trainings he had ever had, remembering how Severus had mentioned he was even willing to referee if that gave him the opportunity to fly. He had a quick shower and headed for the common room, meeting a hopping Neville near the entrance. Harry just looked at him frozen for a second before approaching him and casting the counter curse. It was quite obvious that someone had tried the leg-binding curse on him. Are you all right, Neville? Harry asked, helping the round-faced boy stand straight. What happened? Malfoy. Neville mumbled as they entered the common room. I met him outside the library. He said he'd been looking for someone to practice that on. They had approached Adrian and his friends at that point, and Hermione overheard the conversation. What are you two talking about? Neville explained in a few short sentences, and Hermione reacted immediately. Go to Professor McGonagall. Report him. Neville shook his head, resigned. I don't want more trouble. Ron encouraged the shy Gryffindor to not allow Malfoy step all over him, but Neville got the message wrong. There's no need to tell me I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor, Malfoy's already done that. What he meant, Harry explained, is that you shouldn't allow Malfoy put you down. The Hat chose you for Gryffindor, never forget that. It's been on that job for quite some time to know what it does, and obviously thought you brave enough. You're worth 12 of Malfoy. Neville looked at the younger Potter twin surprised. Harry's right, Adrian added, searching in his pocket and pulling out a chocolate frog, giving it to Neville. You're a Gryffindor. And where's Malfoy? In stinking Slytherin. Harry didn't necessarily agree with the characterization chosen for the House of Snakes but let it pass this once, seeing the weak smile it put on Neville's face. Thanks Adrian, Neville said, taking the frog. I think I'll go to bed. Do you want the card? You collect them, don't you? And the boy gave Adrian the card. Harry's heart skipped a beat at the image of the headmaster on it, recalling Severus's words. A small sing-song voice in his head reminded him that truly no good deed goes unpunished. Dumbledore again, Adrian stated sullenly. I must have him over 5 times. I'm only missing, and then he gasped as he turned the card around to read the text. He looked at Ron and Hermione as if he wanted to tell them something and then stopped looking at his brother. Knowing there was nothing he could do at that point, Harry smiled, or tried to, without being too sure of his success, and turned to leave. I'm going to read a bit on Transfiguration Weekly. I've never managed to look at the latest one, what with all of Wood's training. And he left for his room, quickly retrieving said magazine and running back downstairs, catching his brother's exclamation as he went. I've found him. Ruddy hell. Hermione was nowhere to be seen when he returned, but she soon made her reappearance, holding a quite familiar tome in her hands. Harry recognized the book as it was the same copy of Dumbledore's work he had seen back at Potter Manor. When Hermione turned the pages and pointed at a page to a shocked Adrian and Ron, Harry wasted no time. He left the common room, unnoticed by the encompassed in their finding trio, walking calmly until the fat lady covered the opening behind him. After that he ran in a mad rush all the way to the dungeons, scaring a few fellow students on the way and ignoring all chastising to slow down from the portraits, mercifully not running into a professor to, finally, knock out of breath on Severus' office's door. The potions master opened the door confused as Harry rushed in. We've got a problem, Harry stated, gasping for air. Don't we always? Severus muttered as Harry explained the situation at hand. Yes, it seems we've got a problem, he agreed, rubbing his temples. Of all the rotten luck. My thoughts exactly, Harry stated, nodding gravelly. And now what? Nothing. What could we do? Severus stated, sighing. We'll just have to be twice as careful to not let your brother ever approach that trapdoor. Not that he could get past Fluffy or any of the other trials that easily, but he'd better not even approach it. The boy nodded, having heard about the trials before. The chamber where the stone was kept the same night he told Severus he knew about the stone. It's just so frustrating, Harry exclaimed after some thought. I feel like he's going to deliver himself to Voldemort if he keeps going that way. We won't let that happen, Harry, Severus stated decisively. But remember, we don't want Voldemort to know of his mistake yet, if he doesn't already. You keep an eye on your brother and I'll do the same with Quirrell. It's all we can do for now. The boy nodded again, not really liking their options. Do you think there's anything more you can do on Quirrell's side of the equation? He asked, not liking the idea of the renegade teacher running around the school unobstructed. Maybe he and I are a little overdue for some quality time. I might as well threaten him to his face, see how that goes. At least that would be some progress, Harry thought. The days passed quite quickly after that, and soon it was the time for the second game of the season. Maybe the snitch felt that Harry's heart was far too troubled to stay tuned into the game for long, and it decided to indulge him quickly. Maybe he just had talent enough to pull it off. No matter what, it seemed to be the fastest snitch catch anybody present could recall. No team had time enough to score a single point as the green-eyed wizard caught the elusive golden ball in less than 4 minutes. Oliver was ecstatic, jumping up and down with joy. They were now first in run for the House Cup, right in front of Slytherin. His parents couldn't make it this time, but Sirius could, much to Harry's amusement. The dog Animagus was looking at him with awe and was already planning his career as a professional Quidditch player. Adrian was actually agreeing, and that didn't much help Harry's case. After some light conversation with him and Remus, who looked unimaginably pale, only 3 days after the full moon he decided to put his Nimbus back in the lockers before returning to the castle, parting ways with his godfather and honorary uncle who would accompany Adrian back to Hogwarts before leaving the castle. He was walking quite lost in thought, surprisingly not because of the stone or Voldemort for once, from something Sirius had let slip out for his parents' second honeymoon and the cross look on Moony's face that caused him to change the subject faster than Harry could blink. It seemed that their trip hadn't been quite the success. He had just exited the lockers when a hooded figure left the castle quite in a hurry. Hood or not, he would recognize Severus anywhere. At the same time, the sound of a different pair of footsteps snapped him out of his reverie and he instinctively hid inside a closet. The second pair of footsteps turned out to belong to no other than Adrian. The hazel-eyed boy entered the lockers and came back with a school broom a few seconds later, apparently not having managed to pry Harry's Nimbus 2000, as the green-eyed wizard had placed enough spells on it to not even bulge from its position. Some nastier ones too. Did someone decide to be persistent? Hoping on it, he followed the potion's master from above. Harry sighed in frustration and went back to retrieve his own broom. Why, oh why did this have to happen every single time? Taking the long way around, Harry followed his brother by air, having an odd sense of déjà vu. His brother finally landed on a tree next to the sound of Severus's voice, and Harry landed noiselessly in a thick breech tree right behind his brother. He could just make out two shapes in the dark clearing beneath them. Oh, I thought we'd keep this private. The students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone after all. The potion's master stated coldly. Have you found a way to get past Hagrid's beast yet? Severus asked, and Harry didn't need to hear the stuttering to know it was Quirrell who answered. Seems that Severus had decided to have that conversation after all, the boy thought with a smirk. But Severus, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell. The potion's master stated, making Harry want to applaud. I don't know what you know perfectly well what I mean. Quirrell seemed to be shaking, Harry noted. Good. The green-eyed wizard tried to hear what Severus said next, but a loud hoot from an owl, hidden somewhere among the trees, prevented him from doing so. Just like the troll incident on Halloween. I'm waiting. Oh, Sev had confronted him about the Halloween fiasco. Harry wondered what could Quirrell possibly have to say to that. But don't. Very well. We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie. And on that tone, he pulled his cloak's hood over his head again and left the clearing and what appeared to be a petrified Quirrell behind him. Harry waited for both the defense teacher and his brother to leave before flying back to the school himself and running to the Gryffindor Tower. At least now, he imagined, Adrian would abandon the foolish notion of Severus being behind it all. His hopes had proven to be for naught as, while he was on his way to the common room, he caught his brother, Ron and Hermione running into an empty classroom. A little eavesdropping later and the green-eyed wizard was ready to hit his head against the wall. Hard. Apparently the whole confrontation in the forest had convinced Adrian of quite the opposite. He now seemed to think that not only Severus was trying to steal the stone, apparently the trio had already realized it was the Philosopher's Stone that was guarded under that trapdoor, but now he was certain that it was the potion's master that had let the troll into the school, cursed all and its hooting, and that Quirrell was what was standing between him and his goal. To put it simply, he was convinced that Quirrell was the one protecting the stone and Severus the one out to get him. Bloody prejudices. Harry walked sullenly back into the common room where he was engulfed by his partying housemates that congratulated him for such an exemplary win. Severus was going to love this, Harry thought sarcastically. As it turned out, Severus didn't, even with his caustic humor. What both of them found amusing, however, was catching the trio with their ears stuck on the door of the forbidden corridor, trying to listen if Fluffy was still there, alive and well. You know, Severus stated during one of their weekly swordfight practices, what I find interesting is that your brother believes that, in a fight between me and that Cerberus, I'd win. Harry, who was caught mid-swing, almost lost his balance from the mental image. What they didn't find amusing was their inability to act further. Harry found himself at the library, doing some reading on the second book from the broom-making series Severus had bought him, when Hagrid made his appearance. A strange image on itself. Not that Hagrid was stupid, he just generally preferred a more practical approach than research. The green-eyed wizard observed him from the corner of his eyes, trying to remember which category of books was the one he was looking at. It was the Magizoology part of the library, of course, but those 3 bookcases were solely on dragon care. Nah, that couldn't be right. Just as he had decided to go and look for himself when Hagrid left the library, Hermione approached him. Knowing that this was a conversation he most likely would want to hear, he moved as close as possible while remaining inconspicuously seated on the same bench. He could just make out their voices. And we know that the dog's guarding the Philosopher's Street, Ron stated, causing Hagrid to shush him, only to have Adrian ask him about the other means of guarding the stone except Fluffy. Harry felt he should prepare for the worst when he heard the giant invite them to his home to explain later. Without deliberating on it much, Harry ran to the Gryffindor Tower thinking he was doing quite a lot of running these days because of Adrian and his friends, and grabbed the invisibility cloak, hiding it under his robes. He then proceeded to walk casually towards the Great Hall, waiting for his brother to arrive. It only took a total of 20 minutes before the trio made its appearance. Harry waited till they exited the Great Hall and then followed them, hiding under the cloak the moment he reached the first dark corner. He walked just a few feet behind them and swiftly entered the giant's hut along with his brother and his friends, sitting in the far corner of the sole room that composed Hagrid's home. Despite good weather, the fire was lit behind the grand chair Hagrid was seated on, and the curtains were drawn shut to the sunny day outside, the first after a line of rainy weeks. Harry sat there and tried to contain his gasp of shock as Hagrid explained everything to his twin brother, though their expression when they found out that Severus was one of those assigned to guard the stone was priceless. Not that it said much, since Quirrell was one of the stone's guardians too, but there was no holding his gasp, however, when Adrian noticed the dragon egg in the fireplace. Hagrid was actually trying to make it hatch. And where did he get a dragon egg in the first place? As Ron mentioned, quite correctly, dragon breeding had been banned for 300 years. Harry left the hut that afternoon with one more reason to be worried. "He's got a what?" Severus asked, his face a mask of shock. He thought he had heard that Hagrid had a Norwegian Ridgeback's egg hatching in his hut, but that couldn't be the case. "He's got a Norwegian Ridgeback's egg hatching in his hut," Harry repeated. "Why?" was all that Severus could think of asking, all other questions paling in comparison. "I've been asking myself that since I saw the egg." "Any ideas on why he has the egg, or on what he should do with it?" the boy asked. "I would say on both, but, for the sake of whatever is left of my mental health, let's stick with how to deal with it part," Severus offered. Harry shrugged. "If we tell anybody about the egg, Hagrid loses his job and might even end up in Azkaban for endangering the lives of students," the raven-haired boy stated. "Hagrid might be a little spontaneous at times, but his job is his life. I don't want to see him lose it." Severus nodded. "I see your point." The potions master agreed with a soft smile. "And Azkaban truly isn't the place for him. But he can't keep the egg. I don't see him parting with it before it hatches," Harry imputed. "You said he has placed it over open fire already." "Yes. In that case the hatching process has already begun. The dragon will be ready to hatch in a few days," Severus informed him. "Lovely," Harry commented dryly. "At least nobody else knows but Adrian and his friends." "No, just my brother, Ron and Hermione, and now the two of us," Severus nodded. But what to do with a dragon? They both stood to contemplate the situation. Harry suddenly had an epiphany. "Charlie." "Who?" Severus asked, snapping out of his reverie. "Charlie Weasley, Ron's older brother, the one that works with dragons in Romania," Harry exclaimed. "I might be able to hint something to my brother so that Charlie will be on the top of his head. They already tried to get Hagrid to get rid of the egg." "It's the best we can do," Severus agreed. "Let's just hope that nobody finds out about it." But it wasn't to be. From all the people in Hogwarts, it seemed that Draco Malfoy was the one who found out. Harry couldn't be sure since he didn't follow his brother to Hagrid's hut every day, but he knew the dragon had hatched, that Hagrid called him Norbert, and that Malfoy had been smirking far too much towards the trio's direction to not know. What a mess, almost as much as Ron's hand that Norbert had treated as his new chew toy. And then, 4 days after that incident, Harry heard that his brother, Hermione, and Neville, and who could have seen that one coming, had cost Gryffindor House 150 points in a single night, trying to snuggle the dragon out of the castle. And landed themselves a detention. Ruddy hell. And the detention, as Severus found out from a raging Minerva McGonagall, was to be at the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest. Harry chalked out in disbelief. "I don't know what your brother said, but he must have really angered Minerva," Severus agreed. "But we can't let them into the forest alone," Harry exclaimed, crazy scenarios weaving themselves into his head. "No, we can't," Severus stated thoughtfully before smirking. "You know, maybe it's time to give those wolf forms of us a chance to run in their natural environment. Don't you think so?" The answering smirk he got a perfect copy of his own. And so it was decided. Next night found Harry leaving the common room after his brother and rushing to meet Severus at the exit of the dungeons. It took him a little longer than was expected since Adrian had forgotten the cloak, apparently, in the astronomy tower while smuggling Norbert out. None of them had mentioned that to their parents, of course, as the hazel-eyed Potter twin had received his second Holwar this year, even with that little detail left untold. About time, Severus whispered to him the moment he turned around the corner. Filch just took Adrian and the rest out to the grounds. He always tends to give those serving detentions long speeches though, so we should have enough time. Harry nodded and they left, two hooded figures hiding in the shadows approaching the forest quickly. Once they were hidden, they placed their wands. Inside the holsters Severus had got them ingenious inventions really that tightened or loosened with the animagus's transforming body, allowing them to carry their wands on their person even when transformed and turned themselves into a pair of black wolves. Severus, who was more familiar with the forbidden forest, led the way. They ran swiftly through the thick trees, sense of sight and hearing much improved in that form. A light between the branches ahead and the voice of Hagrid chastising Filch informed them that they had reached their destination. They watched as the small group of 6, if you included Hagrid's dog Fang, split in two, following the silvery traces on the forest floor, unicorn blood. Harry turned to look at Severus, who just shook his head. He hadn't heard anything about unicorn blood. This was bad, really bad. Only one person, if he could be called, that they knew of was desperate enough to kill unicorns for their blood, and, if their assumptions were correct, Adrian was in a whole more lot of trouble than they initially thought. Adrian was in the same group with Hermione and Hagrid at the beginning. They met with 2 centaurs in their way, Bane and Roran, that seemed intent on repeating that Mars was shining unusually bright that night. Harry wasn't truly professed in the centaur's version of soothsaying, not that he was in the wizard's techniques, but he digressed still. Them repeating it over and over couldn't be good. But those 2 were actual centaurs and, despite his worry, he couldn't help but feel a little odd. The group soon changed, after a rather stupid move on Malfoy's part that made Severus growl viciously, and Adrian found himself stuck with the blonde and Hagrid's dog. As luck would have it, they followed the trail that led them straight into the clearing where the dead unicorn lay. Harry's heart tightened in his. The image of the unicorn dead on the ground seemed fundamentally wrong. His mind quickly entertained the idea of what a war unicorn, who had ways of defending itself much more aggressively than its white-haired cousin, would have done to its assailant. Now that would be a sight. Not that he got to ponder on the mental image of the Dark Lord being chased around by an angry, 7-feet-tall war unicorn for more than a few seconds. A hooded figure entered the clearing and bowed down next to the unicorn, drinking its blood. A blood-churning scream later, courtesy of one Draco Malfoy, the hooded figure that could be no other than Lord Voldemort himself, stood straight and started advancing towards the frozen older Potter twin. Harry was ready to transform back and do, he didn't know what exactly. Something. Anything. But what? The sound of approaching hoods stopped him as a third centaur, a younger one, with ash blonde hair and a palomino body, jumped behind a tree and attacked the hooded figure. Voldemort run more like floated away and the centaur approached Adrian. As he introduced himself as Firenze, Harry felt close to crying. His brother was almost attacked by the Dark Lord, right there, in front of his own 2 eyes. His heart was beating like crazy, his mind was clouded. His brother had almost died and he had done nothing but stare. He followed Severus, who in turn followed Firenze, who had taken Adrian on his back and was leading him to Hagrid. He barely registered the 2 angry centaurs they crossed paths with, and the relief never reached his heart once his brother was reunited with the rest of the group. He felt worthless, all of his training and he had done nothing, his brain freezing in fear. What if Firenze hadn't been there? Would he have acted in time, or would Severus have had to intervene? The potion's master led them back to where they had entered the forest and reversed the animagus transformation, soon standing in front of the green-eyed boy back to his normal self, waiting for him to do the same. He could instinctively tell something was wrong with the boy, more than the shock of just meeting with the most feared dark wizard of the century. And when Harry did transform back, one look into his misty eyes was all it took to confirm his fears. He didn't know what was going on in Harry's head, and the boy had the tendency to think too much. He didn't know what to do to fix whatever was wrong. All Severus could do was hold Harry tight as he cried with a desperation he had never witnessed in the boy before. And when Harry did transform back, one look into his misty eyes was all it took to confirm his fears. He didn't know what was going on in Harry's head, and the boy had the tendency to think too much. He didn't know what to do to fix whatever was wrong. All Severus could do was hold Harry tight as he cried with a desperation he had never witnessed in the boy before. Severus was observing Harry from a distance. For the first few days after they had returned from the Forbidden Forest, the boy seemed like a shadow of himself, not making eye contact, stealing glances at his brother just to assure himself he was still there. And then, out of the blue, a few days before the exams started, a new fire started burning in Harry's eyes, and he talked to Severus about just what had happened. The potions master couldn't believe in his ears. Was Harry seriously blaming himself for being scared upon meeting the Dark Lord essentially for the first time? Upon witnessing said Dark Lord drinking unicorn's blood in a dark clearing inside the Forbidden Forest. Everybody would be scared. Hell, he had been scared too. And he made sure to tell him so. After all, only a fool or a madman could stand in front of such a scene and not feel fear, and Harry was neither. But what he had to say, even if it soothed the boy's guilt, and it was just like Harry to feel guilty about something he could not control, that incorrigible, lovable son of his did nothing to quench that fire in his eyes. Harry had seen Voldemort, had felt for the first time just how real the threat he posed was, and he was determined to fight. The potions master didn't know if he should be terrified or not, seeing Harry so decided. He probably would have been. He was always afraid something would happen to the boy. He couldn't help it if he wasn't so proud at the same time. Harry on his part had done his best to overcome his guilt. In all truth, he couldn't say he had succeeded completely, but a late-night realization while he was revising for his transformation exam made him snap out of his self-pitying. What in Merlin's name was he doing? He was supposed to be training, he was supposed to be improving. He felt so angry at himself for not reacting, so he had decided to pick up a book and hide behind it. His anger flared and burned away any traces of fear that might have been left behind. It flared, it rose and burned, and with a final burst dispersed, leaving behind clarity and calmness as such he had never felt before. He would train, he would improve, and he would never allow himself to freeze in a situation like that again. He couldn't promise to himself that he wouldn't be afraid, for his heart he could not control, and really, how many times had Severus warned him against trying? But he wouldn't allow his fear to stop him again. And Harry had chuckled, his heart lighter than it had been for days. He had run down the stairs to the common room and gave his brother a tight one-armed hug, leaving him startled. What was that about? Adrian, who was deep in a conversation with Ron and Hermione, asked. I just finished what I needed to review for transformation and felt like sharing, Harry stated with a wide grin, before walking back to his bed to actually finish revising. See what studying too much can do to you, Hermione. He heard Ron ask as he walked away. You should stop before you lose your marbles too. Harry had spent his days since then studying as always, his decisiveness reinforced. The exams passed like a breeze, for him at least. Hermione had seemed determined to surpass his scores, but even she stepped back after Harry transformed the mouse he was given to a snuffle box made of pure gold and precious stones, its design so ornate even Professor McGonagall had to pause before smiling widely at him. The last exam, History of Magic, came to an end in a general atmosphere of joy. They were finally done. The results would be out in a weekend. With the last Quidditch game 2 days later, the official end of their first year at Hogwarts was nigh. Harry's good mood lasted only up to the moment when he caught sight of his brother's shocked face as he dragged Ron and Hermione with him towards Hagrid's hut. Something told him that Adrian had finally wondered where Norbert's dragon egg had come from. He and Severus had already drawn the conclusion that the incident had Quirrell's name written all over it. The chance it was a coincidence was 1 in a million if one considered the timing, and Harry and Severus had taken that Quirrell knew how to get past Fluffy as a given. All he was missing now was the opportunity. With that knowledge, the potions master had sent Nicholas a letter, telling him of his worries, but the alchemist, knowing that if the stone wasn't safe in Hogwarts then it wasn't safe anywhere, answered that he would take his chances. Harry had sighed and hoped they would be able to stop any attempts Quirrell made. He was returning from Severus's office after reading that letter, thinking of how he might yet persuade Nicholas to hide the stone elsewhere. He entered the common room with a sigh, not really expecting to find anyone awake so late at night. He should have known better. Right there, in the middle of the floor, lay the clearly petrified body of one Neville Longbottom. Harry's mind jumped into action, Neville had clearly been petrified after everybody else had already gone to sleep, or else someone would have noticed. And since the chances of an outside attack targeted on Neville was highly unlikely, it must have been one of the Gryffindors that had casted the Petrificus Totalis. The only reason to do it would be if Neville got in their way. And after the 150 points lost and a detention in the Forbidden Forest, there were only 3 people Neville might oppose to sneaking out at night. Besides, there were only 3 people that might have reason to. And who knows how long they were gone already. "Oh brother, what have you done?" Harry turned around immediately without alerting Neville, who seemed to have dozed off anyway to his presence. He left the common room in a daze, heading for the 3rd floor and the forbidden corridor, his wand in hand. He wanted to go and get Severus first, but 1 second of delay might even be too much. The green-eyed boy ran as fast as his feet could take him, not caring, maybe hoping at that point if he met with a teacher on his way. He didn't though, and by the time he reached the forbidden corridor he was in a half-mad state. Fluffy was barking from behind the door, and only then did Harry realize he had no idea how to get past him. But for once subtlety wasn't the point. If he had to tear a Cerberus to pieces in order to get to his brother, then so be it. He pushed the door open softly, not wanting to alert the dog of his presence immediately. The dog was barking over the open trapdoor, making it clear that someone had gone through him. At least his brother had survived that. He scanned the room quickly, his attention being drawn by 2 things. 1. The invisibility cloak was discarded on the floor. 2. A harp lay half broken a few feet away. There was only one reason why the harp should be there. With a quick reparo that got the dog's attention, the harp was as good as new. Another flick of his wand made the harp strings produced sound. The spell wasn't going to last for long, and the sound produced couldn't be classified as a tune exactly, but it seemed to affect Fluffy nonetheless. His eyes closed and he fell on the floor in a heap. Harry grabbed the cloak, threw it around himself and walked towards the trapdoor. He cast a lumos down the trapdoor, the beam from his wand illuminating what appeared to be some type of a crawling plant. Highly doubting the possibility Dumbledore had asked Professor Sprout to plant Hunale, Harry held on his wand and jumped. The plant did break his fall and then proceeded to try and break his bones, vines encircling his legs, marking the plant as a devil's snare. "I don't have time for this," Harry mumbled and pointed his wand at the plant. Incendio. Bright red flames erupted from his wand, causing the plant to retreat close to the wall. The boy took off running the same second. The next door he pushed led him to a room where thousands of multicolored birds fluttered around. 3 broomsticks were thrown haphazardly next to the exit door, and Harry could only guess who had used them. He approached the door to find it locked, and he instinctively knew there was no spell he could cast that would get him through without the key. And speaking of keys, he looked up again. The birds turned out to not be birds at all, but winged keys. And the one he was looking for must be old, the boy thought, and large, silver and tattered if it had already been used twice. He picked up a broom and took off, his eyes searching manically for the right key. And he found it a few moments later, his seeker talent coming through. With almost jerky movements, he placed it in the keyhole and opened the door. He tightened his grip on his wand, secured the cloak around him and opened the door. There seemed to be a huge chessboard in front of him while an open door waited for him across the room. For a few seconds he was afraid he would have to play his way through when luck decided to be on his side. A disheveled and crying Hermione appeared amongst the rumbles, running towards the chessboard, her eyes stuck somewhere in the left corner of the room where a passed-out Ron lay. Harry had no time to stop. Wishing the redhead was okay, he saw his chance and took it, running across the room the same time as Hermione. The presence of someone who had apparently already beat the chessboard proved to be enough to stop a second game from beginning. The stench coming from the next chamber was enough to forewarn him of what was to come before the fainted troll came into view. Harry doubled his speed, only one trial left, he knew. And then the final chamber where his brother stood alone with Quirrell, or even Voldemort. Flames engulfed both entrance and exit as he walked through the second-to-last door. The message on the parchment Severus had left was clear, and Harry debated his choices. There it was, he figured, picking up the small vial. There was barely enough left for one person. Not pausing to think, he just gulped it down and walked through the black flames, the icy sensation of the potion boding well with the cold feeling in his. He walked hastily towards the next chamber only to pause in shock with what he found. Quirrell was there as expected, and so was his brother, mercifully still standing even if he was wrapped in thick rope head to toe, and behind them the very same mirror he had held his brother so captivated 6 months ago. The mirror that showed your heart's deepest desire. How good could it be that it was in this chamber? Not very good, Harry could bet on that. Quirrell went on explaining how he had let the troll in the school and how he worked for Voldemort. Adrian put up a brave front, but Harry could tell he was intimidated. I see the stone, I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? Quirrell mumbled to himself, turning his back on Adrian who just stood petrified. Maybe the stone is inside the mirror. Do I have to break it? The defense teacher was getting more agitated by the second. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. Harry stood petrified as a voice answered to his plea, seemingly coming out of Quirrell himself. Use the boy, use the boy. Quirrell turned towards Adrian and, with a flick of his wrist, the ropes bidding Adrian into place disappeared and the boy was free to move. Quirrell ordered him to get close and look into the mirror. That's just what Adrian did. Harry couldn't understand what was going on. Well? Asked Quirrell impatiently. What do you see? I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. Adrian stated. Harry knew his brother well enough to tell he was lying. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell cursed again and pushed the boy aside. Adrian seemed to take the hint and decided to run. He turned around, his hand clutching over his pocket. And it was at that very second that Harry realized his brother had somehow gotten the Philosopher's Stone. He lies, the high voice sounded again, coming from Quirrell without him ever moving his lips. Potter, come back here. Adrian didn't stop. I said come back. And he pulled his wand to cast a quick stupefy. Adrian fell head first on the floor and there he lay as the voice spoke again. So this is how it ends. Adrian Potter, the boy who lived will die tonight. Let me look at him before he dies. I have waited 10 years for this, the voice said as Harry moved closer quietly, his wand pointing at Quirrell under his cloak. He was ready to do anything that might be needed. Master, you're not strong enough. Quirrell protested. I have strength enough. For this, the voice insisted, and Quirrell started unwrapping his turban slowly until it was all gone and then turned around. Harry bit into his cheek as not to scream. He bit so hard he could taste the coppery tang of his own blood. So that was Lord Voldemort. He looked at the man that had tried to kill him and his brother as babies, the man that was threatening his brother's life once again, or at least what was left of him. A deformed, snake-like face with red eyes stood where the back of Quirrell's head should be, looking at his fainted brother with pure malice. We meet again, Adrian Potter. Voldemort said. I expected more from you, at least last time we faced each other you managed to look me in the eyes. He scoffed. You won't get a second chance. Kill him off and take the stone, it's on him somewhere. The Dark Lord ordered with a cold voice. Yes, master. Quirrell said obediently, almost reverently. Goodbye, Adrian Potter. Voldemort said as Quirrell turned towards the fainted boy. As Voldemort was talking, all the fear Harry felt, the mortification of his brother's impending doom that had caused him to freeze, instantly transformed to red-hot anger and from that to a scorching white rage. Voldemort was a monster and Quirrell was helping him. The Dark Lord tarnished what he touched, polluted it, eradicated it. And now he went after his brother. One of his first lessons in alchemy crept into his troubled thoughts as he grasped his wand tight under the cloak. If all else fails, Harry, always remember, fire purges all that is impure. Nicholas's voice rang inside his head. In the years to come, Harry would look back and wonder how he had managed to do what he did. It wasn't that he had practiced a wordless spell before. All he would remember afterwards was that, as Quirrell raised his wand towards Adrian, he had pointed his against him and had pushed all his will to one single incantation, the only large-scale spell he knew. Save it Infernalis. And though not a sound left his lips, a large, deep red wave of flames sprung from his wand and hit Quirrell, who was leaning over Adrian, ready to deliver the final strike straight into his, throwing him to the other side of the room. The defense against the dark arts teacher screamed with all he had as the fire, instead of going out, grew and grew, spinning around him like an infernal tornado, engulfing him and spreading upwards, the flame tongues licking the ceiling. Dark smoke, faintly reminiscent of a human form, flew from the raging flames to the room and out the door with a terrible scream. The Dark Lord had abandoned Quirrell and was fleeing the battle. He passed over Adrian as he flew, cursing him again for whatever magic it was that was stored in him that had almost caused his demise for a second time. All Harry could do was look at the Dark Lord as he escaped. He wanted to run at his brother, he wanted to make sure he was safe, that he was alive, but his body refused to cooperate as his brain finally caught up to what he had done. The flames still raged on, and Quirrell was inside them. There was no way he could escape them. He had killed him. He had killed. Instead of going towards his brother, he took a step backwards, his hand still grasping his wand falling limp on his side and under the cloak. A few seconds ticked by as the flames began to disperse. Harry barely registered footsteps echoing swiftly on the corridor behind him and only noticed Albus Dumbledore when he passed him by. The older man took a look at the flames frozen before leaning over Adrian. Harry couldn't take this any longer. Barely controlling his own 2 feet, he walked like he was under the imperious curse until he reached the exit of the chamber. When the light from the fire he had ignited stopped painting the walls orange, it was like a haze lifted from his head, and the full weight of what he'd done hit him like a ton of bricks. He broke into a mad sprint and tried to outrun his memories and guilt, heading towards the exit. He used a retraction spell to climb up the trapdoor, barely aware of his own actions. Fluffy was still asleep from whatever spell Dumbledore had casted on him, but Harry didn't stop to watch. He just kept running, not even noticing the cloak sliding from his shoulders and down to the floor, a few feet from the 3-headed dog. He flew down the stairs, almost tripping and falling twice, but he didn't care, he kept running. His breath was coming out in short puffs, but he didn't let that stop him, he kept running. His lungs were burning from the overexertion, but he ignored them, he had to keep running. There were no torches lit at that hour in the dungeon, so he kept going in the dark, not bothering to shed light on his way. He would be alright as long as he kept running. He reached a familiar door and started banging on it with all his might, not caring about who would listen. Severus opened the door confused. He had just finished reading on something relevant to his Wolfsbane research and was about to turn in for the night. He tried to ask Harry what had happened, but his pale face and tear-stained cheeks silenced him. He simply opened the door wider and let him walk inside his office, locking the door behind them. "What happened, Harry?" he asked, but the boy remained silent, his eyes unfocused, as if he had fallen in some sort of trance. "I met Voldemort," the boy stated softly after a few minutes of silence. Severus gasped as he felt the world spinning around him. "What, Harry?" "When I went back to the common room I realized Adrian, Ron and Hermione had gone after the stone," Harry explained, his eyes still locked somewhere on the wall across the room, near the empty painting of Merlin's. "I followed them and found Quirrell threatening Adrian. Somehow my brother got the stone. There was that mirror there, the one I told you about last Christmas, and the stone was in it, and then I realized Voldemort was there too. He was possessing Quirrell or something, sharing his body. Adrian tried to escape, Quirrell knocked him out and Voldemort ordered him dead." The boy stopped, tears flowing down his face again, falling from unblinking eyes. "Harry, is Adrian all right?" Severus said, fearing for the worst. Harry shrugged. "He was still unconscious when I left him, but Dumbledore had just arrived. I guess he'll be fine." "If Adrian wasn't the issue here, what was? What happened, Harry?" Severus asked for the second time that day. "Quirrell was going to kill Adrian, Dad," the green-eyed boy stated, his voice thick, looking straight at the potions master's eyes for the first time since he had walked into his office. "But he didn't," Severus stated, not liking where this was heading. Had Dumbledore stopped Voldemort in time? "No, he didn't," Harry agreed, his voice breaking, his body trembling. "Because I killed him first." And the boy fell to his knees and wept. Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard of the century, would be defeated by a mere child. A child that was born as the 7th month died, a child of parents that had thrice defied him and lived to tell the tale. And, to his great discontent and partially because of his long list of enemies, the candidates were 3. Born first, early on the 31st of July a year and 3 months ago, was Neville Longbottom, the son of Alice and Frank Longbottom, 2 of the most feared Aurors that had ever attacked the Death Eater's lines. The parents themselves had only recently defied him for the 3rd and last time. Voldemort smirked at the memory. Bellatrix had been a little overzealous while extracting information from the couple, and thus, the 2 found themselves locked up in the psychiatric ward of St. Mungo's Hospital, suffering from the aftereffects of a lasting torture under the Cruciatus. that dealt with one nuisance and also left their son unprotected, under the care of a grandmother. The Dark Lord knew for a fact that finding and killing the boy would be a matter of routine for him. But was the Longbottom heir the child he had been warned about? Born second was Adrian Orion Potter, son of Lily and James Potter and older of a pair of twins. He was born a few minutes before midnight on the last day of July and, along with his younger brother, he was a better candidate to the prophecy, considering he was born closer to the end, ergo the death, of July. The third candidate was the youngest Potter heir, a boy that was born only seconds before the clock pointed midnight as his informant and close family friend Peter Pettigrew had supplied. The twins were born much closer to the time frame the prophecy had suggested, and besides, they were half-bloods. And as much as he would like to forget it, the Dark Lord was a half-blood himself. It had to be one of the two. And it was in such thoughts that Lord Voldemort found himself standing outside the theoretically protected house of the Potter family at Godric's Hollow. And what a fitting name that was for the place the Potters lived, the Dark Lord thought acidly. The parents themselves were gone from the house, courtesy of Pettigrew, who had opted to babysit the children while they were gone. The only other two that could pose a threat to his plans, Peter had assured him, were detained by the moon herself. Werewolves and full moons don't mix after all, and neither do werewolf-friendly animagi. Voldemort walked steadily through the strong protective spells and rituals that covered the house as if they weren't even there, their protection demolished under the weight of treason. He was welcomed at the front door by Pettigrew. He made a mental note to kill the cowering rat sometime in the immediate future. He detested traitors, and the plump man would soon fulfill his purpose, thus rendered less than worthless to him. Maybe he could let Bella have some fun. She detested rodents. They are on the second floor, my lord. The rat said, bowing. Voldemort's lips twisted in a sneer. In the nursery. Passing Pettigrew by without showing any indication of hearing him, the Dark Lord strode to the stairs, his black cape bellowing behind him. What a nuisance prophecies were. But this one had the possibility of becoming a force to be reckoned with in the future, and thus had to be prevented now that there was still time. The door to the nursery was wide open, yet another courtesy of Wormtail. Voldemort walked in and stood facing the two cribs. There lay two babies, both sporting thick black hair. Not that it really mattered, since he would kill them both just to be sure, but Voldemort wondered which was which. That was easy to define, he thought. With a light movement of his wand, both children found themselves under a strong silencing spell. He had hated crying, absolutely detested wailing babies while he was at the orphanage. He would have none of it now. With another stabbing movement of his wand, the boys were both suspended mid-air facing him and shaken out of their sleep. Two pairs of eyes opened at almost the same time. The first baby, the one on the left, had hazel eyes, just like his father, and was crying loudly under the silencing charm. Voldemort, who had never bothered to ask anything more about the two boys but their names and the hour of their birth, guessed that one had to be Harry James, finding it natural for the child who resembled his father the most to bear his name. Because the second boy, slightly paler but with the same unruly black hair, had eyes of the brightest green, shining like gems, the very color of the curse by which he was about to die. That had to be Adrian, Voldemort deduced. And he didn't appear to be frightened by his presence, only alarmed as he stared at him with wide eyes. Strangely, if his eyes weren't green they would look much like, but Voldemort abandoned the trail of thought, finding it useless. The boy was about to die anyway. Because now that he had laid eyes on the twins, there was no doubt in his mind that, if one of the two was to defeat him, that one would be the boy staring back at him defiantly in his young age, the Potter with the Avada Kedavra eyes. Voldemort briefly considered what a pity it was that the parents weren't there to be dealt with too. But having to suffer the death of their children, for people like the Potters, would be worse than death. Goodbye, little Adrian, Voldemort said sarcastically as he pointed his wand at the green-eyed child. The green light that had claimed the lives of so many before headed this time towards the child. And there, just seconds before it touched his forehead, the killing curse reached what appeared to be a golden bubble that surrounded the baby, the impact creating vine-like patterns on the unexpected shield, before the curse rebounded. And with his crimson eyes wide in shock and terror, the man once known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, could only watch as his own magic turned against him. Upon impact, his body was reduced to fine dust, his soul being forced out but not departing the world of the living as it should. And as the soul of the Dark Lord fled from the now crumbling due to an immense whiplash of raw magic house and a traitor followed suit, trying to save himself from the damage he had caused, the shield that surrounded the young wizard expanded momentarily to shelter his brother as well as himself from the falling debris. As the roof came down, the shield took hit after hit, the only sound in the room being the cries of the hazel-eyed boy and the crumbling walls. The shield started to flicker and fail, small unprotected patches being created on its surface as the last parts of the roof came down on the two children. And it was through one of those cracks that a sharp piece of concrete fell, surrounded with the soft light of the shield as it scraped its passing trough and caused a deep gush on the right hand of the hazel-eyed Potter boy. By the time when the shield failed completely, the ceiling had given its place to the dark starry sky, the two boys were saved. Two frantic figures chose that exact moment to appear, seemingly out of nowhere, being informed of what had chorused inside their house from a dozen of alarm spells triggered by the collapse. With screams of, "Adrian!" and "Harry!" they trotted over the remnants of what had been their house for the past year and a half, following the loud cries of their son. "Adrian!" Lily screamed as she ran to cradle her crying boy, observing with terror the bleeding on his hand. "Where's Harry?" she asked, scared as her eyes searched for her younger son. James ran over to Harry's crib to find his second-born child passed out, seemingly sleeping. His heart almost broke considering his son was dead, until he perceived Harry's soft and steady breaths. "He's here, Lily. He's alive," he said, holding his son to his where Lily could see him. With tears in her eyes but laughing in relief, the two young parents made their way out of their destroyed house, questions beginning to burn themselves into their minds. How could the boys be alive? What had happened to Peter? And where in the world was the Dark Lord? Unable to answer any of the questions themselves, they headed to the one person who they could trust in enlightening them. They apparated, each with a baby in their arms, to the gates of Hogwarts. It was over 15 minutes and a message delivered by a silver doe, Lily's Patronus, later when a positively panicked Professor McGonagall came towards the gate running. She was completely out of breath and had to inhale deeply for a few moments, uncharacteristically audibly, before she could utter the password to unlock the gate. "James, Lily!" She screamed and hugged both her once students as hard as she could while trying not to wake the now sleeping boys. "You're alive. All of you. By Merlin's beard, it's a miracle." "Slow down, Minerva," James ordered once he escaped from the head of Gryffindor House's death grip. "What are you talking about?" She stepped back and looked at them surprised, her eyes wide behind her glasses. "You don't know," she muttered before shaking her head distracted, finally regaining some of the calm countenance she was famous of possessing. "Please come with me," she simply stated and entered the school's grounds, closing the gate behind them as the Potter family followed her inside. "What is going on, Minerva?" Lily asked as they walked in a fast pace. "We were in an order meeting when the alarm charms we had placed over the house were activated. The house was in ruins when we got there." Minerva's only answer was to hasten to the castle. "Minerva!" James exclaimed as they ran to catch up, thankful that his boys were still asleep. "I will not take another step if you don't give me at least a summary of what happened tonight." And to prove his point he stopped, his wife immediately following his example. Seeing the determined look in both Potter's eyes, the Transfiguration Professor sighed and motioned them to keep walking. "I'll give you the basics, but we have to get to Albus immediately. He has been searching for all four of you for the last 10 minutes, he should have guessed you would come here, but it's only normal for him to be distressed in a night like this." Minerva explained. "Your sons were attacked by the Dark Lord tonight." "They were what?" Lily asked, feeling the blood draining from her face as the world started spinning around her, only walking still because of the adrenaline coursing through her body. She looked at her husband to find him looking paler than death and holding onto Harry tighter than was necessary. She easily mirrored the movement with Adrian as Minerva kept talking. "He went there to kill them personally." She then stopped and turned around to stare at the two frightened parents. "There has been no news of him since. His Death Eaters are fleeing. The Dementors returned to Azkaban. Rumor has it," she stopped to steady herself and looked intently at the two sleeping children. "Rumor has it that he's dead." "Dead?" both Potters asked in shock. "How?" James questioned without missing a beat. "I don't have the faintest idea." Minerva admitting as she began walking again. "That's exactly why you have to go to Albus's office." Being too shocked to even question her anymore, they did as commanded and the rest of the walk was spent in silence. When they reached the headmaster's office, they found the old man pacing up and down impatiently, almost jumping in surprise when the door burst open. "Lily, James!" he exclaimed and ran to them, leaning closely to examine the twins, his eyes standing at Adrian's no longer bleeding wound and widening momentarily before he was shaken from his thoughts by an agitated Lily. "What happened, Albus?" she simply asked him, and he motioned for them to sit down. It was going to be a long explanation, and besides, he felt his own legs giving up on him. "First of all, I believe we have to get our hands on Sirius Black before he disappears," the headmaster stated. "What does Sirius has to do with this?" James asked, confused. "It's a full moon tonight and he's out with Remus. Voldemort managed to find and enter your house, disregarding the Fidelius. That can only mean that the secret keeper, Sirius, has betrayed you," the old wizard answered gravely. The shock he received upon learning the true secret keeper was only surpassed by the two Potters' horror upon realizing they had trusted their two sons to a traitor, and worse yet, one they had thought to be a close friend. "I can't believe Peter betrayed us," James muttered almost incomprehensibly. Lily's face was wet with tears. "I'm afraid it is true," came the grave response from Albus. "But he will be dealt with," he added decisively. "What is of the greatest importance right now is tonight's assault against your sons." "So it's true?" Lily asked with voice thick from crying. "The prophecy, it really happened, didn't it?" "Yes, I believe it did." "So is the Dark Lord truly gone?" James asked in disbelief. "For now, yes," the headmaster offered. "But not forever, I fear." "He will return then?" James asked, confused and even more scared than before. "If he did, then what would that mean for his children?" "I'm afraid that's inevitable. Voldemort always had too much a great wish to live to stay dead," Albus said, closing his eyes and rubbing them tiredly, looking for a moment exactly as old as he was. "But that's where Adrian comes in." "Adrian?" Lily asked, looking at the sleeping boy in her arms. "What do you mean by that? Is he the chosen one then?" James asked, never taking his eyes off his eldest son. "I believe so," Albus said, standing up. "But how can you be so sure?" James insisted, not wanting to even consider his boy would be facing such a difficult destiny. "I'm afraid it's quite clear," Albus stated and, with a soft flick of his wand, removed the blood from the wound on Adrian's palm, healing the wound in the process. His charm was followed by two gasps of terror. There, on the sleeping boy's palm, a red jagged scar, somehow resembling a lightning bolt, was clearly visible. "The scar is infused with magic. Very strong magic indeed, that feels nothing like Voldemort's." "So it is true then?" James said, resigned as he slumped back into his seat. "It is. And young Adrian saved himself and his brother tonight, and with him, the whole country," the headmaster offered. "What does that mean for Adrian, for his future?" Lily asked, hot tears trailing down her cheeks. "He will live a normal childhood, as normal as can be. He deserves that," Albus said after a short pause. "But after he reaches a certain age, he will have to be trained. We will do everything possible to assure Adrian will survive this." Both Potters nodded, not seeing any other alternative. The night at the headmaster's office was spent in talking and deep contemplation as the Wizarding Nation celebrated the downfall of a Dark Lord and the birth of a hero. And as they toasted to Adrian Potter, hailing him the boy who lived, Harry was sleeping peacefully in a conjured crib, blissfully ignorant of how that very night would affect his life. Nobody bothered to check the youngest Potter for any scars that night. And in all truth, there weren't any. But if anyone had known where to look and had done so in time, they would have noticed a strange black mark appearing on the young boy's hip bone, before fading away. And unknown to the people discussing in the headmaster's office, the two sleeping children and the celebrating crowd, the wheels of fate had began to turn, signaling the time had come for a much older prophecy to start unfolding. But if anyone had known where to look and had done so in time, they would have noticed a strange black mark appearing on the young boy's hip bone, before fading away. And unknown to the people discussing in the headmaster's office, the two sleeping children and the celebrating crowd, the wheels of fate had began to turn, signaling the time had come for a much older prophecy to start unfolding. It had been almost a year since that fateful Halloween night. It was now July and the Potter family was preparing to celebrate the twins' birthday that very afternoon. A lot had happened since the downfall of the Dark Lord, even in such a little time. The last of his Death Eaters had been locked in Azkaban, now under the watch of the same Dementors that were aiding their fallen leader only a few months ago. Those of the Dark Army who had money enough, influence in the ministry and the prudence to not shout their alliance with Voldemort from the rooftops, had escaped imprisonment, claiming to have fallen victims of the Imperious Curse. The magical community of England was starting to get back on its feet. For the Potters, that meant they could finally come out of hiding. They had moved, after 2.5 years of running, back to James's family house, a manor situated not very far from Hogwarts. Lily and James had gotten back their jobs at the ministry, James working again as an Auror along with Sirius and Lily at the Charms Division. Even Remus Lupin, the werewolf of the extended Potter family, had been recently hired in the same ministry, his extensive knowledge of magical law and his status as a godfather of one Adrian Potter, offering him a steady job in the newly created werewolf division. The new minister, Cornelius Fudge, had been cajoled by a certain headmaster into not repeating the mistakes of the past and ostracizing creatures such as the werewolves. Remus was the only logical choice for the job after that. It goes without saying that the fall of Voldemort and the end of the war had signified the beginning of a wave of changes for the wizarding world. And for a 21-year-old man, the end of the war signified something much greater than the end of his spying days. He just didn't know it yet. Severus Snape was looking at his reflection on the bathroom mirror. It had been a strange day for him. His last living relative, his uncle, his mother's brother, had died the day before and he had just returned home from the funeral. It wasn't the death itself that had him disorientated. His uncle had been very sick as a child and growing up he simply never got better. According to the healers that were watching over him during the last years of his life, it was a miracle he had gone on living for so long. It wasn't even the fact that Severus would miss him, even if having his last blood relative pass away was quite a hit. Marcus Prince had never cared for his nephew and had allowed him to keep on living with his father, even knowing what he had gone through as a boy. So, missing him was out of the question. It was just that his uncle's death had brought upon him something he had never considered during the previous years of his life. His uncle had died childless and, due to wizarding law, it was he who was going to inherit. And that meant he would inherit everything. Severus had always lived under the concept that his mother had been disowned by her family for marrying a Muggle. And it was quite certain that nobody had ever contacted him while he was growing up. Thus, finding the family fortune in his hands was the last thing he had expected. He almost felt like laughing, almost being the key word. It had been one of his main concerns while at Hogwarts every single time James Potter flaunted his fortune at Lily, that he could never offer her the same. It had stung, but she had reassured him time and time again that it didn't matter. And for her, it truly didn't. It was by his own hand that he found their friendship damaged and he was quite aware of the fact. But he had apologized, Merlin had he apologized. Not that she had listened as he tried to approach her time and time again. And then she had gone and started dating James Potter in their 7th year. And then she married him. Severus hadn't really thought the situation through. By the time he had managed to gather his wits enough to consider what he should do from then on, he had found himself with the dark mark on his left hand and his life pledged to a megalomaniac madman. The fact that said madman was the most powerful dark wizard of the last centuries did nothing to help his case. So, Severus followed his orders and offered the part of the prophecy he had overheard, unable to do anything else but obey. Then Lily had gotten pregnant and he had lost all his will to live. Nothing sounded more final than her being the mother of James Potter's children. When he realized just what the prophecy he had presented to the Dark Lord would mean for Lily, he simply wanted to die a slow and painful death. Not seeing any profit coming from such a move, he offered his life to Albus Dumbledore instead and played spy for almost 2 years. The night Voldemort had fallen, while the rest of the wizarding world was celebrating, he locked himself in his house and cried the tears he had denied himself during the past years. Not wanting to run into Lily or her family, he had worked like a madman on his potions mastery, traveling the world, running away from what he feared the most. Not that it helped. In the end, all his hard work resulted into becoming the youngest potions master in 400 years and returning home far too soon. A month after his return, he was approached by Dumbledore, who offered him the position of potions master in Hogwarts after Slughorn quit. Not caring enough to go looking for a job and considering he had to live somehow, he accepted. Starting next year he would be a professor in the school where he passed the happiest and worst moments of his life. A few days later, his uncle had died. And as he stared at the stranger in the mirror, he could see every last of his troubles etched on his face. He was thin, far too thin for his height. His cheeks were shallow and there were dark circles under his large black eyes. Minerva had once said his eyes looked just like black tunnels, empty and devoid of any feeling. The eyes of a dead man. Maybe she was right, the young man considered. The prominent nose and high cheekbones, the cleft on his chin, all clashed together in a way that should have made his face handsome. Instead he looked like a man who had spent years in Azkaban, like a man twice his age. His shoulders slumped even more and he had to fight the urge to break the mirror into tiny pieces with a hex. Or his fist, it didn't really matter at that point. He would have run home and hidden there until the start of the school year if it wasn't for his pride. Because somewhere, deep down those unreadable eyes, damn it, there was still some part of himself left. And he should better recover that part fast. He didn't know how and he didn't know why, but Lily had convinced her husband to invite Severus to the twins' birthday party. A whole afternoon spent in the presence of the Potters, Black, Lupin and a blissful Lily. And did he deny the invitation? Of course not, because, apparently, that small part of himself that still inhabited his body was a masochist. He had accepted and now he would have to go. With a sigh he looked away from the mirror and the haunted eyes he had come to hate. He straightened his black clothes, the only color he wore nowadays, and walked towards the fireplace slowly biding his time. He was already late anyway. Grabbing a handful of flow powder he braced himself mentally and threw it in the fireplace before stepping in the now green flames. Potter Manor, he stated with a dead voice and closed his eyes as the world spun around him. When he felt he was slowing down, he moved his right leg forward and landed gracefully in the main lobby of the Potter's residence. The house was filled with people, acquaintances of the family, the Weasleys, Hogwarts staff and many others. And journalists of course, having come to cover the event. Severus felt like he was suffocating. He was just about to turn around, grab some more flow powder and make a run for his life, when a soft hand touched his shoulder. "I'm so glad you could make it, Severus." Lily's excited voice came from somewhere behind him. He gulped and turned to face her with a strained smile. She was just as beautiful as she remembered her. Her long, dark red hair was shining and her green eyes twinkled with life. Her smile turned into an expression of worry as she took his appearance in. He smirked at her concern and closed his eyes in exasperation. Lily hadn't seen him since graduation 4 years ago. He was now towering over her at 6 feet 2, but he weighed less than he did back then. He opened his eyes again and felt his heart constricting painfully as her smile had returned full force. "It's nice to see you too, Lily," he muttered and watched her eyes shine with happiness as she looked right behind him. The knife that had lodged itself in his gut started twisting with fervor. He looked over his shoulder and found James that pompous prat waving at them holding a baby in front of the cameras. Once the mini photo shoot was over, James trotted towards his wife and her childhood friend. "Adrian is sure getting heavy," he said happily as he handed the giggling boy to Lily. With his black hair and hazel eyes, the toddler was an exact replica of his father. The knife twisted harder. "Hey there, Snivelus," James added with mock playfulness as his eyes landed on Severus. "James," Lily admonished, turning slightly pink with embarrassment. "It's all right, Lily," Severus reassured her, swallowing the insult he was dying to throw back. "I wish both of your children happy birthday, Potter." There. At least nobody could say he hadn't tried being civil. James looked slightly taken aback before mistaking the young potions master try at politeness for surrender. He smirked and brought Lily closer in a one-armed hug. "Thanks, Snape," he said smugly. "Got everything I need right here," he added for no apparent reason. "The prat thinks this is a game." Severus thought furiously but denied James the pleasure of seeing him squirm. Lily, who didn't understand the subcontext, as she was absorbed in cooing her son, turned to her husband with worry. "And where is Harry?" she asked, looking around frantically. "Relax, Lily," James said with a smile, softly caressing his son's scar. "I left him with Remus. You know how much he dislikes cameras." And it was true that the boy couldn't stand the abrupt flashes of light and the cries of, "Look here, Adrian." "If you would allow me, Lily," Severus said, unable to stand the looks exchanged between the two Potters for a second longer, "I would like to walk around a bit and talk to some colleagues from Hogwarts. It's rare to find them all together outside school." "You're working at Hogwarts?" James asked, shocked. "You're looking at the new potions master, Potter," Severus offered with a smirk. "Now if you would excuse me," he said swiftly and bowed his head to Lily before walking away. Well, that went awful, the young professor thought, and exited the main hall of the house, completely ignoring the members of Hogwarts' teaching staff that waved at him. He just wanted to find a quiet part of the house to regain his strength. As he walked through the first floor, he caught a glimpse of Sirius Black, who stared back at him menacingly, and his werewolf friend. He quickly exited that room too, finding himself in the less crowded dining area. Still considering 4 people were far too many for his taste, he proceeded to a hallway and from there straight into the first door he found. It seemed to be some sort of a study. Severus entered the room and closed the door behind him. Finally, he thought, some peace and hello, came a soft voice from the floor, next to his left leg. Startled, he looked down only to find Lily's eyes staring back at him. That couldn't be right. He shook his head and looked again. They really were Lily's eyes, or rather very close to what her eyes looked like. The pair of eyes he found himself looking at was darker and more intense in color, almost unnatural on a small, pale face. He found himself looking at the younger Potter twin. "Hello," he found himself answering. "So not identical twins then," he noted. The boy, satisfied with the response he had gotten, turned his attention to a book filled with colorful pictures he had lay open on the floor before him. The 2-year-old Harry, Severus reminded himself, had the same unruly mop of hair his brother and father sported. But his face had more of his mother in it than his brother's. Besides the eyes, where James's face was round, Harry's was, well, not exactly angular, but more oval to heart-shaped. Severus's eyes searched the boy's face for more differences, as if his life depended on it. The boy's lips seemed fuller, more like his mother's, and his nose shorter than James's. "And why do I care?" he asked himself as his attention shifted to the book the boy was looking at. It was a book meant for children his age so they would be able to recognize the basic spells. It consisted of nothing more than moving pictures, but it helped familiarize the child with magic at a young age. Severus had just never heard of a child looking at one voluntarily. And since when did a Potter pick up a book that didn't concern Quidditch out of school? The boy, who had realized Severus was still looking at him, turned his eyes back from the book to the young man's. "Hello," he asked this time, his brows frowning adorably. "Wait, what? Did I just think James Potter's son adorable?" Half shocked and half confused with himself, Severus sat opposite the boy and considered him with caution. Harry seemed to do the same. "Hello Harry, I'm Severus," he stated. "What am I doing?" The boy nodded and pointed at himself. "Ari," he said softly and waited expectantly. "And what are you looking at, Harry?" Severus asked in a voice he barely recognized as his. "Since when do I speak softly? And since when do I talk to babies?" Briefly entertaining the thought he was hit with one too many Cruciatus curses during the war, he focused back on the baby. "Magic," the boy exclaimed with a smile and glittering eyes. "Will you look at that?" Severus thought and found himself smiling. "I must be losing it," he figured as the boy turned a page of his book. "Wed," he started proudly, pointing at a picture of a stupefy curse. "Wed," Severus considered, puzzled. Then it hit him, baby talk. He looked at the spell once again. Wed meant, red. Satisfied with his deduction, he nodded positively. "This is called stupefy," he said to Harry. "Stupefy," he repeated, pointing at the spell. The boy's eyes widened. "Tupfi," Harry pronounced and pointed at the spell too. Severus chuckled and, ignoring his surprise that he could still produce such a sound, nodded at Harry. "Yes, well done Harry. Stupefy." Severus took the liberty and turned a page on the book. The bright white beam of the Lumos spell was next. "This is called Lumos. It's used to see in the dark." He pointed at the picture again and repeated the name of the spell. "Lumos," Harry said with glee, giggling slightly, causing Severus to smile along. "Correct. Now this one," he said, turning yet another page as Harry's eyes sparkled with happiness. The young man had no idea how long he stayed in that room with Harry. But somewhere along the way, he had forgotten he was talking to James's child and just kept on teaching the boy, feeling lighter than he had in years. It was only when a soft cough from the door broke their concentration that he realized they had almost finished the book. He turned around swiftly and met yet another set of sparkling eyes. Although, when Headmaster Dumbledore's blue eyes were concerned, twinkling would have been more appropriate a word. I see I have found both our missing persons at once. The headmaster chuckled happily as he entered the study. Severus rose to greet him and Harry simply looked between the two of them with wide eyes. Yes. I felt like walking around the house a little bit and I found young Harry here so, the young professor trailed off as he felt a soft pull at his cape. He looked down and found Harry looking at him with his arms open in the universally acknowledged sign for babies to state, "Pick me up." Severus's eyes widened at the prospect and, ignoring the chuckling coming from the headmaster, he focused on the longing in Harry's eyes instead as he picked him up from the floor. The boy, who was still clutching the book in his hand, placed his head on Severus's shoulder and closed his eyes, sighing contently. Severus almost choked on his breath. "I believe you have made a new friend, Severus," the old wizard offered joyfully as he petted the boy's unruly hair. Severus Snape found himself in a situation he rarely did, unable of coherent speech. Harry was very light for a boy his age and had that distinctive scent that only babies could attain. And suddenly, Severus felt a connection with the boy. He felt that Harry was somehow his responsibility now, that he was supposed to protect him and love him and help him grow up to be the man he was supposed to be. Suddenly, Severus Snape felt like a father. Quite interesting. Babies are very good at judging characters, you know. The headmaster continued as he walked out of the study, leaving Severus with no other option but to follow him. After passing the dining room that was now empty, Severus realized that, if he went forward, he would have to enter a room filled with people where Lily was waiting next to her husband holding her child in his arms. He froze at his tracks and Dumbledore followed suit, concerned at how distraught his youngest professor looked all of a sudden. "Here Albus, take Harry," he said as he softly removed the slumbering baby from his shoulder, trying to ignore the pang of loss that had unexpectedly stricken him. Harry woke up and regarded him with wide eyes as he was passed to the headmaster of Hogwarts. "I have to go. Give my regards to Lily," he said and stepped backwards towards the main hall. "Sev," a small voice sounded and the potions master looked startled at Harry who had apparently remembered his name. "Goodbye Harry," he said trying to ignore the pleading tone in which his name was uttered. "I will see you soon," he added, not knowing if the boy could understand or if he would keep his promise, and left the room and the Potter Manor in a whirlwind of black cloth and green flames. "Quite interesting, young Harry," Albus Dumbledore stated regarding the young boy who was still staring at the now empty corridor clutching his book tight. "Maybe you can help him, little one," he said sifting Harry so he could hold him better in his arms. "Maybe you already have," he added and walked towards the room where a great birthday cake was about to be brought in. "Quite interesting, young Harry," Albus Dumbledore stated regarding the young boy who was still staring at the now empty corridor clutching his book tight. "Maybe you can help him, little one," he said sifting Harry so he could hold him better in his arms. "Maybe you already have," he added and walked towards the room where a great birthday cake was about to be brought in. Hogwarts had always been beautiful during winter. Well, Severus thought, Hogwarts had always been beautiful, disregarding the season. But there was just something about the fresh snow that made it all feel purer in a way. Cleaner. As if the sparkling blanket of white gave you a clean slate, an opportunity to start over. Or something like that. Severus berated himself for his sentimentalities. Just what he needed in a day like this. It was Christmas. He had never been truly partial to the holiday. Not that he had even been partial to any holiday. After his mother had died there was no notable celebration of anything at his home. Birthdays and holidays came and went with no apparent change in his and his father's everyday life. He used to pretend it was okay with it, that he didn't want to celebrate anyway, but deep down he missed it. He tried to recall the last time he had seen a Christmas tree in his house or any other type of holiday decoration. His memory failed him. He shrugged his gloomy thoughts of the past away and focused on his current predicament. He had opted to spend his holidays at Hogwarts, of course. And Christmas dinner was fine, just as the whole winter break while the castle was almost vacant student-wise. Severus couldn't believe the dunderheads he had been given for students were for real. It was a fight just to prevent his classroom from blowing up in the melted cauldrons. Merlin, the melted cauldrons. How on earth had his students managed to melt 14 cauldrons during midterm alone? Given the cauldrons destroyed would have been 13, but Sybil Trelawney and her crazy mumblings about the bad luck brought by said number and why had he ever had the idea to mention just how many melted cauldrons he had at his class during lunch, had almost driven him insane. he had destroyed the 14th cauldron by himself one day when she had visited the dungeons just to make the divination professor stop. And speaking of visits, back to his latest problem, the Potters had been invited to Hogwarts for Christmas Day. Why? Only Dumbledore knew. And, when you thought about it, even that was doubtful considering half the time it was difficult to see if Dumbledore's actions were planned at all or were merely inspirations of the moment. Not that the man couldn't plan ahead. Severus was well aware that the headmaster could plot faster than he devoured his beloved drops, and for those not in the know that was very fast indeed. Maybe this whole thing was a plot after all, maybe Dumbledore was testing him to see if he would crack under pressure. Plausible. Why else would he have decided to call the Potters along with the Fleabag and the werewolf over? And even if Lupin wasn't all that bad, the Mutt was impossible, just like James Potter. Then there was Lily. Severus didn't really want to go there. Thinking of her with James on a daily basis made him sick. Thinking of her with James during holidays, thinking of all those stolen kisses under the mistletoe he had witnessed back in his 7th year, was reason enough to jump from the 7th floor window. Something he would do, if he didn't know how to fly. Damn. And now he would have to add 2 sons in that blissful family picture. The famous and much celebrated Adrian, the boy who lived, and Harry. A memory of large, sad green eyes and his name called resurfaced at the memory of the boy. He had thought often of Harry. The boy had seemed to be at ease with him whereas 7th-year students feared even his shadow, and how sad was that considering he was only 5 or 4 years older than them. And he had actually made Severus feel something else than pain and hatred, something that hadn't happened since before the war. He had made him feel part of a family too, something that hadn't happened since, well, ever. Severus considered how futile those thoughts were. The boy was barely 2 when he had seen him last, and it had been 6 months since then. 6 months for Harry would be 1/5 of his life so far. Severus didn't expect Harry would even remember him. And it really didn't matter. His heart fell a little at the realization he had survived worse. It was exactly the Potter visit that had him locked in his office. The family had arrived sometime during the morning and had just taken lunch. Severus, who didn't eat much anyway, had decided to pass, and had spent his morning reading instead. Harry would like reading growing up, he thought randomly, and let his head hit the desk behind which he was seated with a groan. Where had that one come from? He knew he had promised Dumbledore to attend at least one of the meals for the day, but he just couldn't do it. And he shouldn't be forced to. Why should Albus dictate what he should do after all? The war was over and he was not his spy any longer. With that in mind he rose from his chair with conviction. He was going to tell Dumbledore he would be dinning out, and he was going to do it now. He exited his office, his cape bellowing at his wake as he ascended the stairs, making sure he took the long way round, not wanting to run into any of the castle's visitors. He made it to the headmaster's office 10 minutes later and made a quick rehearsal of what he wanted to say. He wasn't going to be bossed around like one of the students. He was a teacher here and his own man, and Albus should better remember it. Satisfied with what he had planned, he turned towards the gargoyle that marked the entrance to the office. "Jelly slugs," he said with a strong voice, flinching slightly at the preferences the headmaster had in candy. Jelly slugs. Terrible. He marched to the stairs and straight towards the office's door, which he then proceeded to knock with decision. "Enter," came the voice of the old wizard, and Severus, without further ado, opened the door. With his gaze directed at Albus, he walked forward and greeted him. "Headmaster," he offered curtly. "Severus, my boy, we missed you at lunch," the headmaster said, his eyes twinkling. "And you will miss me at dinner too. Listen, Albus, you must understand." "Sev." A child's voice interrupted his planned speech and startled the potions master beyond expectation. "As I said," Dumbledore said, his mustache trembling at Severus's surprised expression, "we missed you at lunch." The black-clad wizard turned to the source of his voice slowly and found an excited Harry, sitting on the large purple sofa in the headmaster's office, his eyes wide open, waiting to be picked up once again. Severus felt like smiling, and maybe he did too. "Come on, Severus, don't leave the poor child waiting," Albus urged on, and Severus obliged him. He stepped closer to Harry and picked him up. "Hello," Harry said once again, his voice coming muffled from Severus's shoulder. "Hello to you too, Harry," the potions master offered, and this time smiled for real. "You arrived just in time, Severus," Albus declared, standing up from his desk. Minerva is showing James and Lily the area that is being set up for Adrian to practice at when he turns 7, and I was about to head there too. I would summon a house elf to take care of little Harry here, but you two seem to like each other well enough. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You wouldn't mind watching over him for an hour or two now, would you? No, it's all right. Severus mumbled and the headmaster nodded. Lovely. I'll come by to collect him in 2 hours from now at your office. Until then, gentlemen, he stated, leaving a surprised professor of potions and a happy 2.5-year-old boy behind him. As he descended the stairs to meet with the rest of the Potters, his eyes twinkled with mischief at how Severus had just saved him a trip to the dungeons. The plan had been to leave Harry to his care from the start, but he didn't have to know that. It's just the two of us again, Harry, Severus said to the little child as they looked at each other. Would you like me to show you around a bit? Taking Harry's laughter as a yes, he left the office, with the boy in his arms. This was the headmaster's office, he said as he climbed down the stairs carefully. His name is Albus Dumbledore. He's weird. Harry laughed again. The two of them moved around the floors for a while. Harry was completely excited about the whole castle, or at least seemed to be, as he never stopped smiling, giggling and staring around him with awe. Hello, Professor Snape. One of the resident specters greeted them. And hello to you too, little one. Albus left the baby in your charge, I see. Well, move on then. And he went through a wall. Severus just shook his head. Ghosts. That was the friar, the ghost of Hufflepuff. The school is filled with specters. Pectras. Harry agreed, causing Severus to chuckle. Yes, Harry. The castle is filled with specters and portraits, they're everywhere. And to prove his point, he walked to the grand staircase. This is called the grand staircase, Harry. It allows us access to every floor of the castle. And look, he said and pointed to the walls. All the walls are covered with paintings. Harry nodded and they started descending towards the dungeons. Severus couldn't believe how easy it was to talk to the child. In the beginning he thought that he felt that way because 2-year-olds don't judge. But then Harry would giggle, or look at him with those big green eyes of his, and he would realize that he felt comfortable, oddly enough, because he was talking to Harry. Not James Potter's son, just Harry. These Harry are the dungeons. I work here mostly. My classroom is here too, I'm a potions teacher. Severus explained. Potions? Harry asked, confused. Why yes, Harry, potions. Severus said with a smile. Come on, let me show you. And he walked towards his office hastily. He approached his desk where he had left a just brewed Skelligro potion for the infirmary. This is a potion, he said, pointing the vial to the boy. I made that for Madame Pomfrey. She's our Medi Witch. Harry stared at the vial for a while and then looked around the room in wonder. His gaze stood at a portrait Severus had hanging on his wall. It was the only one in the room and was, surprisingly, empty. Portrait, Harry stated, pointing at the dark blue canvas that was framed on the wall. Exactly, Harry, Severus said as he looked at the painting himself. Do you know why I picked that specific painting? He asked as Harry looked at him with wide green eyes. I was at the attic of my mother's house. I inherited it a few months ago, you know. He explained. I was at the attic and looking at her various possessions that had been stored there by her relatives when my eye caught that painting. It was obvious that it's an enchanted portrait. The thing is, nobody knows whose. I even asked Dumbledore, but he couldn't call the person who was supposed to be depicted forward. It's a mystery, that painting. It's an empty canvas where there was supposed to be a person. He looked at Harry and smiled sadly. It reminded me of myself. So I kept it. Harry yawned. Sleepy, he stated, his eyes barely staying open. Severus chuckled. So I see. He sat down at his couch softly, and rearranged Harry in his arms so he would be more comfortable. You know, Harry, I have no idea why I just told you all that. Harry's eyes turned at him confused, as he looked at him under thick eyelashes. It's not like you can understand, so I really can't understand why I bothered either. He said with a chuckle. Harry's head fell to the side on Severus's shoulder suddenly, the boy having drifted asleep. Night, Sev, he whispered before fainting out completely, making the young professor smile. Maybe that's why I bothered. He offered and watched the boy sleep for a while. Do you know about the houses of the school? He asked a sleeping Harry softly. I guess you don't. There are 4 of them, and he went on talking to the slumbering child as the minutes ticked away, lulling Harry deeper into sleep. And as he was absorbed by the 2-year-old in his arms, he never noticed a pair of midnight blue eyes watching the two of them from a normally empty canvas. Neither did he notice the fond smile that adorned the face of the mystery person of the portrait that had finally made its appearance. By the time Albus Dumbledore knocked on the door of Severus's office to collect Harry as promised, causing Severus to lift his eyes from the boy, the person of the painting had once again disappeared. And as the potions master was wondering when would be the next time he would see the little boy, not really daring to hope it would be any time in the near future, he had no way to hear that person answering his unasked question. Soon Severus was seething. It wasn't that he was averse to socializing as a concept, but he preferred choosing the people with which he was socializing with. The Hogwarts staff would have, of course, been his first choice, or some of the ministry officials he had met last March in a potions conference. Maybe even some of the people he had met during his travels. As he had tried to remind Albus over and over again, he wasn't a recluse or anything of the sort. He just appreciated his privacy. Privacy, now that was a word that seemed to escape the headmaster's otherwise vast vocabulary. Somehow, Dumbledore had managed to volunteer him for some sort of, he had no idea really what he was supposed to do. All he knew was that he was expected to report first thing in the morning of the 3rd of August at the Potter Manor. So much for being able to decide what he wanted to do for himself. And what exactly did Albus think? I need somebody to help the Potters, who can I torture more at the process? Why, Severus, of course. The potions master snorted in disgust as he grabbed some of the flow powder from the pot next to his fireplace. And he had hoped he would get to move on with his research that day. How naive of him. He arrived at the Potter Manor at 9:30 in the morning, not a minute later than he was supposed to. If anything else, he wouldn't be frowned upon for his lack of punctuality. He hadn't been invited to the birthday party of the twins that year, and, even if it had stung a little bit, he figured it was for the best. Last year's experience had been less than pleasant. He stopped at his trail of thought with a smile. Admittedly, last year's party had started out as awkward, but it had turned out to be quite interesting in the end. Harry seemed to have that effect on him for sure. But facing Harry, Lily and her dim-witted husband playing the perfect family. Severus could think of better tortures found in hell. No escaping it now, he was at the Potter Manor and ready to face the Potters. But where were the Potters? Severus moved closer to the door he remembered leading to the main living room and found it empty. Actually, there were white sheets covering the furniture, as if the family had moved or was going to be absent for some time. What was going on? Severus, my boy, Albus Dumbledore exclaimed, entering the living room from the hallway. Right on time, as always. I seem to be the only one, he stated, pointing at the sheets. Did I miss a memo or something? Where is everybody? On the record, the Potter family has gone to spend August in France. The headmaster said casually. Off the record, they are somewhere in Istanbul, visiting a specialist on magical cores. Lily, though it would be best to monitor Adrian's progress growing up, and Sirius mentioned that the best healer he knew that specified on that, somewhat elusive subject, was in Istanbul. Ergo, James, Lily, Sirius, Remus and, of course, young Adrian left early this morning for the East. Severus considered what he had heard in shock. And what about Harry? It didn't sound like Lily to leave her youngest son behind. Harry is still here, in the study as a matter of fact. Albus explained. I assured his parents that he would be well taken care of in their absence. Impossible. Severus exclaimed, seeing red. How could they just leave one of their boys behind? Albus raised his hand to stop the younger man from his rant. I understand what you're trying to say, Severus, and under any other circumstances you would have been correct. Dumbledore offered, his eyes losing some of that twinkling element they were notorious about. But both Adrian and Harry are theoretically too young for such journeys. If Lily and James weren't so anxious to find out what exactly happened the night Voldemort attacked their children and Adrian's role in defeating him, the whole endeavor would have been postponed for some time in the future. But alas, one cannot do much to stop parents from worrying over their children. Severus still didn't like that reasoning but kept his silence, sensing that the headmaster too wasn't so fond of the idea himself. What I don't understand is this, what is that expert going to tell them anyways? Severus wondered out loud. Adrian is far too young for his magical core to have stabilized yet, and, even if it had, finding one's core is a very private matter. The potions, Master said, considering the whole journey and its purpose. Come to think of it, I'm not sure it is an attainable goal even for adults if they don't spend the time needed to concentrate on searching for their core. What is this expert supposed to do anyway? He's going to put young Adrian under some tests, stimulating his magic and waiting for bouts of accidental magic. Albus explained. He's then going to analyze the data collected and draw any conclusions possible over Adrian's abilities. This is idiotic, you must know that yourself. Severus offered after some contemplation. I persist in my opinion that Adrian is too young, why should he go all through that trouble? I mean, has he even started showing outbursts of accidental magic yet? No, as a matter of fact he hasn't, and I believe that's what prompted the trip. Albus said, sighing. But that's not the reason why I asked you come here. I figured as much. Severus offered curtly. As you have noticed yourself, young Harry has been left here, under my care. Severus nodded, waiting to see if the conversation was sifting towards where he thought it was. It was surely too much to hope for, but still. I figured as much too. Well, while I might not be in complete accordance with the journey to Istanbul, I should like to be there to monitor the results since it is happening anyway. Albus continued. I could leave Harry in the care of the manor's house elves, but I would rather he stayed with someone who is familiar to him. And I couldn't help but notice that you want me to watch over Harry for you? Severus asked incredulously. He had half guessed that would be the point of Albus's speech, but hearing it coming from the headmaster made it seem so much more surreal than he had originally believed. Yes, that was the idea. But you seem distressed over it. If you'd rather I found someone else to watch over Harry for this month, Albus trailed off. That's not what I meant and you know it. Severus hissed through clenched teeth. The manipulative old coot. The younger man knew he was being played, but this time he was willing to let it pass. Albus wanted him to spend a month with Harry. Fine. He could think of fates much worse than that. The little voice in his head saying that he couldn't think of something better was soon charged with defiance and was accordingly smothered. Does James Potter know I will be the one watching over his son? Nobody said he had to make it easy for Dumbledore, he thought, watching the old wizard's smile drop slightly. He knows I'll have somebody trustworthy watch over Harry. Albus said and his smile returned. Lily knows though. Oh, Severus said and nodded. That had been unexpected and, truly, he couldn't find anything to say that could possibly reduce the impact of such a statement. You said I have to watch over Harry for a month? The young professor asked, feeling his warming up at the thought. So you're willing to help? Albus asked, raising his eyebrow quizzically, his eyes twinkling madly behind the multifocal lenses of his glasses. I believe that was implied, yes. Severus offered dryly. The old coot was enjoying this a bit too much. Excellent, my boy, he said, clapping his hands once. I have prepared everything you will need. You acted on the concept that I would agree before you even asked. Severus wondered, aggravated, as he followed the headmaster to the study where he had first met Harry. You know me, Severus. Albus explained happily. Ever the optimist. That you are. The potions master agreed with a smirk, refraining to phrase a more spontaneous retort. He was about to make a comment on how Albus was far too much of an optimist to maintain a firm grip on reality, when the headmaster pushed the door that led to the study open. There, on the couch this time, sat a 3-year-old Harry staring at yet another book. The colorful images this time were those of magical plants. Severus felt all of his anger melt away at the sight. Why was he complaining at that point again? It was a matter of principle, he guessed. Harry, my boy, you have a guest, Albus exclaimed in a way of presenting Severus to the toddler. Harry was startled out of his concentration and turned to the door confused. A smile formed on his face. Sev, he said loudly, jumping from the couch and running towards the black-clad man, hugging him, which meant throwing his arms around Severus's legs and holding on for dear life with such a force the young professor almost toppled over. Hey there, Harry. Severus mumbled and messed Harry's already disheveled hair. He bent down to pick him up, this time without waiting for the child to ask. Nice to see you again, little one. You haven't forgotten each other, I see. Albus said happily as he noticed the interaction between the boy and the young man. It seems we have not. Severus affirmed, all previous doubts about taking care of Harry for a month having disappeared from his mind the moment he laid eyes on the boy. He silently wondered how he could miss somebody he had only met twice, as much as he had missed Harry. Which is great, I assure you. Dumbledore stated and turned to Harry. "Severus will take care of you while your parents are away," he said to the boy, talking softer than usual. "Will you go with Severus, Harry?" he asked, and the potions, master heart constricted with fear. What if the boy said no, or started crying? To his surprise, Harry turned to him with those large eyes and asked, "Can I come with you?" To say that Severus was surprised by the hope with which the question was asked, let alone the double take he had to do just to assure himself that, yes, the 3-year-old boy in his arms had spoken clearly and understood every word spoken, would be putting it mildly. "If you wish," he stated softly. "Do you want to come stay with me, Harry?" he asked the boy softly under the ever-twinkling stare of Dumbledore. "Do you want to?" His question was answered with a vigorous nod from the boy. "That settles it then," Albus exclaimed with joy. "I will accompany the two of you to your house, Severus, and then I will depart for a pressing business meeting I had to postpone to make this appointment." Severus shot him a questioning look which caused him to elaborate. "The minister has been dealing with some interdepartmental trouble and has asked of my opinion on the matter." The headmaster clarified, and Severus smirked. The day that Fudge would not consult Albus on how to run the ministry would signify the end of an era, he was sure of that. "You better go then before the minister decides to do something radical," Severus commented as Harry observed the whole conversation questioningly. "Radical?" Albus asked, leading the group of 3 out of the study and towards the fireplace. "Like deciding for himself," Severus explained, smirking, and Albus silently congratulated himself while chuckling. Nobody had ever managed to bring out the teasing aspect in Severus's character before Harry came along. The young professor might have not noticed yet himself, but once in the child's presence, he finally resembled the 22-year-old man he was. None of them could know at the time, but this was meant to be the first of the many times when this scene, with the exception of the headmaster's presence, was going to repeat itself in the coming years. And, of course, they could have absolutely no idea where Dumbledore's intervention that day was going to lead. Everything was now into place, the fates had set the pieces into motion, and it was now up to a young man and an even younger boy to work their way towards their future. None of them could know at the time, but this was meant to be the first of the many times when this scene, with the exception of the headmaster's presence, was going to repeat itself in the coming years. And of course, it goes without saying that they could have absolutely no idea where Dumbledore's intervention that day was going to lead. Everything was now into place, the fates had set the pieces into motion, and it was now up to a young man and an even younger boy to create their future. It had been exactly 4 years since the first time Albus Dumbledore trusted Severus with Harry Potter. Month after month, it seemed to become more of a necessity than a sporadic occurrence for the younger Potter twin to be left under the potion's master protection, as his parents were getting more and more focused with training Adrian. It wasn't that Harry was going unloved by his family, there had been no such motive behind his parents' actions. Still, the facts remained. First, it had been the experts, the elder Potters, along with a fretting Padfoot and a caring Moony, traveled at the far corners of the world trying to find an explanation as to how Adrian had vanquished the Dark Lord at the tender age of 1. The tests were inconclusive, just as Severus and Albus had predicted. It had been proved that although, yes, it was true, Adrian had great potential, the indication of something unique just wasn't there. As the headmaster repeated over and over during the years, it would be surprising if something out of the ordinary was found. Voldemort had been defeated under specific circumstances that demanded an extensive use of accidental magic to come forth. It had been a matter of survival, and it was impossible to be repeated, a theory that was, in its base, quite true. Then started the bouts of accidental magic. At the age of 6.5, young Adrian stopped one of his toys from falling down the stairs, summoning it back to himself. That caused quite the commotion, and it was swiftly decided that, according to plan, at the age of 7, Adrian would start his magical training. So it had happened, and that August had found the majority of the Potter family training with Adrian somewhere in Wales, and Harry staying with Severus at Spinner's End as per usual. It had been quite an interesting confrontation when one James Potter had found out where his son had spent that first month while the rest of the family was in Istanbul. Dumbledore had to intervene before things got ugly. It was only after Sirius had come up with the idea that Harry could spend some times with his aunt and uncle, the Dursleys, when Lily had put her foot down and, in a row that Severus swore he would remember until his very last moment, James had finally been convinced. Once he was reassured that Severus's house had more wards than necessary, and after a private talk with an exasperated Dumbledore, he had grudgingly agreed on Severus looking after Harry when needed. That was how Severus ended up looking over Harry, who was in turn looking over a brewing potion in the fireplace, smiling from his armchair while supposedly reading a copy of the Daily Prophet. Things had changed drastically for the young professor since Harry entered his life. While he was still the same at school, brooding and downright scary to some of his students, and still got berated by Madame Pomfrey regarding how thin he was, he had finally started to heal. With every smile Harry bestowed on him, the weight on his heart lifted slowly, up to the point where, as long as he was in the boy's presence, he found himself in a position he had foregone long ago. He found himself being happy. Harry had been a constant surprise for him, and he was grateful for each moment they spent together. His smile widened at the thought that this time would now expand. He felt a pang of guilt over it too, knowing that Harry would miss his parents more, but he couldn't help rejoicing considering how his everyday life would be starting that year. It had been agreed that Harry would stay with him during the summer while Adrian trained, but that wasn't so different than the past 4 years. What was different would be what was to follow. Harry would now be spending more of his days with the potions professor. Every Monday, Tuesday, Friday and during the weekends, Adrian would be undergoing training with his parents and various members of the Hogwarts staff, getting an early start on whatever he could in a broad field of magic. That would mean that Harry would spend his days in Severus's quarters at Hogwarts during those 3 working days of the week and the weekends, returning to Potter Manor every night to sleep. Severus felt that he couldn't ask for more. "The potion seems ready, Sev," Harry stated, turning to look at the young man with a smile. He always called him Sev, and that made him smile wider. "Is it now?" he asked and rose to approach the fire. Harry was right. "Excellent," he simply stated and, with a swift movement of his wand, bottled the pepper-up potion and extinguished the fire. Harry's eyes brightened as he observed the display of magic as always, and then dimmed as he focused on Severus's wand. The young man sighed, understanding the cause of the boy's disappointment. Adrian, in order to train properly, had received his wand at his 7th birthday. Even if it would be used only for training, Harry had felt once again excluded. Severus shut his eyes tight, considering the injustice of it all. After all, Harry had shown his aptitude with magic sooner than his brother. As a matter of fact, it was on that first day 4 years ago when he had just brought the boy to his house that Severus first realized said aptitude. Harry had accidentally bumped on an end table, causing the vase sitting on top of it to tumble to the floor. Thing was, it never did touch the floor. It instead disappeared and subsequently reappeared with a loud popping sound on its original place, eliciting a sigh of relief from the 3-year-old wizard. Severus was exhilarated when, after a few quick questions, uncovered this was the second time something like that had happened, as it seemed Harry had managed to escape a fly down the stairs after tripping on a carpet a few months prior to the incident. And what had happened when Severus had tried to tell Harry's family? The row had happened, that's what. After James almost having a coronary when he realized his son had spent a month with his nemesis, Severus found himself less inclined to share such information. It felt private, something that he could keep between Harry and himself. And anyways, the boy had since then done magic in front of his parents, a few days before his 7th birthday. Severus felt like finding James and hitting him with something heavy and ideally metallic at the memory. Harry had been congratulated, of course, but did it ever pass their minds that maybe he should be trained too now that Adrian was? No, of course it hadn't. And it didn't matter in the least that he was clever beyond his years and thirsty for knowledge, he just wasn't Adrian. Severus had been there when Harry found out he wasn't going to get a wand as his brother would. He saw that sparkle go out in the boy's emerald eyes, and that almost lead to hexing James and Sirius on the spot. Only the look that Harry sent him, a pleading look, a look that conveyed all his need to get out of his family home's kitchen where that confrontation had taken place, stopped him as he drew his wand. "Are you all right, Sev?" Harry asked, concerned as he noticed the clenched eyes of the man that had become his guardian. "I'm fine, Harry. Just remembered something." He smiled at the boy, who still looked at his drawn wand with large sad eyes. Severus smiled fondly at the sight of his eyes. He had managed to spare Harry the need of glasses, a fate that his brother would fall under. It was a potion he had come up with, researching for days and nights when he realized Harry's eyesight was failing. James would never allow him to use such a potion that was made by himself, brilliant as it may be, and Lily would unfortunately never trust it if it wasn't approved by the Ministry's Potions Division. It was something that they had never managed to agree on, bending the rules a little bit when needed. Still, he would have abided her wishes if he wasn't convinced that the potion should be consumed during the first months after the symptoms became obvious. The Ministry needed at least 6 months before giving approval, and that would have been too late. Besides, he was not interested in going public with the potion just yet. He was still working on some improvements on the basic formula so it would cure all types of eye failure and just myopia. Can you show me how to make a blood replenishing potion now, Sev? Harry asked, smiling softly. Severus chuckled. That had been the point of today's exhibition. He was trying to make Harry forget of the fact that he wasn't going to train along with his brother by training him a bit on his own. Besides, it wasn't his fault that the boy absorbed any and every information thrown his way like a sponge. The room that Harry was using in Spinner's End was filled with books on herbology, potions and astronomy and everything else Severus had found that could give him the basics on magical theory in a way a 7-year-old would understand. He had after all taught the boy how to read himself 2 years ago, as the plan was both Potter boys would be home-schooled before attending Hogwarts. Of course I can, he said, twirling his wand. I promised after all. You're the best, Sev, Harry exclaimed and hugged him, making Severus smile again. If only his students could see him now. Yeah, kid. Whatever you say. Harry giggled excitedly and run to put his dragonhide gloves on as Severus lit the fire again. And while we're on it, tell me, Harry, why did I put out the first fire even though I knew you would use those puppy eyes of yours to blackmail me into brewing yet another potion? Harry giggled again and turned said eyes full force on the young man, who rolled his own eyes at the boy's antics in turn. Because of the Ashwinders. There had been ingredients of magical properties that had fallen in the flames that were, on their own account, lit with a wand. Harry explained as Severus smiled proudly. I guess you didn't want the house to blow up. Harry concluded, approaching with the ingredients Severus had left on the table by the fireplace for him. Exactly, Harry, Severus said, taking the ingredients from Harry to begin explaining which was which. Now if only those dunderheads I have for students could remember that, I wouldn't have to deal with all those molten cauldrons after every lesson. Harry giggled again. Yet again, I trust they would find another way to destroy said cauldrons. Their imagination sometimes surprises me. This time he joined Harry, chuckling softly himself. It was an hour later when the final ingredients had to be added in the potion when it happened. So I stir 7 times clockwise and 1 time to the opposite direction? Harry asked, concentrating on the bubbling potion. Exactly. Now if we did everything right, which of course we did, the potion will change color from the green that it is now to a dark red. That's how you'll know it's done. And he smiled at the small gasp the boy made as, after a few stirrings, the potion became noticeably browner. And now, if you keep going that way, soon, his sentence was interrupted by a loud croaking sound. A Hogwarts owl had just entered from the window and flew over the 2 wizards, intent on delivering its letter in time. Severus felt that something would go wrong before it happened and still didn't have time to react. The owl flew over the fireplace, knocking a vase filled with mandrake root inside the boiling potion. Severus only managed to shout Harry's name when the reaction began. A huge pillar of green flames rose from the cauldron, scorching everything it came in contact with and spreading as the mandrake root boiled. Severus's only coherent thought was to protect Harry as the flames spread to the rest of the room. He had managed to grab his wand when a bright blue shield unfolded in front of them both. He turned his eyes to Harry and what he saw made him drop his wand in shock. The boy had extended his hands forward and was the sole reason why they weren't being burned to a crisp by the flames. He was the one conjuring the shield. The flames died down, leaving the wall over the fireplace black with smoke. Severus turned around to find the rest of the room completely unharmed. Harry's hands fell at his sides and he breathed in deeply. A smile of pure relief etched in his face, only to disperse into thin air as he turned to Severus. The young man was left speechless. Sev, are you all right? Harry repeated for the 2nd time that evening. Yes, I'm fine, Harry. Severus muttered, staring at the boy and plopping on the floor unceremoniously. You don't look fine, Sev. The boy stated with the disarming simplicity only a child could master. I'm just surprised, he explained. Why? What you did just now, have you ever done anything like that before? Severus asked as Harry started at him perplexed. Accidental magic. Lots of times. The boy stated, not understanding what Severus meant. No, Harry, what I meant was, have you ever done anything like that shield before? The black-eyed elaborated. I don't think so. He looked at Severus worried. Why? Is that bad? Bad. No. The potions, Master stated. It's advanced. I have never heard of any form of accidental magic displayed in such a way. Oh, Harry offered, not really knowing what to say. Harry, do you mind if we took a small trip to Hogwarts? Severus asked after some consideration. I think the headmaster should hear about this. Okay. The small boy readily agreed as Severus pushed his body off the floor. And what about the wall? Harry asked, his eyes widening, as he took in the almost burned down fireplace. You're all that matters now, Harry. The bloody wall can fall down for all I care. Severus offered, fixing the fireplace with his wand just enough to make it usable and summoning some flow powder from his room, given the one next to the fireplace had been used up when the cauldron exploded. He extended his hand to Harry, who was looking at him with a soft smile on his face. Thanks, Sev, he said as the older wizard threw some powder in the flames. For what? He asked, distracted as Harry hugged him once again. For caring. Severus was left speechless yet again, staring at the boy. Of course I care, kid. Hey, look at me, he said softly as he kneeled to face Harry, who was looking at the floor, avoiding his eyes. I will always care. I love you, kid. Harry's eyes snapped back at Severus's, filled first with shock and then brimming with tears. It was the first time Severus had said that to the boy, even if he had admitted it to himself years ago. I love you too, Sev. Harry stated, holding onto the young professor tighter, making Severus shed a tear of his own. I wish you were my dad. The boy whispered, startling the man out of his wits. Harry, you already have a dad. He stated with a heavy heart, knowing deep down that he wished for the exact same thing. Not because Harry was Lily's son, no, just because Harry was Harry. I know. And as much as it hurts too. Give it to him, he loves you, all your family does. Severus added with a sad smile. I love them too, but sometimes I just don't like them very much. Harry admitted, tears flowing down his face, breaking Severus's heart a little. He just didn't have anything to answer this time. Don't you want to be my dad? Harry asked disarmingly. More than anything, kid. Then why can't you? Harry asked timidly, his eyes boring into Severus's. Why couldn't he really, he wondered. He couldn't be his biological father, of course, but a father figure. Wasn't he already one? Harry, you already have. I know James is my father. Harry shouted, shutting his eyes as tight as he could, new tears cascading down his cheeks as he shook with fury. I know, okay. But he's not my dad. He snapped, his eyes open, and Severus was left staring at him, not knowing what to say. He's Adrian's dad, he plays with him, he takes him to Quidditch games, he teaches him stuff. He doesn't do that for me. You do. He is my father, but you're my dad. Harry exclaimed. Why can't you be my dad? He whispered, his voice broken. This time it was Severus's time to hug him. He felt something hot trailing down his face, and only Harry's trembling hands wrapped themselves around his torso did he realize it has tears. From all the things he could have ever expected from a 7-year-old that hadn't even made the list, he still didn't dare to believe it. Could the boy really feel that way? Obviously yes, he could. And in that case, what could he say? There was only one option that remotely made sense. Okay, Harry. He pulled back and looked the boy in the eyes, his voice thick. Okay. If you want it too, there's nothing else in the world that I want as much as being your dad. And as they held each other once again, happier than they had ever been, eyes shut, crying tears of joy, they had no way of noticing a soft white aura surrounding them both. As it often happens with those things, the light was gone the moment their eyes opened. Are we still going to Hogwarts? Harry asked after a few moments, making Severus laugh, a full-blown laughter that had been unused since before the war. Yes, we are. Severus answered, wiping the boy's cheeks from any traces of tears. Hand in hand they walked into the flames, and onto Hogwarts they went, landing carefully on the floor of Severus's office. It was about time you two appeared. A voice said, surprising both of them and causing Severus to draw his wand and stand protectively in front of Harry and the source of said voice. His eyes widened, a reaction mirrored by Harry, who was peeking behind Severus's protective form. I almost believed I miscalculated. Who are you? Severus asked threateningly as he stared at the smiling man with the dark blue eyes in the portrait that was supposed to be empty. He was old, probably as old as Dumbledore, with long, luxurious robes in the same color as his eyes. His white hair and beard could give Albus a run for his money, and his whole stance spoke of power. "Now that's the question," the man exclaimed, chuckling. "I was born Merlin Emrys, but most people simply know me as Merlin." And observing the wide-eyed wizards in front of him, the man in the portrait smiled wider and, with a polite bow, added, "Merlin Ambrosius, at your service." "Now that's the question," the man exclaimed, chuckling. "I was born Merlin Emrys, but most people simply know me as Merlin." And observing the wide-eyed wizards in front of him, the man in the portrait smiled wider and, with a polite bow, added, "Merlin Ambrosius, at your service." Harry and Severus stood frozen as the man in the portrait claimed to be the most powerful wizard of all times. Severus was the first one to react at the statement. "No, you're not," he stated simply, not knowing what else to say. "Yes, I am, but I knew you were going to say that, Severus." The man that was or wasn't Merlin retorted merrily. "He does have quite an impressive beard," Harry stated, causing the man in the portrait to laugh and Severus to turn and stare at the boy confused. "How is that in any way indicative?" the potions master asked. "Merlin was said to have a beard like that," Harry answered, while Severus simply cocked an eyebrow in disbelief. "At least I tried," the boy exclaimed, never taking his eyes off the old wizard. "Thank you, Harry," the man who claimed to be Merlin offered, his hand patting his beard. "First of all, how do you know our names?" Severus asked, lowering his wand, realizing that a portrait couldn't do any magic no matter who was painted on it. Not that he believed this was Merlin. And secondly, Merlin never had any portraits made in his image. "That would be true, I have not." The old wizard acquiesced. "Excuse me, sir, but aren't you a portrait?" Harry asked, confused. Severus nodded in accordance. "Yes and no, this is not exactly a portrait. I would guess it is a window if anything else." "A window to where?" Severus asked, getting more and more agitated by the second. "Tell me, Severus, what do you know of Avalon?" The potions master regarded the strange man startled while Harry observed the conversation captivated. "Avalon is supposed to be a magical island, created by magic. It is also the legendary abode of Morgana Le Fay," Severus answered in a monotone voice. "How is this relevant?" "Because that painting is indeed a window to Avalon. Or rather to me, since I reside in Avalon presently," the man said, shrugging. "Avalon does not exist. And you are a painting. I don't know whose painting, but definitely not Merlin's," the young professor stated emphatically. This was going nowhere and he had to make sure Harry wasn't harmed by whatever it was his magic had done. There simply was no time for deranged portraits, no matter whose they claimed to be. "If I'm just a painting, then how do I know young Harry over here just showcased an incredible amount of power in just a single accidental magic incident?" the man said, more serious this time, making both wizards gasp. "And if I am just a painting, how can I do this?" And by this, the man meant drawing his wand and casting a wordless spell towards Harry and Severus. A dark red mist flew from his wand and swarmed over the two wizards who, in a matter of seconds, collapsed in a heap on the floor. "Where are we?" Harry asked, looking around him, feeling dizzy. Everything had been dark when he had first opened his eyes, but now he could make out forms of what seemed to be furniture. It was furniture. He and Severus, who was getting up from the floor for the second time that day, found themselves in what appeared to a study or a small personal library. The room was 2 floors high, filled with bookcases. There was a fireplace and a desk in front of them, and the way in which the room was decorated with dark wooden floors and furniture and fabrics in dark hues of blue, green and red made Severus's mind wander to the library at Hogwarts. Actually a mixture of the library and the headmaster's office. "I have no idea," he answered to the boy, once again covering him, using his body as a live shield while they moved towards the fireplace. "Just stay close." "Okay," Harry mumbled as he latched onto Severus's cloak. "No need to fear," a voice came from behind them, causing Severus to turn rapidly should the need arose to defend Harry. "Really, there is no need," the man from the portrait said. Problem was, he was no longer in a portrait. Instead, he was walking confidently towards the two wizards, stopping only at a few paces from Severus's raised wand. "What have you done to us?" he asked, furious. "What is this place? On my way to proving I'm indeed not a portrait but Merlin, which is getting annoying, I moved straight to the second part of our meeting, figuring I could explain you what's happening while we're here. As to where we are, he looked around with a smile. Why, it appears to be a library of some sort. Truthfully, I have no idea. How can that be? Severus asked as Harry's grip tightened on his cloak. You brought us here. I did, but I did not choose the setting. Merlin, as Severus had decided to call him until proven wrong, admitted. I believe we're in your mind at this moment, Severus, that's what the spell does. I needed a place where we could speak in peace and, since I casted the spell, the mind chosen couldn't be mine. Are you telling me that this is my mind? Severus asked, bewildered, lowering his wand. This day was just getting stranger by the second. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Merlin confirmed. I love how you've decorated, by the way. Wait a minute. Severus protested, clasping his head. This conversation was giving him a headache. Can you prove it? That I'm Merlin? The old wizard asked, seemingly exasperated. Let's assume that you are Merlin. Severus offered, resigned. Can you prove that this is my mind? No, but you can. Merlin said with a smile. What? How? This is your mind, just change something by will. Concentrate and you'll see. Go on, Merlin prompted. Severus sighed and turned to look at Harry, who had turned pale, figuring he had nothing to lose at the moment he observed the room around him. I seemed a little dark, so he turned towards the wall further away from them and closed his eyes, imagining a large window. What alerted him was a soft gasp from Harry. He opened his eyes only to find the wall across them had disappeared and in its place stood a 2-story high vitro. Merlin's beak, Severus started before turning at Merlin himself, who regarded him critically. Never mind that, he muttered, rubbing his temples. This really is my mind, isn't it? It is. The old man agreed, smiling. And you really are Merlin? Severus stated, this time in shock. He was talking with Merlin, the greatest wizard of all time. Inside his head. And Harry was there too. Suddenly the prospect didn't look that great. I need to sit down, he said, and immediately an armchair, similar to the one he had back home, appeared. He landed on it unceremoniously. He conjured 2 more and motioned the 2 remaining members of the unusual group to sit down. Yes, I am Merlin, as I've been trying to say for quite some time now. Merlin agreed with a smile. And you are Severus Snape, and this young man over here is Harry Potter, the boy who lived. At that, a pair of black and a pair of green eyes snapped towards him in fear. The what? But sir, I'm not, Harry began, stopping to clear his throat as his voice came out more like a croak. I'm not the boy who lived, my brother Adrian is. I beg to differ, Harry. Merlin said, sighing. And this one I can prove. How? Severus asked, feeling the blood drain from his face. Not Harry. That's one of the reasons you have been brought here. Merlin explained. At this very moment, this very conversation is taking place in our subconscious. Physically you 2 are still at Hogwarts and I am in Avalon, and I can assure you, all 3 of us are passed out cold on the floor. How does that prove anything? Severus asked, already having an idea of what Merlin was indicating. I see you're beginning to comprehend what I mean, Severus. The old wizard said. Since we're in this state, our consciousness has subsided, leaving space for our subconscious to take over. Unbelievable things can be achieved in such a state of mind. You can create a whole room out of nothing, he stated, pointing to the room all around them. You can defy the laws of nature. And you can make it so that you can recall memories long forgotten, even if you were nothing but a 1-year-old baby at the time the actual event took place. He concluded in a grave voice. Is that true? Harry asked quietly as Merlin nodded. Could I see? Harry, no. Severus protested. Even if what you say it's true, he started, turning towards Merlin. Are you going to subject a 7-year-old into watching his attempted murder? If what I'm saying is true, and I'm afraid it is, do you think that it will matter in the future if he has seen it or not? Merlin asked. It's your choice, Harry. Just remember that it's your past, and, no matter how much it hurt you at the time, it can do nothing to harm you now. It's just a memory. Harry, who had turned white as a ghost, nodded. I want to see it. Harry, Severus began softly to have Harry interrupt him. Sev, I've been hearing about that night all of my life. I want to see what happened. I must. He pleaded with him, fearful but resolute. If you feel that way. Severus resigned after a thoughtful pause. Who was he to forbid Harry from finding out what had really happened the night that changed his life forever? How are we doing this? He asked Merlin with a sigh. It's your mind, Severus. Just cast the spell you normally would cast to retract a memory and let things take their course. Severus nodded once and turned towards Harry. Just think of the memory you want to remember, Harry. If at any time you want to stop seeing it, tell me and I will end the spell at once. Understand? He asked, holding Harry's shoulder as they both stood from their seats. Merlin followed suit and Severus brought his wand to Harry's temple. Trying to be as gentle as possible, he said the incantation and softly extracted the silvery essence that was Harry's memory. Instead of seeking a vessel, it spread like liquefied silk, creating a large screen of twirling lights before it stabilized to the image of a nursery. 2 cribs were clearly visible in the room as the 3 walked in through the open door. They didn't have to wait for long before the black-clad figure of Lord Voldemort entered the room. Harry and Severus cringed. Harry, never having seen the face of the Dark Lord, moved closer to Severus, holding onto him as strongly as he could, while Merlin watched with disdain. They watched as Voldemort pointed his wand at the 2 past Potter boys, and Harry and Severus gasped in shock as he decided to firstly attack Harry, mistaking him for the firstborn. By the time the golden shield covered the room and Voldemort fled, Harry was sobbing and Severus wasn't faring any better. They stood long enough to see the debris fall through the shield onto Adrian's hand, creating the famous jagged scar on his palm before the memory went blank and they found themselves back at the library. This time it was raining behind the stained glass. And now you know, Merlin stated as Severus did his best to comfort a distressed Harry. But all those years, how come nobody realized? How didn't Albus? The young man asked, stroking Harry's hair. The scar was there, infused with strong magic, and Voldemort had vanished. Harry, on the other hand, didn't bear any signs of being the one who had defeated the Dark Lord and was unconscious when his parents arrived home. Merlin explained. Nobody saw anything beyond what they expected to see. But the prophecy, Severus said, swallowing hard. The mere thought that he had almost caused Harry's death was driving him insane. He still couldn't believe the scene he had just witnessed. The thing about prophecies, the old wizard said, is that they can be very tricky to decipher. What prophecy? Harry suddenly asked, drying his tears without letting go of Severus's now wet shirt. Before you were born, Severus said, stopping Merlin from talking, feeling he had to do this himself. There was a prophecy made by one Sibylla Trelawney, the now divination professor in Hogwarts. In the prophecy, it was stated that the one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord would be born when the 7th month died. Severus closed his eyes in pain. I heard that part of the prophecy and it was me. He swallowed hard, trying to find his courage. He knew Harry would hate him after that, but he had to tell him. It was me that gave Voldemort that information, Harry. It's my fault that you almost died. Harry stood absolutely still and regarded Severus carefully. He kept his eyes shut, which did nothing to prevent a few tears from escaping them. Severus had told him of his part in the war, not hiding a thing from how he got involved or why. A few months ago, when Harry had seen the faded dark mark on his hand, Harry had hugged him and told him that it didn't matter and that he had turned out fine in the end, making the man chuckle despite himself. But he had never mentioned the prophecy. He had believed it to refer to his brother after all. But now, after having seen what almost happened, the burden in his heart was far too heavy. Harry had almost died and it was his fault and nothing could ever. Haven't we had this conversation before? Harry spoke softly and Severus looked at him guardedly. The boy was smiling at him and he couldn't help but hate himself more for it. Did he deserve such kindness, he wondered. Harry, you don't understand. You almost died and but I didn't. I'm fine, look, he said, coming closer and hugging Severus tight. I'm fine, Dad. He whispered, making Severus break down to uncontrolled tears, completely forgetting the third party of their company. It wasn't for another good 15 minutes and 100 more apologies that they both remembered of the man that had brought them there. You didn't have to see, Severus muttered as he sat back in his armchair, never letting go of Harry. Showing his emotions openly was something he didn't often allow himself, and showing them to a complete stranger. Severus felt completely mortified of his reaction. It is more than understandable, Merlin said, smiling. But Harry is right, no matter the mistakes you made in the past, you can't stop living. You have been given a second chance, Severus, and I suggest you use it. Severus nodded once. You seem to have done a great job up to now. He was born like that, he said, motioning at Harry. I'm just along for the ride. You'd be surprised, Severus, at how much you have affected him. Merlin said as both wizards watched him carefully. As much as he has affected you, I imagine. So, am I really the boy who lived? Harry asked in wonder, unable to withhold his questions for another second. Yes, and I believe you should both hear the complete prophecy before you draw any more conclusions. There is more to it? Severus asked shocked. And how can you know there is? Yes, there is more. Merlin nodded with a smile. And as for how I know it, let's say that being married to my wife has its benefits. Wife? Severus inquired surprised. You have heard of the famous witch and seer Morgana Le Fay, I assume. Merlin stated chuckling. Morgana is your wife. Morgana Le Fay. I thought you were enemies. Severus exclaimed. We didn't start off on the best ground, but I would advise you to not believe all of the stories you hear, especially about me. But the point here is that my wife is a seer and, due to circumstances I'll explain immediately, she did see the prophecy that was made that night. This is just, Severus exclaimed, finishing his sentence with a shrug that stated his confusion. Let me start from the basics then. Merlin said. There are two conditions for those who live in Avalon. 1. We do not reveal the way to find it to outsiders, and 2. Once we enter we can't leave and we don't intervene with the rest of the world. Then what is this if not an intervention? Severus asked confused. There is a general exception to the rule. If by any chance upon entering, one has left unfinished business with the rest of the world, they are entitled to intervene, granted that they find a way to do so without leaving Avalon. Merlin elaborated. And your unfinished business was? Severus asked expectantly as Harry waited in silence. A few years before Morgana and I passed through the gates of Avalon, she made a prophecy that involves the two of you. Morgana Le Fay has made a prophecy regarding us. Harry asked in awe. Yes, but I'm afraid the context of that prophecy I cannot yet reveal. What? Why can't you, sir? Severus asked annoyed. It does concern us after all. It does concern you too, but not only you. Merlin stated calmly. There are other people included whose time to hear the prophecy has not yet arrived. When it does, you will hear it too. He concluded, and Severus nodded. He didn't know much about prophecies and he wasn't about to question Merlin's knowledge on the subject. But I can tell you the second prophecy made solely about Harry. Morgana saw it too as a direct consequence of her own prophecy, thus I'm in the place to extend that knowledge to you. Merlin said and removed an odd-looking wand from his pocket. He moved it vertically once and an eerie voice echoed in the room. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The room fell silent as the ominous words rang in their minds. How could this be? Severus asked himself yet again. And what would happen now? And what? Wait a moment, the young professor exclaimed, making both Harry and, to his eternal surprise, Merlin, jump on their seats. The prophecy states that whoever was chosen to defeat the Dark Lord would be marked as his equal. No matter how Adrian's scar came to be, wasn't he the one marked? Valid point. Merlin offered, waving his wand towards Harry in a swift movement, pausing over the boy's waist. But I'm afraid untrue. Harry, if you wouldn't mind, could you please lift your shirt? Harry looked at the old wizard perplexed and then turned to Severus questioningly. After he received a brief nod, he lifted his shirt slightly to show. What is that? The green-eyed boy exclaimed with fear as he noticed the top of what appeared to be a mark on his hip bone. He lowered his jeans ever so little and was met with the sight of what resembled a type of a Celtic knot. It wasn't similar to anything else he had ever seen. It was black and shaped like an 8-pointed star, almost 3 inches tall and 2, maybe 2.5 wide. That is the mark referred in the prophecy. It was not created because of Voldemort but was forced to appear sooner than it should due to his intervention, thus marking Harry as his equal. Merlin explained. But what is it? Severus asked, fretting. It wasn't there before, was it, Harry? No, the boy said softly, touching the mark as if afraid he would get burned. His reaction made Merlin chuckle openly. You think this is funny? An annoyed Severus asked, swearing the continuous and rapid change between fear and anger was going to lead him straight to Saint Mango's. Harry just reminded me of another young wizard's reaction to his mark. He had barely turned 7 himself and he thought he had been cursed and was doomed to die within the day. The old wizard said merrily. Is there someone else with a mark like Harry's? Severus asked in relief. If you tell me where he is, I will go in. No need to search far, Severus. Merlin stopped him with a smile. You're looking at him, he stated and lifted his right sleeve. There, on his forearm, stood a mark similar to Harry's. It was black too and fashioned like a Celtic knot, but it was surrounded by small orbs, barely a quarter of an inch wide, situated between and above the points of the knot. But what is it? Harry asked again, calmer now that somebody else had a mark like him. Severus on his part, even if he would later deny he even broke a sweat, was close to hyperventilating. Harry, his innocent little boy, was sharing a mark with Merlin. It's called an emblem, Harry. During my time it was more common to find one amongst witches and wizards. Once they reached a certain age, they performed the spell necessary and, if they were magically strong enough, their emblem would appear on some part of their body. Merlin explained. The main emblem depends on the wizard and his abilities are stated on it. He pointed at some runes fashioned inside the lines on the knot. Those will appear when you first use an ability you possess. But see those circles surrounding the emblem? Harry nodded. You see, Harry, emblems were, besides of a boast of how strong a wizard was, a way to mark your progress in magic. Each time you begin apprenticing, meaning each time you begin to study a subject on magic, you create the possibility for such a circle to appear. Once your magic deems you have reached an appropriate level in the specific subject, the circle will appear, marking you an apprentice on that subject of magic. That circle will remain black until your magic has once again deemed you ready to be called a master on that subject. When that happens, the color of the circle will change according to the subject you study. Take for example this one. Merlin said and pointed a dark green circle in the upper right corner of his mark. That circle marks me as a master of potions, while that one, he said pointing to a dark blue circle, marks me as master of charms. And I'll get circles like these? Harry asked in awe. Yes you will, if you practice, that is. Merlin said with a smile as Harry regarded his emblem with a renewed interest. You took it better than I did. I insisted I was going to burst into flames for a whole hour after I was told what an emblem was. The old wizard admitted, making Harry giggle. Excuse me for a second. Severus said with a forced calm voice. If I understood correctly, you said that the emblem only appeared after a spell was cast. In Harry's case though. In Harry's case, just as in mine, it was our magic itself that created the emblem. I never did figure out why, but after many years I have concluded that it was its way of saying, hey, notice me, I'm here. Merlin said in utmost seriousness. Really? It's just a caprice of your magic that made it appear. Is it just random? Severus asked unconvinced. I never said it was random. I believe that my magic, just as Harry's begged to come out, to be trained, to expand, and the emblem was the way it made it known to us. Merlin elaborated. Not that hard to grasp, I believe. He said looking at Harry fondly. Then there's a lot to talk about when we get back. Severus said and sighed. What? Harry asked, taking his eyes off his mark. Why? You're the boy who lived, Harry. Severus said with a rueful smile. Don't you think they, and by they I mean your family first and foremost, will want to know? Harry just stood looking at Severus in deep thought, his expression too contemplative to be pulled off flawlessly by a 7-year-old. If we do tell them, what do you think will happen? He asked in all seriousness. I suspect they will start your training as they should have already. You'll even get a wand. He tried to sound cheerful, but inside he was slowly dying. Training for Harry meant he would never get to see him until he enrolled to Hogwarts in 4 years. Maybe he would get to see Adrian instead, but really, he'd rather not. Adrian wasn't Harry, nobody was Harry. Severus felt like he was losing his family all over again. So they will take me to see all those unnecessary experts and have me read textbooks I have already finished. And what will happen to Adrian? I can't know what your training will require. As for Adrian, he will probably switch places with you. That shocked Harry to the core. Would they really do that? But, he turned to Merlin and asked, I'm stronger than Adrian, right? The old wizard nodded with a smile, seeing where Harry was headed. Severus frowned. Harry wasn't one to boast. If I'm stronger, won't Adrian need more training than me? The boy asked hopefully, looking at Severus, who smiled softly after a soft moment of surprise. He will be a target once we grow up, if the Dark Lord returns, won't he? Won't training help him survive? It's very noble of you, Harry, but you need to train too. You will be the primary target when the Dark Lord returns, whether your parents know it or not. Severus said with a sad smile. You can train me then, Sev. Harry said, smiling. Harry, I couldn't possibly. Yes, you could. The boy insisted with a passion, his eyes glowing with a feverish light. I've seen the books they intend to give Adrian for training, and you have already helped me with much more difficult stuff. And you won't take me all over the world just to see experts who won't find anything. And Adrian can keep training, and I won't have to go to all these gatherings he goes with our parents. Harry said in one breath and then softly whispered. And I won't have to go away. Severus felt his spirits lift. Maybe he could do this. He was after all the youngest potions master in centuries and proficient in many different branches of magic. And to top it all, he was also a professor. He turned his eyes to Merlin, silently asking him for his advice. The man was smiling like crazy. I think it's a great idea. The old wizard exclaimed as Harry jumped up and down excitedly. But you said Harry's magic is reaching out to be expanded and did I mention I was mostly self-taught? Merlin asked with a smile. There was no such thing as a wizarding school in my time, just lots of books. And, if I may say so myself, I didn't end up that bad. But that will mean you won't be able to tell anybody you're the boy who lived, Harry. Severus stressed his point to make sure the boy knew what he was getting into. I don't care, Harry stated with a smile. Adrian will get the training he needs and I will be left alone to train as I want. Oh, please Sev, say yes. And at the sight of those huge, pleading eyes, he couldn't say anything else. Harry was jumping up and down with joy as Severus approached Merlin, smiling softly. Are you sure this is the right thing for him, sir? He asked the famous wizard, who also smiled at the antics of the little boy in front of him. He has the potential to be someone great, Severus, and to do that he needs more than just training, not that you won't be able to give him that. He needs someone to love him unconditionally and to guide him through the rough patches along the road. And do you think that's me? Severus asked, disbelieving. I know that's you, Severus. Merlin answered cryptically. You know. Remember how Harry called you when you told him about the prophecy? He called me, Dad. Severus whispered. I can't tell you how the prophecy my wife made goes exactly, but I can assure you that you are supposed to help Harry though his life, and not because a prophecy dictates it. Merlin explained. Prophecies are mere guidelines, you must understand. You are supposed to help Harry with his life because you're the one who wants to help him the most, you're the one who cares the most. Could you imagine giving him up? I would never. Severus swore at that moment that he would stand by Harry's side no matter what. Sev, do you think I can get a wand now? Harry asked out of the blue, approaching the two men. You do not have a wand? Merlin asked, confused. No sir, I'm only 7. In my time we got our first wands at 7. The old wizard commented, shrugging. That's so unfair, we have to wait until we're 11. The boy complained, crossing his hands over his, making the two men laugh at his attempt to be stern. It does seem unfair, Merlin noted, and then added in a more serious tone. About your wand now, Harry, I'm afraid there might be a problem. What problem, sir? Severus asked, confused. To his surprise, Merlin drew his own wand. The young man realized why it had seemed different on first sight. It was simply because the main body of the wand was wooden, as normal as it could be, but the handle was decorated with a white metal. The metal is silver and it's not just for decoration. The old wizard clarified. This is a custom wand, it's specifically designed to respond to my magic. It has a core of various materials in a different quantity than normal wands so that it can respond better to me. It is modeled to match my core perfectly. He turned and looked at Severus. Explain to your wandmaker that you want a custom wand and he will explain what you have to do in turn. What would happen if I bought a normal wand? Harry asked, curious. It would work at first and then it would burn out. You need a wand accustomed to you, Harry. Though wandless magic is possible, it can't be used for everything. Your wand will be your greatest ally. Severus was considering asking how could a wand burn out when the room seemed to shift on its axis. Dear me, Merlin muttered. The spell must be wearing off. If we need something, if we have any questions, Severus began to ask before Merlin stopped him. I will not be able to help. I will seek you out when the time is nigh for you to learn the second prophecy. But if we need something, Trust in Harry Severus and trust in yourself, you will do great. Merlin reassured him as Harry held tight onto his waist to prevent himself from falling as the room shifted again. How can you be so sure? Severus asked, fighting to keep his eyes open. If I have learned one thing and one thing alone in my life, that would be to trust my wife. Merlin said, smiling. Severus was unconvinced. I understand the second prophecy is about Harry, but are you sure it's about me too? If you want to be sure, Severus, the second prophecy, among others, speaks about the man who is supposed to teach Harry, the man who is supposed to guide him, the father of the son who is not the son, father in heart and soul and everything but blood. Now tell me, Severus, who else could that be? I can feel it inside you too, the magical bond between families. Trust yourself and trust Harry, Severus. And with those words, Severus woke up on the floor of his office, Harry stirring next to him. He stumbled to his feet and gently shook Harry awake. The boy opened his eyes slightly before closing them again with a sigh. Dad? He asked as Severus picked him up. It's just me, Harry. The potion's master offered, still not knowing what the proper way to react to such a statement was. I know. The boy answered as Severus headed to the fireplace to take them home. Tomorrow they would have to make a trip to Diagon Alley, but for now, Harry should rest, and he was coming down with a headache himself. With a last glimpse at a now empty portrait, Severus walked into the green flames, his mind already planning the curriculum Harry would be most interested in. Tomorrow they would have to make a trip to Diagon Alley, but for now, Harry should rest, and he was coming down with a headache himself. With a last glimpse at a now empty portrait, Severus walked into the green flames, his mind already planning the curriculum Harry would be most interested in. The next day dawned much like the one before. Severus tried to ignore the first rays of the sun coming from the eastern window in an act of defiance. He might be a professor now, but it was August, damn it. With a groan, he buried his head underneath his pillow, deciding to sleep for at least an hour more or so. He had seen the most amazing dream last night, involving Merlin, Harry and himself having a conversation about how Harry was the boy who lived in a library he had conjured inside his mind. All that, of course, after Merlin had cast a spell on him and Harry from the usually empty portrait in his office. He grunted at his imagination. No wonder he felt like his head had been ran over by a pack of rabid hippogriffs. Then again, in his dream Harry had called him Dad, something that in Severus's books was worth all the headaches in the world. Of course, that only solidified the fact that he should sleep more and dream less, but Sev. Something small and hyperactive started bouncing on his bed with glee, startling him halfway to a heart attack. Wake up, Sev. That something, which under close inspection through heavy-lidded eyes turned out to be Harry, kept bouncing on the bed, coming closer and closer, begging him to wake up. By Merlin's beard, Harry. Severus groaned, hiding his head once again under the pillows. He had managed to take a quick peek at the clock on his bed table. It was still 20 past 6. The sun isn't even completely up yet. Have some mercy, kid. But Merlin said I should get my wand, and you promised we'd go today. Come on, Sev. You promised. Merlin had said what? How did Harry know about his dream? Goblin's gold. Severus rose from his bed with a sudden jerk, eyes wide open and hair in complete disarray. So was it true? He wondered as his eyes traveled towards Harry. Your wand? Severus asked, trying to ascertain he had heard correctly. Yes. You said we could go today. Oh, do you still have a headache? Sorry for bouncing on the bed. Do you want me to bring you some tea? Harry was speaking rapidly, barely stopping to take a breath, making Severus smile slightly despite himself. I did promise, did I not? Severus asked as he rubbed his eyes open. One last check, couldn't mind. And how is your mark today? He asked, half expecting Harry to look at him like he had gone insane. Just the same as yesterday. Look. He stated and pointed at the part of the symbol that was visible over his jeans. It was undeniably there, just as Severus had remembered it from his dream, or more likely, from last afternoon's events. Okay, fine, we'll go. Severus decided to resign to his fate. So, he had met Merlin last day, and he discovered being part of a prophecy along with Harry, who was in truth the one supposed to defeat the Dark Lord for good. Now he was also supposed to train him in secret, as the Potters and the rest of the magical community of the country and the world believed his brother was the actual boy who lived. And he had agreed on that because Harry had given him that look he was directing at him once again. Oh, And because, apparently, Merlin thought it was a great idea, and so did an ancient prophecy made by none other than Morgana Le Fay, incidentally Merlin's wife. His life had sure gotten more complicated since Harry had appeared. And he wouldn't have it any other way. Come on, we'll be late. The boy exclaimed and jumped off the bed and towards the stairs. Slow down, Harry. First of all, it's dangerous to run down the stairs, and secondly, the shops in Diagon Alley open at 7. We have exactly, he turned once again towards his alarm clock, 35 minutes till then. Oh okay, Harry said, considering what he had heard. I'll go make breakfast, he stated, and walked down the stairs with a skip in his step. Better go down to help him, Severus thought to himself as he had a quick shower and got dressed. Harry had already been dressed when he woke him up, he realized, and tried to imagine when the boy had woken up himself. Shaking his head with mirth, he went down the stairs and towards the kitchen, where he found the 7-year-old wizard pouring tea carefully into 2 cups he had placed on the table. Smiling at the view, he approached him. Good morning officially, Harry, he said, smiling wider as he eyed the toast Harry had placed on the kitchen counter. How long have you been up? Since 5, I couldn't sleep, he stated excitedly, drinking his milk in large gulps. Slow down, Harry. You won't get a wand if you drown yourself, Severus admonished cheerfully as Harry's eyes bulged and he drank slower. Sorry, Sev, the boy murmured, his cheeks blushing a faint pink. It's understandable, the young professor said, smiling. But we have to make a few things clear if we're really going through with this. Harry nodded. 1. Your wand will stay with me when you are at the Potter Manor. Those hours you can read up on theory that will help you practice. Harry nodded his head in agreement. 2. You will not speak of this to anyone. If you want things to stay as they are, your training is to be kept secret. Severus regarded the boy carefully. If you want to tell your parents at any given time, I won't judge or try to stop you, but, once it happens, it will be final, okay? I won't tell Sev, Harry stated resolutely. I'm the one who asked to be trained like that, remember? Severus smiled and continued. Number 3, you'll have to study hard. Not that I doubt you will, I just had to get it out of my. The potions master added as he noticed Harry was just about to protest. And finally, let's not speak about meeting Merlin outside these walls, Severus said with a smirk. It will be hard to train you from St. Mungo's psychological ward. Harry giggled at the last statement but agreed nonetheless. Now can we go? Harry asked, unable to rein his enthusiasm any longer. He was practically bouncing on his chair, and Severus decided to take pity on him. Go get your cloak, he stated in a form of an answer as Harry giggled excitedly before giving him a tight albeit short hug and running to get his cloak. The boy had potential, Severus had always known, and having a wizard like Merlin agree was just added proof to that fact. Severus couldn't wait to see how Harry would evolve with the years, and, as the green-eyed boy came back inside the room bursting with joy, he repeated the oath he had silently given last day. He would be there for Harry, come what may, and he would make certain that, no matter all the prophecies and destinies, the boy would enjoy his life, that Harry would have a childhood he could be able to look back and smile at fondly when he was older, and not spend all his days single-mindedly devoted to training. Defeating all the Dark Lords in the world would never make up for such a loss. Ready, Sev, Harry exclaimed, grabbing the young man by the arm and leading him towards a repaired fireplace. Severus marveled on the fact he had had enough presence of mind last night to cast the spells needed without damaging the wall any further. They flowed to the leaky cauldron and from there walked straight to Diagon Alley without stopping to converse with anybody, not that there were many people there to begin with at such an early hour. First stop Gringotts and from there we go for your wand, Severus said to the skipping boy beside him, bringing him to an abrupt standstill. What's wrong, Harry? It's just that, Sev, I don't have any money and, Severus started laughing at the great shock of the boy. Harry, I will be responsible for you training, so I believe it falls to me to present you with all the necessary equipment, may that be a wand or whatever. The potions master assured Harry, motioning him to start walking again. Besides, kid, I have told you about my mother's family and all the money I have inherited from her. I believe it's time I put them to good use. His smile seemed to reassure the young boy enough to stop protesting. Talking about his mother's inheritance, Harry would need space to practice, and his house at Spinner's End didn't allow such luxury. Maybe it was time, but he would think about that later, he decided, as they entered the grand marble building that was the magical bank. After a fast ride on the wagon that Harry and Severus, though he was loath to admit it, enjoyed, they entered the vault where Harry just observed the piles of gold in awe as the young professor gathered the money needed for the day. It was 10 minutes later that the two wizards stood outside Ollivander's, Severus remembering the first time he lay eyes on that shop to buy his wand. His mother had died a year prior and his father had let him go alone. He took the scared boy's hand and led him through the door, determined he would never had to live through such an experience. Mr. Snape, or Professor now, is it not? An old man with white hair and the most intense blue eyes Harry had ever seen asked. Harry couldn't make heads or tails of him. And young Harry Potter, earlier than I expected to see you, but then again your brother was here a few days ago himself. An ebony wand he chose, with a dragon's heartstring, flexible and good for transformation, just like your father's. I say he chose, but in truth it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Mr. Potter. Harry was getting more and more agitated as Mr. Ollivander spoke, and Severus, understanding the boy's fear, stopped the wandmaker's monologue. We would like to get Harry his wand, Mr. Ollivander. But of course. Now tell me, Mr. Potter, which is your wand hand? Harry looked at Severus confused. Your dominant hand, Harry, he said smiling. Oh, I'm right-handed, sir. Harry said startled and proceeded to follow Mr. Ollivander's instructions as a silver measuring tape flew around him on its own, taking measures of his arm, hand and palm. I see, Ollivander said, clapping his hands once. I will return shortly with. Wait a second, Mr. Ollivander. Severus stopped him before he managed to go behind the counter to fetch a wand. Yes, Mr. Snape, the wandmaker asked, surprised. Harry will require a custom-made wand. Ollivander's eyebrows were lost inside his hairline as he regarded Severus. I can understand why you would want a custom wand, Mr. Snape, but let me assure you that, besides the rumors circulating about such wands, not everybody can use them. Ollivander said, picking one of the boxes behind the counter. It is a rare occurrence for such a wand to be made, and trust me when I say, most wizards, almost everyone I have even met, have their magic identifying perfectly with that of the creature from which their wand core is derived. I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, Mr. Ollivander, I'm just stating that. Try this wand, Mr. Potter, oak with a unicorn hair for a core. Just give it a wave. The old wandmaker stated, ignoring Severus. The young professor was seething but opted on not stating anything just to get the satisfaction of saying, I told you so, later on. He nodded at Harry, who had looked at him for help, with a smirk. Harry observed the wand in the box in front of him warily. Give it a wave, Mr. Ollivander had said, but maybe. He picked the wand from its box carefully and waved it as he had observed Severus do countless of times. Lumos. He commanded, and watched in shock as a bright light erupted from the tip of the wand, getting brighter and brighter for a few seconds before it burst into splinters in his hand. Ollivander regarded him with wild eyes while Severus smirked. So that's what happens when a wand burns out. As I said, Mr. Ollivander, Harry will require a custom wand. He spoke calmly as he approached the startled boy to make sure no splinters had injured him in any way. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ollivander. The boy uttered his apology with wide green eyes. It's quite all right, my boy. Ollivander stated, shocked. Follow me, Mr. Potter, Mr. Snape. And he took a golden key from his office, leading the two wizards to the workshop of his store through a locked door. It has been quite some time since I have made a custom wand, he uttered as they walked. The workshop was a large space filled with various types of wandwood and cores, ingredients inside boxes, the smell of wood and wax filling the area. What does a custom wand entail exactly, Mr. Ollivander? Severus asked, interested. The main idea of a custom wand is that various core ingredients gather together to form a single core that depicts the magical trace of the wand bearer. The old wandmaker explained. Based to arithmancy studies, there are 3 types of assorted wand cores, a 3 parts, a 5 parts and a 7 parts core. Judging from the quite violent reaction Mr. Potter elicited from his attempt at magic, I believe a 7 parts core wand will be able to regulate and depict his magical signature better. Harry was just staring at the two men expectantly. Severus nodded in understanding. And how will that work? He asked, trying to comprehend how Harry's wand would operate. There will be one core ingredient, the central part if you want, that depicts the basic character of the bearer's magic. Then, 3 supportive core ingredients to capture the variations of his magic will be added, followed by 3 binding ingredients that balance the effect of the core. Then the wandwood will be chosen, followed by a metal to bind the handle and help the magical flow. I believe that covers it all, Ollivander said, motioning for Harry to come forward. The boy did as asked. And what will Harry have to do? Severus asked finally. Ollivander turned to Harry, who was looking at him confused and a little bit scared. No need to fear, Mr. Potter. I want you to close your eyes for a moment, Ollivander said, causing Harry to turn to Severus for aid. It's okay, Harry, do as Mr. Ollivander says. Harry sighed and nodded, closing his eyes. Now, I want you to breathe slowly in and out. In and out. Try not to think of anything specific, just focus on breathing. Harry felt a little stupid, standing there doing nothing, but kept breathing deeply as instructed. Finally, as he relaxed, he started feeling a soft buzz coming from around him, as if various pieces of the room vibrated softly. What's that buzzing sound? Harry asked in soft voice, not opening his eyes. Your wand, Mr. Potter, Ollivander answered cryptically. Now I want you to open your eyes slowly and focus on that sound. Harry opened his eyes carefully and tried to see where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be everywhere. Follow the sound, Mr. Potter, and bring me the objects that produce it. Harry walked around the room hesitating. The loudest noise was coming from a box on the far corner of the room. He traced towards it slowly and fumbled around a bit until his eyes fell on a golden feather that seemed to radiate warmth. He reached for it and, the moment he touched it, that warmth extended from it to his body and the humming stopped. He turned confused at the wandmaker. Bring the feather here, Mr. Potter, and keep going. Okay, Harry said, nodding as he left the wand on the table where Ollivander had pointed and moved around the room following the humming. 6 more ingredients were gathered on the table before a soft whispering sound caught Harry's attention. It was different than the other components, softer somehow. In the last of the 2 sounds remaining, it turned out to be a branch of wood of a dark brown color. The last murmuring sound came from an assortment of boxes on a shelf in the back of the room. He had to climb on a chair and move a few boxes around to locate the source of the sound. It was a small wooden box which he opened only to find a large piece of a gleaming metal. It's purple, Harry stated, confused as he touched the lump of metal in the box. So are these all? Severus asked, carefully eyeing the assorted items as Harry approached with the metal. They are. And quite the collection they make, Ollivander said, picking up a red phoenix feather. Curious. Very curious, he stated, observing the feather. Excuse me, sir, but what's curious? Harry asked softly. It's curious that this feather is destined to be a part of your wand, Mr. Potter, when a second feather given by the same phoenix lies in the core of the wand that gave your brother his famous scar. Ollivander said as Severus moved closer to put his hand on the shoulder of a frozen in fear Harry. Did that man have to intimidate his poor boy further? I would appreciate it if you told us what the rest ingredients of the wand are, he said, trying to change the topic. Why yes, as I said, an interesting collection of ingredients, Ollivander exclaimed. The main core you selected is from a golden phoenix, quite a rare bird, even amongst phoenixes. Then for support you have yet another phoenix feather, quite a fiery temperament, the heartstring of a Hungarian horntail, and, dear me, a heartstring from a noondew. A noondew? Severus asked, the image of the giant deadly leopard, native in Africa, coming to his mind. Quite interesting, no? Ollivander asked as Harry stood in awe of what was to be his wand. And to bring them all together you have picked a unicorn's and a thestral's hair, quite the opposites, and that golden hair is from a rheum. Isn't a rheum some sort of ox? Harry asked in surprise. You could say that, Harry, Severus muttered, thinking of the tales he had heard of the magnificent golden-haired creatures. The wandwood you have chosen is called lignum vitae. The hardest wood in the world, that is, many call it ironwood. If you believe in fairy tales, it's said that Merlin's wand was made from the very same wood, but that's just speculation, of course. Don't you say? Severus asked humorously as Harry blushed a deep crimson. And the metal you have chosen is called hepatizin. It's now singularly goblin-made, but it has its origins in ancient Greece. It was once called Corinthian bronze, Ollivander said contemplatively. And when will the wand be ready? Severus asked, feeling how nervous Harry was getting under Ollivander's gaze. I normally don't have a lot of work during this time of the year, so if you stopped by this afternoon around 4, it should be ready. the wandmaker said, walking the two wizards out, intent on starting to work immediately. I can trust your discretion, of course, Severus added darkly as they exited the store, channeling the part of him that had made Death Eaters cringe at the mention of his name. The wandmaker nodded. It is a pleasure to make such a wand and possibly a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can trust I will not speak of it to anyone. Accepting his word, Severus bid him good day and led Harry out in the street. He would still keep an eye on Ollivander. The man was generally disinterested of what happened in the outside world and too devoted to his work to even bother telling about the wand, but should he choose to speak, well, Severus thought, accidents happened daily. He smiled at Harry, who was still looking at the now closed door of the shop over his shoulder. That was interesting, the green-eyed boy commented numbly as Severus chuckled. He was extremely proud of how Harry had dealt with the, admittedly scary, wandmaker. Your wand will be amazing, Harry, Severus said, making the boy's face shine with happiness. No need to return home just to come back in the afternoon, the potions master offered, pretending not to notice the wide smile on Harry's face as he spoke. I say we spend our day here and… Thank you, Sev, Harry said, laughing, holding onto Severus for dear life. Can we go to Flourish and Blots too? Oh, and at Quidditch Quality Supplies? Harry asked, prattling happily on Severus's side. Severus just laughed at his antics and nodded. He could not remember what the last time since he had had so much fun visiting Diagon Alley had been. Perhaps never. After a lengthy stop at Flourish and Blots and a dozen of purchases later, the two wizards headed for the Quidditch store, where Harry talked about all he knew about the sport, how much he would like to learn how to fly on a broom or go to Quidditch game, something his father and Adrian did together all the time. Severus grudgingly admitted he did enjoy the sport, or used to, before the whole experience was somewhat ruined by James Potter during his 4th year. He narrated how James and Sirius had tried to pull a prank to the Slytherin team and ended up in detention, making Harry burst in laughter. They ate in the leaky cauldron and when the time came, returned to Ollivander's for Harry's wand. Welcome back, the old wizard greeted them merrily. Mr. Potter, I'm proud to present you with your wand. Ollivander opened a black wand box and pulled back the protective cloth, allowing the wand to show. It was beautiful to Harry's eyes. The dark color was complemented with the soft gleam of the hepatizen that twirled in delicate vine patterns on the hilt. Harry softly gathered the wand in his arms and held it confidently as a familiar warmth entered his body. A perfect fit, Ollivander exclaimed. What is the metal doing? Severus asked, noticing something on the wand, and truly, it was like the metal of the hilt moved and extended towards the base of the wand, softly carving the wood, creating a pattern that looked a lot like. Is that a Celtic knot? Ollivander asked, interested. It's customary for a wand such as yours to create a symbol on its base. You can say it's the wand's way to identify, to name itself. The wandmaker explained. Does that symbol mean anything to you, Mr. Potter? Harry simply nodded as he stared at the familiar star now etched on his wand. Here we go, thought Severus simply, sharing a knowing look with Harry and a smile. So many things to do and, for once, all the time in the world to achieve them. Severus started planning. Harry nodded as he stared at the familiar star now etched on his wand. Here we go, thought Severus simply, sharing a knowing look with Harry and a smile. So many things to do and, for once, all the time in the world to achieve them. Severus started planning. It had been close to a week since Harry had first acquired his wand, and ever since the days at Spinner's End had fallen into a steady rhythm. Wake up, eat breakfast, practice, have lunch, practice, stop for dinner, sleep. A program that would have, perhaps, seemed exceedingly dull to an observer, but Harry was having the time of his life. With every new spell he tried, he could feel his magic stirring inside him, finally getting the training it had been begging for. And while the green-eyed wizard was focusing on his studies, a matter of some importance was bothering Severus's thoughts. He was once again seated on his favorite armchair, watching over Harry as the boy brewed a simple shrinking potion on his own. It was the 3rd time he had tried to brew something alone, and Severus was proud to report all previous work they had done while Harry was growing up was showing. All his attempts so far had been successful, not quite perfect yet, but better than what many first-year students had managed in his class, and Severus felt more proud for his progress than he had for any of his students. Then again, he figured, he didn't love any of his students like they were his own children. And that led him back to his present debate. Harry would need a place to train his magic in full scale. At the moment, the problem wasn't so obvious because he was still teaching him simple spells such as Lumos, to which he had already shown some aptitude in Alohomora, so that he could get an idea of how his magic felt before they moved to more advanced spells. But later on, even with the simplest defense spells, they would need space that was simply not offered by his house at Spinner's End. There was always the alternative. And once to the left, Harry was murmuring as he stirred the potion, smiling when it took the soft pink color it was supposed to. Severus held back his chuckle so he wouldn't cut the boy's concentration short. The green-eyed wizard was doing a great job and he had the means to help him evolve further. How could he be selfish enough not to do so? Because there was a place where he could train Harry in every luxury, but he closed his eyes and sighed. He hadn't visited his mother's family estate since his uncle had died. And back then he had skimmed through the objects now in his possession, had taken only what had seemed to be an empty canvas and see how that one turned out before he left a few quick orders to the house elves and fled the estate as fast as possible. He was in a dark place back then and being in his mother's home had stung. Truth be told, Severus thought as he opened his eyes to peer at Harry and his now green potion, it still stung. The princes were supposed to be his family and his only connection to the magical world after his mother had died. But instead of caring for him they had acted on their pureblood prejudices and completely shunned him during his childhood. It was the first time in over a decade that he had stepped foot in the prince estate when his uncle had died and he had spent the next 5 years pretending it didn't exist. But now, Sev, look, Harry exclaimed as he pointed at the soft green and bubbling potion. I think it's ready. He smiled with joy, his black hair even messier because of the fumes and his green eyes sparkling. No point in dwelling in the past, Severus thought as his spirits lifted at Harry's expression of happiness. It is ready, Severus confirmed as he stirred the potion gently before gathering it in a vial and labeling it, storing it in the cabinet where he had decided to keep all of Harry's potions. Well done, Harry. You do seem to have gotten the knack of it. The potion's master commended, making Harry's face shine with the praise. You think so? He asked with wide eyes. His hand absent-mindedly rubbed the spot next to his navel, where the top of his emblem was located. Yes, I do. All you need is practice, but the talent is already there. He added, observing Harry's movements. Does your emblem hurt, Harry? The potion's master asked worriedly. No, Harry answered, noticing what he was doing. It felt warm a few seconds ago, but other than that. Let's take a look at it, Severus offered, trying not to sound as worried as he felt. He would have to find a book on emblems and fast. He hated the idea of walking into this blindly. Harry acquiesced and lifted his shirt slowly. What is that? Look, the green-eyed boy exclaimed with excitement. There, on the right side of his mark, stood a small runic symbol inside a circle. I see, Severus said with a smirk as he translated the rune. What is it, Sev? Your magic seems to have acknowledged your efforts as much as I did. This symbol marks you as an apprentice in potions. The black-eyed man offered with a smirk. Your godfather would have a coronary if he ever found out your first apprenticeship turned out to be in potions. Apprenticeship? Harry asked with wide eyes, staring at the small mark that had added itself on his emblem. I'm a potions apprentice now. He was bouncing on his toes with giddiness as he spoke. Yes, and as I said, you have to practice to improve further. It's quite official now after all. Severus confirmed with a smile, ruffling Harry's hair, ignoring the disgruntled, not my hair, from the boy. And speaking of practicing, Severus said determinedly, this latest development having solidified his decision, I will need to be away for a couple of days to arrange for a, let's say, better setting for your future training. I trust you will keep up with your studies while I'm away. I'll check on your progress every night. He added mock seriously. A better setting? Harry asked curiously. Where? That's a surprise, Harry. Severus offered, assuming an equally mock superior air. You shall soon see. Will I like it? The boy asked mischievously. You will love it, you cheeky brat. The potions master exclaimed affectionately, ruffling Harry's hair further, eliciting another half-hearted complaint from the boy. And true to his word, Severus left early in the morning to visit his solicitors and further survey his estate, making sure it would be ready to welcome Harry. He even did a bit of remodeling upon glancing at the admittedly extended, due to the collective efforts of his ancestors over the years, library to model a room quite close to a familiar setting of a few days ago. Harry would get a kick out of it, he was certain. The house elves were delighted with the forthcoming arrival, and Severus himself felt the closure taking leave of Spinner's End brought. Spinner's End was the house where he grew up in, and most of the memories made their wear painful. The Prince estate, however, even if it carried the sting of his mother's family rejection, offered a fresh start, a chance to make new memories for himself and the boy he had come to care for as a son. Maybe this would turn out for the best. For Harry and for himself. All that was left, the potion's master thought as he returned to Spinner's End at the evening of the second day, was to tell the boy. Harry, Severus asked on the third morning after the declaration of him finding some place to practice. Yes, Sev. The boy spoke over his pancakes. Remember the place I told you about, the one I would find for your training? He asked with a smile. Yes. The boy asked back expectantly, his pancakes close to forgotten. I found it. You did. I did. And I'm planning actually, to move there permanently. Severus offered with a smile. If you approve, of course. If I approve? Harry asked confused. Sev, it's your house. The boy said solemnly. It's your house too, you'll be spending more time there than the Potter Manor, Harry. And besides, your opinion matters to me. Severus stated truthfully. He was enveloped in a hug so forceful, he almost flew off his chair. I love you, Dad. Harry whispered in a tight voice, causing Severus' heart to race. His honorary title felt better every time. I love you too, son, that's why I'm asking. How right the title suited the boy, Severus marveled. So, where is this place? Harry asked after a short pause. It's some good miles further to the north from Hogwarts, in the closer to the Highlands. I have told you about it, it's my mother's ancestral house. Severus said. You want to go back there? Harry asked softly, showing an understanding older than his years. Severus met his concern with a soft smile. It will do me good, I think. And it will help with your training. The potion's master reassured the boy. So, when can I see it? Eager, aren't we? Severus chuckled at the sparkle in Harry's green eyes. I thought we could apparate there after breakfast. What are we waiting for then? Harry asked and moved to get his travel cloak. Severus chuckled again and caught the boy from the collar of his shirt. I said after breakfast, Harry. He said, pointing to his still untouched pancakes. Harry dug into his breakfast with renewed fervor, wolfing the pancakes down in a few short minutes. Now can we go? He asked after washing the pancakes down with his milk. Since you managed to not choke on your breakfast, I believe we can. And Harry bolted out of the room in haste, returning faster than Severus had ever thought possible. In a few seconds Harry had grabbed hold of Severus' hand and they had apparated in what appeared to be a forest of some sorts. The first thing Harry noticed was the chill in the air. It was definitely colder than what he had been used to in the summer, even at the Potter Manor that was up in the north too. The boy looked around, but all he could see was trees on the left and right of what appeared to be a private road. Sev, I don't see. Turn around, Harry. Severus offered with mirth. Harry did as advised and froze in place, as he tried to comprehend what he saw. He blinked owlishly a couple of times. Sev. His green eyes were wide in wonder and, even though he was addressing the potion's master, stuck at the building in the distance. Is this where we'll be staying from now on? The boy's voice came out squeaky, making Severus laugh and feel for the first time the warmth of having his house considered their home openly from the boy. Yes. He answered laconically, withholding his laughter. Sev. Yes, Harry. Your house. What about it? It's a castle. Harry said, finally turning to look at the amused black-eyed man. It might not have occurred to you, Harry, but I had already noticed. And it's actually called Silbrith. Severus admitted, using all his training in occlumency to keep the smile off his face. Oh, Harry quipped, turning back to stare the building in the distance. That was apparently Silbrith. There, peeking over the trees of the thick pine forest, nestled on what appeared to be a hill, stood the castle Severus claimed to be his ancestral home. It wasn't as grand as Hogwarts for sure. Harry had trouble believing any castle could hold a candle against Hogwarts' splendor, but it was breathtaking in its own accord. Harry could see the turrets from where he stood and counted 2, no 3 towers rising from the main body of the castle. Shall we? Severus asked with a smile and took a shell-shocked Harry by the hand to lead him towards the castle. Are you sure we can stay here? The boy whispered as if he feared they would be overheard. This time Severus couldn't help himself. He laughed. a rare unguarded laughter that was becoming more of an occurrence as he spent more and more time with the green-eyed boy. "Considering I own the place, yes, I'm sure," Severus stated lightly. "Wow," Harry stated in lack of better words to express himself, eliciting yet another laugh from the potion's master. "Would you like to hear a bit about the story of this place?" Severus asked, knowing that Harry was going to ask soon anyway. "Sure," Harry readily agreed. "Well, it was built, in its original form, as a keep during the Third Goblin Rebellion when the battles spread nationwide," Severus explained. "Over the years the estate expanded to include the forests around, was surrounded with an outer wall and made unplottable. I, being the owner of the estate and the last prince heir, have the ability to apparate inside said wall. Anyway, during the past centuries, rooms, galleries and floors were added, until the castle came to be what it is today," Severus concluded. "Are there many families that have castle as their ancestral houses?" Harry asked, peering towards the castle yet again. "In Europe quite a few to begin with," Severus explained. "But many were abandoned due to lack of heirs or the demise of the whole families. Having the ownership of a magical keep in the Middle Ages meant fighting in wars, leading armies to battles." The potion's master elaborated. "The families whose ancestral homes are mansions are younger, as pureblood families go." "So the Prince family is older than the Potter line?" Harry asked, smiling. "Why yes," Severus affirmed with a smile of his own. "We didn't always bear the name Prince. The line is called Snape now after all, but the actual bloodline has risen to power before the Potters." "That's brilliant," Harry exclaimed. "I will have to agree," Severus offered, chuckling. They continued to walk in silence as Harry appeared to be considering what had been said. "Out with it, Harry. I was just wondering," the boy trailed off. "What happens to those castles that are left without an heir?" "Good question, Harry," Severus conceded. "You see, the magical signature of the family is still present on the castle, so it cannot just be bought. In result, they remain vacant up to the moment when a wizard or witch appears to break the pre-existing wards. It's a very strong form of blood magic, so it's easier said than done." "But then the castle can be bought?" Harry questioned further. "It wouldn't come cheap, but yes," Severus confirmed, considering the boy's question. Something was going on in that brain of his, he could tell. "As a matter of fact, there is a castle like that not far from here, vacant for over a century." The boy regarded him with bright eyes before nodding once. "Is there anything that bothers you, Harry?" the potion's master asked as the main gate of the castle appeared around the corner. "It's just a thought," Harry admitted, sending Severus a look that seemed to belong to a face much older, allowing a glimpse of the man he would one day be shined through. "It's just a thought still, but when I have something certain you'll be the first to know, Sev, I promise," the boy offered and then proceeded to tug on Severus' hand, urging him on. "Come on, Sev. I'll race you to the entrance." And he took off running before the young professor managed to agree or disagree for that matter. They both ended up entering the hall still running, Harry laughing all the way there and Severus smiling at the boy's antics. "Where do you find all that energy?" Severus asked, feigning astonishment. I won, Harry's sing-song voice fainted as he took in his surroundings. The hall was larger than he had imagined it to be, the style much similar to Hogwarts, the stained glass windows showering summer light in a room that appeared frozen in the Middle Ages. "I take you approve?" Severus asked, smirking. "You think?" was all the answer he got. "Minnie, Alfie," the potion's master called, causing two house elves to appear with a loud crackling sound. One was male and one female, both donning what looked like a pillowcase with a coat of arms embodied on the white, clean fabric. "Master Severus is here. We are happy to receive you, sir," a squeaky voice exclaimed, her owner the female elf called Minnie. Both house elves approached and bowed deeply. "Harry, these are Minnie and Alfie." Severus introduced them. Minnie is the head house elf of the castle and Alfie is her husband. "How many house elves live here?" Harry asked, confused as to why a head elf was needed. 12, Severus offered. "This is a big estate, Harry," the potion's master reminded the boy, who nodded in odd agreement. "Hello Minnie, Alfie, I'm Harry. Nice to meet you." The boy greeted them politely, causing the two elves to smile and then look confused between him and Severus. "It's an honor to meet you too, Master Harry." Minnie spoke for both of them once more. "Forgive us for staring, Master Harry, but we didn't know Master Severus had a son." Severus's eyes widened in surprise as Harry blushed. Harry is not my son, not biologically at least. Severus stated, stressing the biologically part. Why would you say he's my son though? Severus wondered, thinking the assumption a long shot and knowing house elves generally tried to assume as less as possible. Forgive us, Master Severus. Minnie said hurriedly, bowing her head. But Master Harry looks like you, sir. Something in his eyes, something in his magic. The elf looked disgruntled. But if Minnie was wrong, Minnie will. None of that now that I'm the master of this estate, Minnie. You are forbidden to punish yourself, understand? Severus interrupted her, guessing correctly what she was about to say. Thank you, sir, the master is most kind, sir. The female elf said, bowing, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Besides, Minnie, in a way, you were right. Harry is to be treated exactly as my son while he resides inside these halls. Pass the word on to the other elves too. The two house elves nodded. Thank you, Harry exclaimed and threw his arms around Severus. Dad, he added in a whisper. Severus smiled and ordered the house elves to show Harry the available bedrooms so he could pick the one he liked the most, while he withdrew to the quarters appointed to the head of the prince, now Snape, line to think. The words of his house elf rang still in his ears. Something in Harry's magic, she had said, and it hadn't been the first time he had heard words like that being uttered. Hadn't Merlin said something similar? Now, Severus knew there was no way a magical adoption could have taken place, as the Potters would have had to disown Harry first, something that was highly unlikely to happen. But there was always a different possibility altogether to be considered, and Harry had indeed shown a tendency to attract old magic. It was something he would have to look at, and what time would be better to start. But now, Severus knew there was no way a magical adoption could have taken place, as the Potters would have had to disown Harry first, something that was highly unlikely to happen. But there was always a different possibility to be considered altogether, and Harry had indeed shown a tendency to attract old magic. It was something he would have to look at, and what time would be better to start. But now, Harry was pacing the floors of his new home, and it was home indeed, for he could no longer deny where his heart felt it found its haven, looking around in awe. Sev had always managed to surprise him, but the 7-year-old wizard, despite his vivid imagination, had not seen that one coming. A castle, really. And to add to that, a castle that used to be a keep, the headquarters of a family of warriors that once upon a time, a long, long time ago, led their armies into battles against goblins and dueling kingdoms. It didn't take more than that for Harry's mind to start producing images of a time long gone as he run through corridors and pathways, pretending to be a knight or a great warlock on a mission. With no fear of getting lost, Minnie had said all he needed to do was call for her before she went off to supervise the lunch preparations and an apparent renovation at the West Tower. He climbed up and down stairs and run through galleries, a great line of Severus' ancestors and prominent figures of the magical world looking over him, smiling from their portraits. It had been a shared opinion amongst them that the boy's appearance had brought a new lease of life inside these halls and to their master as well. Harry must have been walking around for a full hour before he came upon a set of great, double wooden doors. They reached all the way up to the ceiling, and Harry couldn't help himself. He did have a curiosity streak after all, and Severus hadn't said he was disallowed from entering any rooms in the castle. And those doors reaching all the way to the ceiling were unbelievably inviting. With a sigh and a soft smile, he made up his mind. Better apologize for what you've done than regret not doing it, I say. He muttered to nobody in specific and pushed the door open with all of his strength. His mouth slacked open at the sight. Long live his curiosity streak. It had led him to the castle's library, and it was a room he could recall easily. He spun around slowly as he observed the room. It was immense, and the ceiling was twice as high as the corridors outside the door. Well, the second floor might have had something to do with that, he ventured. Because there was a second floor, fashioned around the empty space that allowed a great portion of the arched ceiling to be seen, and he could see rows upon rows of bookcases on both floors. The chandelier that hung from the ceiling was unlit, but the metal shone in the light coming from the stained glass window covering the central part of the wall further away from him, behind a grand double staircase that led to the upper floor. Wow! Harry croaked in shock as he regarded the room, petrified for a few more seconds. As he snapped out of his stupor, he walked around the room, half expecting Merlin to show up around the next corner. It was, after all, most definitely the library from Severus' mind. And as the boy started pondering on the suspicion he had fallen asleep and was dreaming, he heard his name being called from the stairs. You found your way to the library, I see. Severus stated, chuckling as he walked down the stairs. Harry was once again surprised, and not just because he had thought he was alone in the room. Severus looked different. With a quick assessment, the boy understood exactly why that was. He was still wearing the black slacks from that morning, but gone were his black cape and shirt. They had been replaced with a white shirt and a dark green vest which, paired with his smile and the few pounds he had put on, made Severus look healthier and every bit the 27-year-old man that he was. He was holding 2 leather-bound books in his arm and had a spring in his step. It was Severus as he should have been, as he would have been if it wasn't for Voldemort. No black cloak? Harry asked with a smile. I didn't feel like wearing black today, he stated, shrugging. You were right, the boy stated happily, making Severus' smile widen. He truly had felt like wearing something brighter today. A feat on its own accord, as black had been all he had worn since graduation. This room is amazing. It is, Severus agreed, chuckling. I remodeled it a little to appear like my dream library, and I believe the outcome has rewarded my efforts. The potions master smiled at a vigorously nodding Harry. And how do you like the castle so far? Did you pick a room yet? I did. Minnie said it's in the family quarters, a few doors away from yours. Harry admitted with a smile. And I love the castle. It's a good thing you do, because we will be spending a lot of time here. Severus offered. May I ask you a question? Anything, kid. What do we tell my family? Harry asked. I mean, what happens if they come looking for me at Spinner's End only to find it empty and me gone? I see your point, Severus said, thoughtful. But Harry, in all honesty, when was the last time your family came to pick you up from my house? The young professor asked with a sad smile. How long had it been since he had last dreamt of Lily living in his house with Harry and himself? Close to a year, maybe a year and a half, he discovered, startled. He had no more time to ponder on that subject, however, as Harry responded. Never. His answering smile was just as sad. When had the last time he had wished his parents would come pick him up from Severus' house been? Too long ago to remember exactly, he realized. Maybe before his 5th birthday. It didn't really matter anymore. Harry had decided that wanting to stay with Severus more than he did with his parents was a natural result of his growing up and didn't mean he did not love his family. It was just that staying with Severus was now a choice made happily and consciously instead of a choice made for him until his parents claimed him. Never, Severus agreed. And this castle, let's just keep it between us until I'm ready to share, or at least until you're asked directly, okay? Okay, Sev, Harry said, nodding, making Severus smile yet again at how considerate the boy was. And what are these books? I figured out these books have been in here since practically forever, so there was bound to be something about emblems in their midst. The potions, Master stated, pointing at the larger of the 2 books that was bound in dark brown leather. And you found a book? Yes. Apparently emblems were a hit up until the 8th century before falling out of grace during the First Goblin Rebellion, when it was thought wiser to not showcase your magical abilities to your enemies. Severus explained, placing the first book on a table and seating down along with Harry, who opened the book eagerly and skimmed through the first page. Can I read the book too? Harry asked. I promise I won't rip it or. Relax, Harry, Severus assured him, chuckling. I found the book for you, and even if you decided to rip it into 1,000 pieces you wouldn't be able. All the books of the library are magically protected. That's a relief. This looks ancient, Harry exclaimed. Heavy too, he muttered as he tried to lift said book. You should exercise more, Harry, the young man mock scolded him. It was a thought though. And what about the second book? Harry asked, ignoring the suggestion. That's for a bit of personal research. It's something that popped into my mind while we talked to Minnie today. If I get something precise, I will tell you, Severus said, glancing at the black leather book in front of him. Okay, Harry agreed readily, knowing he was going to find out sooner or later. Sev, the boy asked after a short pause. Yes, could you come with me to explore around the castle a little? The boy asked shyly. I would think you have seen the majority of it by now, Severus said with humor as the boy blushed. There are still the dungeons that I haven't seen, the East Wing and Tower too, and did you know the Western Tower is being renovated? The boy asked in one breath. So you did see all the rest? Severus chuckled, raising an eyebrow and quite doubting the boy had time to explore everything. I was only joking, you know. Harry narrowed his eyes in an attempt of a stern look that was completely ruined by a small pout that fought its way on his lips. I'll let you play around a little more in the library, but then you have to come with me, mister. Harry stated in his better Molly Weasley imitation, making Severus burst out in laughter, an example soon followed by the boy. Fine, fine, you win. Severus conceded, wiping a couple stray tears from his eyes. Just let me take a look around to see if I find anything else that I need. You may do the same. The potions, Master said, quite uselessly, as Harry had already approached the closest bookcase and read the titles in the lower shelves. If you find a subject you like but can't reach the books, call for me. Oh, one last thing. Severus exclaimed as if he had just remembered. He reached in his pocket and produced Harry's wand. The boy's eyes widened. As long as you're here, you might as well carry it, but don't try new spells without me around, or without me knowing. He stated intently and placed the wand in Harry's extended hand. I promise, Sev, the excited boy said, looking at his wand in awe. Severus laughed as he watched him practically hop away. Harry's approach of magic was refreshing to say the least. He was interested in every aspect, maybe not divination but still learning the basics without prejudice and then deciding if he wanted to know more. But even in his young age he could understand the need for a spherical regard of magic, and Severus couldn't help but feel a little pride knowing he was the one that had instilled such an understanding in the boy. Harry would grow up to think for himself, and that was one of the best things he could wish for the boy. Severus turned his attention towards the upper floor and ascended the staircase once again. He had come up with something quite interesting on why Minnie had considered Harry and himself family. A soft smile crept into his face. You have to love magic, he thought to himself, and strongly resisted the urge to whistle as he moved towards the bookcase he wanted. Harry, in the meantime, was looking over the many titles at his disposal. Books on every subject he could think of were flashing before his eyes, and he was slowly getting dizzy with trying to choose one. After a couple more minutes wandering around thus, he made the decision to just grab the largest book he could find and start from there. It was a soft brown leather-bound book, decorated with carvings of magical animals and entitled The Art of Warfare Volume 2, Magical Creatures in Battle. Never having come across any strategy book before, the green-eyed wizard became engrossed into his reading almost immediately. It wasn't so much the text, he barely got to read that, as it was the pictures, beautifully drawn pictures of soldiers moving on fields preparing for battle and magical creatures such as hippogriffs and trolls aligned, ready to attack. He spent a good 15 minutes just watching the tactics the book suggested and was just about to search for a different subject when he decided to turn the page. His eyes widened in awe. The next chapter of the book was devoted to a breed of creatures that were considered to be one of the greatest assets in battlefields. They weren't something Harry had ever heard before, and even in the text it was stated they were rare. He stopped reading for a second and instead turned to look at the moving painting on book. There, standing on its two back legs, was a war unicorn. They were in contrast to normal unicorns of a dark color, black or a deep brown, as depicted on the book, and much taller than their white-colored brothers. They were strong and very difficult to tire, with a large silver horn and a much smaller one, barely 1/5 of the larger horn's size, right beneath it. But despite the fact the unicorn was amazing on its own merit, that wasn't what had caught Harry's attention. No, what had caught his eye was this. On the side of the unicorn that was visible, right on the top of the war unicorn's back leg, a soft silvery glow could be seen. A silvery glow in the shape of an emblem. Sev, Harry shouted as he picked up the book and ran to the stairs, climbing them as fast as he could. He was on the second floor in a matter of seconds and found himself face to face with a startled Severus Snape, his wand in hand and his eyes searching the area for Death Eaters. What happened, Harry? Severus asked when he was certain they weren't being assaulted. Are you all right? He crouched on his knees to take a better look at the boy, making sure he was uninjured. I'm fine, Sev, Harry reassured the now confused professor. Then why did you shout? He asked, realizing Harry didn't even appear scared. Look, he said, pointing to the open book. Severus regarded the boy with a half-amused, half-exasperated look. You scared me halfway to death because of a book? He asked with a smile, only to have his eyes widen just as Harry's had a few moments ago when he noticed the emblem. See? Harry asked, excited. What do you think this is? One would say it's an emblem, Severus muttered as his eyes flew over the words, trying to find an explanation. And he did, a few seconds later, but that didn't help with his surprise. Listen to this. Harry nodded and waited as Severus cleared his throat. War unicorns, besides being the most trusted amongst the equine used for battles, appear to have the ability of forming a close connection with their riders, creating a bond akin to that of friendship. In cases where the wizard or witch has acquired an emblem, it is quite often the case that the unicorn will produce a replica of said glyph on itself as a symbol of the bond created. No knowledge of how that is possible has been acquired by the time this book was written, but it is generally believed that the process is the result of some sort of a ritual. Severus stopped reading and looked at Harry with an eyebrow raised. Wow, Harry stated. You think there might be a book on war unicorns in here somewhere? The boy asked, looking straight into Severus's eyes. There might be, he agreed. Expect it to be pretty old like this one. Severus commended as he looked skeptically at the tome Harry had brought him. Tell you what, why don't we go look at the dungeons and ask Minnie to appoint an elf to search for any books on war unicorns? The young professor offered. It will take us forever if we try to search by ourselves. And I can't summon a book without knowing its title. Can't you just summon it based on its context? Harry asked after some consideration. Severus smirked at the question. He was definitely doing something right raising him. I could, but this library is filled with books dating back to 1,000, maybe more, years ago. I even noticed some scrolls back there. Severus explained. To my knowledge, war unicorns were used in combat until early in the 15th century. Can you imagine how many books in this library will mention them? A lot. The boy asked with a smile. A lot. Severus agreed, chuckling. It would be better to ask somebody who already knows where they are. Harry nodded and Severus summoned Minnie, who in turn summoned an older elf called Watt and explained what they were looking for. He asked for any books found on war unicorns to be sent at Harry's room, while the books he had gathered himself to be left at his quarters. After thanking both elves, the two wizards left the library talking vividly. War unicorns are brilliant, the green-eyed boy exclaimed as they walked down the corridor. How comes I've never heard of them before? Well, since they're no longer used in battles, they aren't bred in England anymore. He considered his answer for a while and then added. Actually, they aren't bred in Europe at all. There are some wild war unicorns in Central Europe, I believe, but the only place I've heard of them being bred is the Arabian Peninsula. I even heard some rumors about Morocco, but either way they're not exporting. Harry was listening with amazement. I would love to see one, the boy stated dreamily. And I would love to travel someday. I've never left England, you know. He added wistfully. Severus stopped in his tracks and looked at the boy with wide eyes. His mind flashed back to a time when he was not much older than Harry, during the summer after his first year at Hogwarts. A black-haired boy and a red-haired girl with bright emerald eyes were sitting by a lake talking animatedly to each other. After finishing school, I would like to work at the ministry. The girl said. I know it's too soon, but I've heard so much about their charms division. And the whole school knows how much you like charms. The boy added with a smile. What would you like to do after school, Severus? Become an Auror or something? The girl asked. I don't know, Lils. The boy answered, looking at the lake absent-mindedly. I would like to travel someday. You know, I've never left the country. Sev. Harry asked, looking at the potions master with a concerned expression. Sev, are you all right? Yeah. The young man trailed off and then looked at Harry with a smile. Yes, I'm fine, kid. You just reminded me of a boy who had the same dreams as you at your age. Harry looked at him surprised. Whom? Me. Severus answered and looked at Harry's eyes earnestly. I promise you will travel, Harry. I'll take you see the world, I swear. He said solemnly, well knowing the burden Harry would have to bear in the future, he would make sure the boy would live his life to the fullest. Harry just stared at him blankly before hugging the life out of him. Thanks, Dad, he said, fighting off his tears. Don't mention it, Harry, Severus said, feeling the now familiar warmth in his. You've been thanking me an awful lot lately. With reason, Harry stated, making Severus chuckle once. And as for war unicorns, well, I can't promise you I will show you one, but I can teach you how to ride. Harry's head snapped upwards to look at Severus with amazement. You know how to ride? My mother taught me before she died and I was deemed unwanted from her family. Severus said with a soft smile. You know this castle has stables, right? He asked the boy, whose eyes widened for the umpteenth time that day. With horses? He asked, and Severus chuckled. It's customary to have horses in your stables, Harry. Well, the Potter Manor has stables, but father said the last one to keep horses there was his grandfather. Harry stated, and Severus noted he didn't call James Dad, but stuck with the more formal term, father. His heart leapt a little at the implication, but he tried to ignore it. That's a waste of space, he stated and smiled. Well, there are horses in our stables and they are, of course, at your disposal. We can start lessons anytime you want, Severus said, smiling at the sparkle his statement created in the boy's eyes. And I'd better see to that Quidditch pitch being repaired, he trailed off as he started walking again, looking at Harry with the corner of his eyes. You have a Quidditch pitch? The boy asked, excited. Potter Manor has one too, Severus reminded him with a smile. Yeah, but I've never used it, Harry explained. Father and Sirius taught Adrian how to fly this July, but they never asked if I wanted to learn too. He blushed and looked at his feet while Severus cursed under his breath. Do you want to learn, Harry? He asked, already knowing the answer. Sure, the boy stated, trying not to look excited. Then I'll teach you that too, Severus stated, turning at a now smiling Harry. It's time I started enjoying Quidditch again myself. You mean it, don't I always? Severus asked rhetorically, assuming a mock superior air. Harry laughed and the black-eyed man congratulated himself for lifting the boy's spirits. The conversation turned towards the castle and how the various repairs were proceeding. Severus explained he was renovating the western tower, which was the tallest of the keep, so they could use it for astronomy lessons and so on. They reached the dungeons soon enough and Severus led the way towards what he remembered was the potions lab. His smile widened at the sight and at Harry's exclamation of, wow. The lab was much larger than he had expected, not quite as large as the one at Hogwarts, but then again this one wasn't supposed to fit 20 students and their cauldrons. They looked around for a while and Severus made a mental note of the ingredients he would need to buy so he could stock the now empty ingredient cabinets. After inspecting the room closely, they went to observe the rest of the dungeons. They found an armory to Harry's delight in a vast empty room probably designed for training. Exactly what we needed, Severus thought. The castle apparently came equipped with its own holding cells and Harry's imagination once again led him to a time of battles and heroic deeds. The morning was spent in walking around the castle and its fields, including a visit at the stables where the house elf in charge, a shy female elf who introduced herself as Millie, showed them around and gave them the name of the 8 horses currently residing there. It was already early afternoon when the 2 wizards remembered they had to eat. Minnie decided, eyeing their thin bodies suspiciously, to feed them double rations than they usually ate. They decided no training was to take place that day and instead opted for a short trip to Diagon Alley for potions, ingredients and a few items needed for Harry's upcoming astronomy lessons. Severus was trying to decide which telescope would fit Harry better as the boy absent-mindedly looked over some charts that depicted various constellations when he bumped into an old man who seemed just as absorbed as himself. Forgive me, sir, I didn't see you standing there, the boy said, blushing profusely. The man smiled kindly and waved his hand, dismissing the apology. No need for apologies, young man. I didn't see you standing there either, he explained. Harry took that moment to observe the man closely. He was old, almost as old as Dumbledore or Merlin had looked, and he had kind brown eyes and a short white beard. His equally white hair was long and he wore a pale green wizard's hat on his head that matched his long robes. The man's eyes twinkled as he noticed the boy observing him. Tell me, are you interested in astronomy? It's very rare to see a boy your age in such a store. I'm actually here to buy a telescope, sir, Harry said, blushing again. So you are interested in astronomy? The man exclaimed. Then he looked at Harry with worry. The boy couldn't be older than 6, maybe 7 years of age. But are you here alone? No, sir, Harry said with a smile. I'm here with Sev, he said, and pointed at Severus, who was conversing over a telescope with the shop's owner. The man cocked his eyebrow at the introduction but let it slide. So you're interested in astronomy? He repeated. But how old are you? 7, sir, the boy stated, looking at the old man with curious green eyes. He didn't want to give out more information than necessary, but the old man felt trustworthy. 7 and interested in more than Quidditch. Will you look at that? He said good-naturedly. I'm interested in Quidditch too. Sev says I have a curiosity streak a mile wide, Harry explained with a smile, making the man laugh. Ah, curiosity. Troublesome at times, but where would we be without it? The man exclaimed. And sadly very few possess creative curiosity anymore. It's good to meet a fellow spirit. Harry laughed lightly at the man's words. But where are my manners? He wondered out loud. My name is Nicholas. And you would be? I'm Harry, sir. The boy said and shook the old wizard's extended hand. It is nice to meet you, Harry. The man stated with smiling eyes. Nicholas. A woman's voice sounded from outside. Harry turned to look and his eyes met with an elderly woman that looked about the same age as the man. What are you doing in that shop again? You have more charts than you'll ever need. Ah, that would be my wife. Nicholas said conspiratorially. I believe that's my cue to leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Harry. He said looking at the boy with a smile. I have a feeling we shall meet again. And like that, he turned around and left a slightly confused Harry Potter looking at his retreating form before shrugging his shoulders and joining Severus at the registry. You're always in that shop, Nicholas. The old woman commented with a fond smile, trying to look exasperated at her husband of many years. My dear Perenelle, I fear I'm too old to change my antics now. Nicholas said smiling. I know that look, Nicholas. His wife stated as she took in his pleased look. What did you do this time? I believe I made a very interesting acquaintance today, my dear. He stated as they walked towards the leaky cauldron. A very interesting acquaintance indeed. My dear Perenelle, I fear I'm too old to change my antics now. Nicholas said smiling. I know that look, Nicholas. His wife stated as she took in his pleased look. What did you do this time? I believe I made a very interesting acquaintance today, my dear. He stated as they walked towards the leaky cauldron. A very interesting acquaintance indeed. It was a surprisingly sunny day for November in the Highlands, one Harry Potter thought to himself as he skipped towards the dungeons of his guardian's castle early in the morning. The sun peeking through the windows did nothing to lessen the cold outside, but it was a nice change from the endless gray that had surrounded the castle for over a week. The young boy walked effortlessly through the corridors of the keep that he had come to call home over the past 3, almost 4 now, months. Everything had gone as agreed during the summer. Harry spent 3 out of 5 working days of the week plus weekends at Severus's house, and none was the wiser that that house no longer was at Spinner's End. Harry liked it better that way. Things back at Potter Manor had made a slight turn for the worse if anyone wanted his opinion on the subject. With the more rigorous training Adrian had to undergo, Harry found himself spending less and less time in the presence of his parents. Once again, he wasn't mistreated or anything, and he got letters from them every time it was required for them to stay away for longer than 2 days. He just couldn't help but feel excluded as he stood at the family table and heard stories of what Adrian had seen or how Sirius and his father had gotten a new exciting mission from the ministry, and he ended up finding out after it was over. True, they weren't supposed to discuss it before it was over, but he didn't miss the conspiratory glances between his father and Adrian that clearly stated his brother had known beforehand anyways. And then there were the stories from Adrian's training. They were the worst of it all actually. It wasn't that they went on and on about his brother's training. It was that they spoke in half sentences, as if keeping a secret, as if Harry wasn't fit to know. He couldn't blame Adrian for that, as his brother, who had noticed Harry's sometimes hurt expression, had solemnly promised he would teach him everything he knew the moment they started attending Hogwarts. That had brought a soft smile to the green-eyed boy's face and had served to reinforce his decision to allow his brother to get all the training in the world. Speaking of training, Harry thought, a very characteristic smirk adopted from the very man he had set out to find appearing on his face, that was going rather well. In addition to the first mark he had received on his emblem, a few days ago his magic had deemed him ready to receive the mark of an apprentice in the dark arts. Harry was shocked to say the least when Severus translated his newly acquired rune, as he couldn't, for the life of him, remember ever practicing a single spell characterized as dark. The potion's master had regarded his rapidly panicking honorary son with a blank expression before resolving into laughter. It took him a few minutes before he was somber enough to explain to Harry that his magic had no way of differentiating between the dark arts and defense against the dark arts, as that was a relatively modern term used to separate the dark spells authorized by the ministry from the ones forbidden. Harry smiled at the thought of the man he had come to call his dad. He remembered fondly some of the happiest moments in the castle during their stay there, the surprise party he had thrown for Severus for their first month in the castle for example. Harry, admittedly acting quite sneakily, had made a point of getting all of the house elves to stay silent as he finally gathered all he needed for his surprise just 3 days before the actual date. He had asked Minnie to bake a cake and everything and used all his pocket money to buy Severus and himself 2 tickets for a game between the Holyhead Harpies and the Tutshill Tornadoes that was on the day that marked 1 month of their stay. Severus had stood completely frozen in shock the moment he entered the living room that day. Harry largely attributed that to the huge banner writing, "My home is my castle." That he had placed himself as good practice for his levitation spellwork as any, on the wall. Then there was that one time, early in September, when Severus explained to him what that project of his was. Apparently all the talk of him and Harry being a family had piqued his interest, so he did some research and go figure, magic would never cease to surprise him. It had turned out that, back at that first day when Harry had called him Dad, their magic had acted on its own and performed a ritual that, as Severus explained, had fallen out of practice for almost a millennia. The boy rolled his eyes at remembering Severus's reaction from then on. The potions master had deemed him a magnet of old magic of any kind with a very theatrical expression and went on in a quite successful Shakespearean dramatization to predict how he would end up an old wizard with a beard longer than both Dumbledore's and Merlin's combined, locked in his tower, studying endlessly over charts and books. It was the day Harry discovered how very difficult it was to stay cross at Severus Snape when he was going out of his way to depict exactly how Harry would look at the age of 150, even donning said beard to be more descriptive. Back at the ritual however, turns out their magic had reacted and performed what was called a family bond, specifically the, in Severus's words, unum genus vinculum. It was a bond used during the time their castle was first built to bind a child under the protection of an adult, making said adult a third parent in magical terms, in case the family of the child was killed during a battle or siege. It wasn't legally binding or anything and thus didn't appear in the Ministry's books, but magic had acknowledged them as father and son, and that was a secret both wizards treasured. And now, Harry was on his way to find his honorary father, who had once again skipped breakfast, lost in his studies. Severus, being the good man he didn't believe he was, had begun a new project after witnessing a scene at Potter Manor almost a fortnight ago. Harry was getting ready to depart from his family's house one Thursday afternoon and was reading a book by the fire as he waited for Severus to flow over. The flames burned green and the boy peered at the clock over the fireplace. Severus was always in time, but their appointment was in 10 minutes and Harry knew for a fact he had a staff meeting in Hogwarts that afternoon. And truly, it wasn't Severus who came out the flames but a disheveled and tired Remus Lupin. "Hello, Harry." The werewolf greeted the boy, who swiftly put down the book he was holding and rose from the armchair to meet him. "Hey there, Moony," Harry greeted back, observing the dark circles under the man's eyes. Remus was only 28 but looked older than his years, the first gray hair already making its appearance. He was looking especially tired that afternoon, and Harry could guess why without the help of his astronomy studies. It was the full moon last night. "Is James home yet?" he asked as he sat down on the couch rubbing his eyes. "No, my parents and Adrian made a last-moment stop to Diagon Alley, something they needed for tomorrow's training session, but I have no idea what." Remus nodded and sighed tiredly, making the boy's heart constrict. He hated that Remus had to go through that torture every month. He was a great guy and he surely didn't deserve all that suffering. And thinking back on the story he heard of how he came to be a werewolf, he felt like tracking that Fenrir character and teaching him a good lesson himself. Maybe he would do that one day. "I'll just wait then. Do you want me to get you something to drink?" the boy asked, concerned. "Some water would be nice," the werewolf admitted. "Water would be nice, but I was thinking of something stronger," Harry said with a smile, making Remus look up at him surprised. "Don't get me wrong, Moony, but you look like death." The man chuckled mirthlessly but nodded. "No. Offense taken." Harry smiled and called Gus, one of the 2 Potter family house elves, and asked for a glass of fire whiskey and a bar of milk chocolate, making Remus chuckle appreciatively. It's good to see somebody in the Potter household has grasped the importance of chocolate. The amber-eyed man stated. "Remus, if I had learned one thing from you, that would be that everything feels better after a bar of chocolate." And as if on cue, Gus reappeared with a pop and handed the tired man the required items. Remus sighed and sipped on his drink in silence as Harry sat quietly, giving him time to rest. A few minutes later the flames in the fireplace burned green once more and the black-clad Professor Severus still wore black in sake of appearances at school stepped out the flames. His eyes immediately fell on Harry before darting to the slumped form of Remus on the couch. "Good afternoon, Harry, Lupin," he stated in a monotone voice, the facade of the stern potions master on while a third party was in the room. Remus rose to shake his hand, which Severus did without hesitation. From the 3 remaining marauders Peter Pettigrew was widely treated as dead. The potions master regarded only Remus with respect. Harry had been informed of the prank his father and Sirius had attempted to play on Severus while in school, surprisingly not from the intended victim but from the werewolf himself. Remus had been worried that Severus would treat Harry with prejudice because of the long-living feud between him and his father and wanted him to know how it had all started. Harry had swiftly reassured him that prejudice was not an issue and had wisely refrained from revealing any knowledge of the feelings he always suspected Severus held for his mother. "Good afternoon, Severus." Remus greeted the professor with a tired but polite smile. "You have come to pick Harry up, I assume." "Yes," Severus answered laconically as Remus sat back down on the couch rubbing his tired eyes with a sigh, missing the concerned look that was etched on the black-clad man's face. "Are you ready to go, Potter?" he asked instead of commenting. "Ready, Professor," Harry offered with a smirk that went unnoticed by the werewolf, carrying out the charade. They bid goodbye to the werewolf and flowed in Severus's office and from there to the castle. "Lupin looked awful," Severus commented as they stepped out in the large hall. "First day after the full moon," Harry reminded him. "Unless someone comes up with a more permanent solution than the wolfsbane, he will look like that for 3 days each month. Maybe more." Severus had paused on his way to the kitchen. It was pointless to eat in the dining room where the table was meant to seat more than 40 people with ease, and Harry turned to find a determined expression plastered on his face. "Sev," he started as he regarded the newly ignited fire in the young potions master's eyes. "You made an excellent point, Harry," he simply stated and left in a fluid motion of his black cape. Harry managed to see him climbing the admittedly breathtaking double staircase in the main hall, easily guessing he was heading for the library. There was no force in the world that could compete with a decided Severus Snape, Harry thought, shrugging as he continued his way to the kitchen. Something told him he would have to take Severus's dinner to his study that night. "Good evening, Master Harry," Minnie greeted him as he entered the kitchen. "Hasn't Master Severus arrived with yous, sir?" she asked, concerned. "Oh, he has," the boy answered absent-mindedly. "He just needed to visit the library first." "Is everything all right, sir?" the house elf asked, confused. "Yes, Minnie," Harry said with a smile. "But I'm afraid I've created a monster." And that was the reason why. Once again, Harry found himself walking to the dungeons, reminding Severus he had to eat to survive. He knocked on the door to the potions lab twice. "Come on in, Harry," sounded the voice of the potions master. Harry opened the door and smiled fondly at Severus, who was brewing a standard wolfsbane in a cauldron. "Good morning, Harry," the older wizard stated distractedly. "Good morning to you too, Sev," came the amused greeting from the boy. "You need to shave," he stated as he noticed the stubble on Severus's face. "And eat breakfast while you're at it, before Minnie hunts you down and force feeds you." That seemed to break his concentration. "I skipped breakfast again, didn't I?" he asked, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "The most important meal of the day, as Minnie never fails to remind me," Harry stated, laughing. Minnie had, during the past months, taken up personally the role of mother hen to both Severus and Harry, to the two wizards' great amusement. Needless to say, they adored the elf to bits, and were supposed to ride up to the Quidditch pitch today to oversee how the restoration's going. Harry reminded him. It turned out that the last 3 or 4 generations of princes had decided Quidditch was useless and had allowed the pitch to fall into decay. That and the fact that it was located almost 3.5 miles away from the castle gave them the perfect excuse for not caring for its condition. It also gave Harry and Severus the equally perfect excuse to ride in order to get there. Severus had indeed kept his promise and, when the weather allowed them, the two wizards rode around the fields of the estate. The boy had come to enjoy those moments immensely and had discovered a natural talent for horse riding in the process. "I'm supposed to test the spells they placed today, right?" Severus asked, trying to remember exactly what said spells were. Turns out, it wasn't just the field itself that needed tending to. There was a series of specific wards and spells required for a Quidditch pitch to be in perfect condition. "Yep," And you'll be happy to know it's a lovely day out there, no cloud in sight whatsoever. That's something at least, Severus agreed. It was an hour later that found the two wizards riding towards the field, after Severus had been properly scolded for missing his breakfast by a miffed house elf and treated to a double ration, to Harry's great amusement. So at what hour did you wake up today? Harry asked as they rode side by side, passing a lake that was part of the estate. A few minutes before sunrise, I think. Severus admitted. I had an inspiration, or thought I had an inspiration. He sighed, exasperated. It's all in the basic ingredients, there's something missing, I'm sure. I wish I knew what. If anyone can find it, Sev, that would be you. The boy assured him decisively. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Harry. Severus said, smiling. But really I feel like the solution staring me in the eye and I just can't see it. You will. It took 4 years of intensive study to develop the original wolfsbane, not to think about how long it took for the concept to be thought alone. Harry stated, making Severus smirk. Someone has been studying potions, I see. And someone has forgotten I'm an apprentice in potions, says I. Harry stated with a wide smile. Cheeky brat, Severus said fondly. What can I say? Harry asked. You must be raising me right. He exclaimed and urged his horse faster, soon followed by a chuckling Severus. He had placed more than a dozen charms on that saddle to make sure Harry wouldn't fall down even if a troll tried to throw him off the horse with its club, but the boy didn't appear to need it. They reached the Quidditch field laughing, and Harry observed carefully as Severus showed him how to test the wards. The spells and charms required were too advanced for him still, but it never hurt to learn the theory, as Severus reminded him. Checking for the wards, of course, demanded looking towards the sky quite a lot. And looking towards the sky reminded Severus a very crucial detail about the weather in late autumn. It was, in addition to cold and cloudy, completely unpredictable. No cloud in the sky whatsoever, right? He asked Harry, amused. There wasn't one when I last checked. Harry stated, sharing the same amusement. Both were dressed quite warmly for the occasion, Severus's surprising preference of military-style overcoats having rubbed off on Harry. Still, none of their outfits was waterproof, and shielding charms couldn't completely protect them from the storm that was gathering ahead. Maybe it would be wise to head back, the potions master suggested, hurriedly completing his checking of the wards. Harry could only nod his agreement as he approached the horses. They both headed back a few minutes later, but the clouds seemed to beat them to it. I believe it's time for those rainproof spells, Sev. Harry proposed as the first thunder made its appearance overhead. Severus drew his wand in agreement and they stopped their horses so he could cast properly. Sometimes I wonder if we'd be better off living in a sunnier place, a desert perhaps. The boy asked, joking, but Severus didn't react. He just stood, seemingly petrified, his eyes wide in surprise, his hand extended as he had just begun to cast the spell needed. Sev? Harry asked, confused. As if that was the sign the skies expected, a heavy curtain of rain fell over them, drenching them to the bone. Harry was beginning to worry. Severus hadn't moved a muscle, not showing the slightest reaction to the downpour. His mind, however, was racing. Desert, Severus thought, his mind traveling back to the list of ingredients he was considering for improving the wolfsbane. A desert, as in those large, usually sand-filled wastelands where only few specimens of flora are native. And in one of those deserts, there was a specific plant, a tiny little flower, a very rare flower, that bloomed only during the summer when the heat was at its worst. It wasn't the complete solution to the wolfsbane's problem, Severus was certain about that. But it was a hell of a start. Severus. Harry's concerned voice pierced his thoughts as if coming from afar. Severus. I'm fine, Harry. More than fine, actually. The potions master could feel the smile spreading on his face as he spoke. I feel amazing, and you know what? He asked the bewildered boy. No, Harry stated, looking at Severus as if he had gone crazy. Remember what I promised you last summer? That I would take you to see the world? He asked and saw a small smile breaking on Harry's face despite his confusion. I remember. I believe I should make good on that promise, don't you think? He asked and started riding back towards the castle. Come on, Harry. There's a lot to do and I'll need your help. Severus called, turning his horse slightly to face the still frozen boy, completely disregarding the heavy rain. Harry commanded his own horse to follow, chuckling all the way back to the castle. This had blackmail material written all over it. I believe I should make good on that promise, don't you think? he asked and started riding back towards the castle. "Come on, Harry. There's lot to do and I'll need your help," Severus called, turning his horse slightly to face the still frozen boy, completely disregarding the heavy rain. Harry commanded his own horse to follow, chuckling. This had blackmail material written all over it. Severus was sitting in his study, looking over the final touches of their upcoming journey, and by there, of course, he meant his and Harry's. He smiled at the thought of the boy. He couldn't believe it was almost a year since Harry had practically moved in with him and together they had started living in his mother's family castle. It had easily been the best year of his life and a year of a lot of firsts. He had celebrated his birthday for the first time in his adult life. He had celebrated Christmas for the first time in his adult life too. He remembered the day fondly. Harry had spent Christmas Day at his house of course, but he had come over on Boxing Day and they had exchanged gifts amongst laughter and jokes. The castle was completely decorated for the occasion, fully equipped with a huge Christmas tree that Harry had cajoled the potions master into buying. It did look great, Severus gave him that. Harry had given Severus a camera, stating it was high time they took some family pictures, and Severus had given the boy his first broomstick, a Nimbus 1500, the fastest model to date. He had bought one for himself too, and, once spring came around, Harry had the opportunity to show yet another natural talent, in flying this time. Severus, who had slowly started rediscovering his affinity for the game, had easily declared the boy would be a gifted seeker. And that wasn't the only area where Harry had proven being gifted. They had made great progress with his magical training too, and now, barely 8 years old, Harry had received his third apprenticing mark in charms. Not that it surprised Severus, Lily had always been gifted in that area. He smiled softly at the progress he had made himself. He had finally reached a point in his life where he could think of his time with Lily fondly, the burning pain that used to be there having dissolved. He was healing. With another smile, he rose from his chair and let his mind wander back to the journey at hand and his traveling companion. Harry had turned 8 yesterday and thus had stayed at Potter Manor where his family had returned for the customary celebration. The boy was loath to admit it, but he had missed his brother. Severus merely smiled at the thought. Adrian wasn't half bad, he had to admit, but he couldn't understand how nobody had noticed just how much different from the supposed boy who lived Harry was. If his family had taken the time, they would have noticed his extremely fast development on any topic of magic that fell into his hands. Truth be told, the potions master conceded, they had both gone out of their way concealing the truth. Case in point, Severus thought with a smile as he caught his reflection in the mirror. Last March they had hit a brick wall in Harry's training. The boy had started practicing magic that was taught in second year at Hogwarts, and the more advanced spells seemed to take a lot out of him. The solution turned out to be much simpler than Severus had originally thought and was given, surprisingly, by Minnie when commending for what seemed to be the 100th time how skinny the boy was. Harry's body simply wasn't strong enough to support the magic coming from his core. Severus had at first thought to increase the boy's rations and disallow him to leave the table until every last bite was gone, but that would do nothing for his strength. In the long term, he didn't want Harry to just gain weight. His body needed to get stronger. That part of the problem was solved by one of his ancestors, Sir Edwin, when he was passing in front of his portrait in the North Gallery. The old knight was quite certain the system they used to train children for fight was still usable. Upon being asked what that system did, Sir Edwin had graced him with for sword fighting lessons of course. Young men these days. After a week's worth of research, Severus had discovered a statue in the dungeon, in the very same room they used for practicing magic. Apparently there was a spell that caused the statue of the knight to start moving and teach what it called, the fine art of swordsmanship. Said fine art included swinging a broadsword around the room, and Severus had swiftly decided to participate actively in that part of Harry's training. Somewhere along the way he had discovered that, after spending his day teaching students bent on exploding his classroom, hitting things with a sword was an immensely satisfying outlet of his frustration. Of course, all that sword training, horse riding and Quidditch practice had woken his appetite, and soon, he found his body transforming. He had, for the first time in his life, gained muscle and admittedly looked healthier than ever. Problem was, he knew he was bound to capture the attention of one Madame Pomfrey in the end and then would be forced to answer questions he'd rather leave unasked. It turned out that concealing and image-shifting spells were a great investment. When at school or outside the castle he changed his appearance to what it had been at the beginning of the school year. He was half certain his students would have trouble recognizing him without his black cape and haggard appearance. Harry completely disapproved of course and only gave in when Severus agreed in disguising the height the boy recently gained too. That, in combination with showing no sign of his knowledge to his family, had seemed to fool even Dumbledore, who never thought of looking past what he expected to see. The potions master had of course taken extreme caution with his spells, making them blend into his natural magical signature, but the fact remained that Albus simply never looked. And now there he was, completely free of disguises, waiting for Harry to arrive so they could depart. The potions master smirked at the thought. He had always wanted to visit Morocco. It was a stroke of luck that had the very flower he was seeking to be in that very country. He had been searching all year and even had to take a couple of weekend trips to France that Harry had enjoyed more than he had, if that was possible, in search for a map with the exact location he was seeking. He had the time pinned down to the second and all that was missing now was getting there. He exited his study, after a quick glance at the clock, and started making his way towards the hall where Harry was due to flow it in 15 minutes. He had made reservations at a wizard's retreat near the location and had opted on getting there 10 days early. For one, it would be better to find the location beforehand and not search at the last moment, and secondly, he wanted Harry to see a bit of Morocco too. The boy had been extremely helpful with his research, staying with him during the long nights at the library, even if that meant sleeping on the couch while Severus worked. They both deserved the vacation, Severus concluded. He reached the hall where the fireplace was lit, ready for Harry's arrival. Severus sat on the corner of the couch and mentally checked the items he needed to take with him. Satisfied he had everything he needed, he turned his attention to the flames. He didn't have to wait for long. The flames soon shone green and through the fireplace came an extremely excited Harry Potter. "Can we leave already?" he asked, hugging Severus, who hugged him back and lifted the concealing charm from his person, giving Harry back the 4 inches it hid. "Nice to see you too, Harry." "I'm fine, thanks for asking," Severus stated neutrally, making the boy blush. "Excited much?" "Just a little," Harry admitted sheepishly. "And to answer your question, we'll leave in an hour by portkey." Harry smiled expectantly. "Did you get an approval by the ministry?" It was no secret between them that Harry had wanted to travel by portkey for ages. Even asking for approval by the ministry would require stating the names of those using the portkey and the reason of leaving the country. Severus explained. "Luckily I do know how to create a slightly illegal portkey that can take us to our destination without having to explain why I'm trying to smuggle a Potter out of the country without parental consent." The potions master explained with a downright self-satisfied smirk, sending Harry in a fit of laughter. "I promise I won't complain about being smuggled out of the country, Sev." Harry promised, wiping the tears from his eyes as Severus gave him his wand. They had decided he'd better carry it with him in case of emergency, and only that. The hour passed in small talk, Harry narrating how Adrian had finally admitted he needed glasses and his mother's surprise when it turned out that he didn't. Thankfully that had been accounted as a result of inheriting Lily's eyes, and thus no more questions were asked. The Potter family, -1, had left again for the rest of the summer, after a short visit from Ronald Weasley, the 6th son of Arthur Weasley, if Severus remembered correctly. Apparently, he and Adrian had met one day in the ministry and became quick friends. Harry himself admitted enjoying the boy's company, even if he did have some sort of obsession with the Chudley cannons. A lost cause, Severus agreed, as the team hadn't seen a place other than last since the late 19th century. The hour passed faster than expected and soon the two wizards found themselves holding their trunks in one hand and an old frying pan, the portkey, in the other. 3, 2, 1, Severus counted backwards and Harry felt a strong nudge behind his navel, as if an invisible hand was pulling him backwards. His hands locked down on his trunk and the portkey as the world started spinning. When the sensation seemed to lessen, Harry prepared himself and sifted his weight backwards while extending one leg forward, a trick Severus had taught him so he wouldn't land on his face. He opened his eyes the moment he felt solid ground beneath his extended foot and looked around him in wonder. The first thing that got to him was the heat. Severus had warned him about it, of course, but he never expected something of that magnitude. It was scorching and even the air was hot as he inhaled. Then it was the setting itself. He was standing on crackled golden red earth that dissolved into sand in the distance when he looked back. And when he looked forward, "Do you only stay in castles or something?" Harry asked the potions master, amused. In front of him stood a kasbah, a Moroccan citadel in perfect condition, the golden-colored walls standing proud on a granite cliff. A shallow river flowed between them and the settlement, while palm trees and green desert bushes contrasted brightly with the red hues of the ground. "What can I say?" he asked rhetorically. "Call me sentimental, but it reminded me of home." "Okay, Mr. Sentimental," Harry stated and smiled. "Now can we go?" Severus chuckled and lifted the two trunks in the air with a flick of his wand. They walked under the desert sun slowly, passing the wooden bridge in the river and continuing towards the kasbah. "What do you say we try and blend in with the locals a bit?" Severus asked, winking at Harry. "There's no point in trying to follow the trail on the map with that sun." Harry regarded him confused. "Sev, don't get this the wrong way, but we just arrived from Scotland. I can bet you every single person in this country is more tanned than my whole family has ever been put together. And the two of us were considered pale even back home. How do you suggest blending in?" The boy asked, amused. "You do make a good point, Harry, but what I meant was maybe buying some local clothes, visit the Wizard's Bazaar in the nearby town, take some pictures, play tourists for a while." Severus explained, smiling. "Oh," Harry stated, his smile widening. "We could do that." "Yes, we could," Severus agreed as they approached the entrance of the kasbah. They entered through an amazingly high gate, fashioned in the one-of-a-kind detailed woodwork found only in Morocco, and into what appeared to be an inner garden. The building was rectangular in shape, with a shallow marble pool filled with clean water in the middle, the inner walls reaching upwards to a brass and clear crystal dome that gleamed in the sun. They approached the reception, where a pretty, young woman, maybe 21 or 22 years old, with dark hair and large gray eyes, was handing the key to a couple in front of them. "Enjoy your stay in our kasbah," she spoke with an accented voice and a polite smile. Harry's eyes gleamed mischievously as he noticed the girl's smile widening and reaching her eyes as she regarded Severus appreciatively. "Good morning, sir," she greeted him, her eyes blinking rapidly a couple of times, her voice deepening. Severus blinked once in shock, but shook it off quickly. "Good morning," he started, and the girl smiled even wider, her eyes fluttering at the sound on his voice. Harry did his best not to laugh, as Severus kept speaking. "We have a reservation under the name Black." He smiled at the name Harry had picked as their alias, after deciding the name Potter was easily recognizable even across the borders. Black was selected as it was common enough and was a lovely pun to the mutt who would most probably keel over and die if he ever found out Severus had used his name to sneak out of the country. "Oh yes, I see, father and son. And what a lovely boy you have," she exclaimed, looking at Harry. "He looks like you, if I may say so." The two wizards smirked, looking at each other. "Severus is it?" she asked the potions master with yet another wave of fluttering eyelids. "Yes, quite right," Severus offered, his large dark eyes wide. Harry tried to hold back his laughter. With his wide eyes and shy smile, Severus was giving the receptionist a full-blown puppy-eye look. He appeared completely different than he ever did, for the first time looking younger than his age, and the best thing was, Harry thought in glee, that we was doing it completely unintentionally. The effect on the girl was immediate. She sighed softly and assumed a dreamy look, the key forgotten in her hand. This was taking forever, Harry thought. "Could I have the key, miss?" Harry asked sweetly as he widened his eyes, mimicking Severus perfectly. The girl smiled at him too and gave him the key. "What a sweet son you have, Severus," she said, sighing once more, completely forgetting any formalities. "Ah yes," the potions master mumbled as he looked at Harry, confused for a second, before realizing exactly what had happened. "That cheeky brat. Thank you for your help, miss," he trailed off, smiling at the girl, who returned the smile tenfold. "Asme," she whispered. "Asme." Severus repeated her name, causing her to blush. "If you need anything, just call the reception," she stated with a wink. "Are we to expect a Mrs. Black too?" she asked coyly. "Nope," Harry quipped before Severus could respond. "Just Dad and me, Miss Asme." The girl smiled at Harry. "What a lovely boy you are," she stated. The man behind Severus and Harry cleared his throat politely. Harry turned around and noticed that a small line had formed behind them. "We should better go to our room, thank you again, Asme." Severus bid her goodbye. "Don't mention it, Mr. Black. Your room is on the 4th floor, Suite 8. A house elf will take care of your trunks, just leave them by the elevator. The receptionist explained with yet another smile. Enjoy your stay. Thank you, Miss Asme. Harry added as they walked towards the elevator. What was that? Severus asked, cocking one eyebrow in surprise. Come on, Sev, Harry exclaimed in mock reproach. I made an even I could see she fancies you. What? Severus asked in shock. No, she was just, aren't you too young to know stuff like that anyway? Sev, did you forget that I have spent a great time of my life near the original Mr. Black? Harry said, shaking his head as they entered the elevator. Whether I wanted to or not, I picked up a couple of things. But did you have to go all sweet and innocent on the poor girl? She had half a mind to adopt you by the end, I'm sure. Severus complained, still unable to wrap his mind around the concept. Me? I was going all sweet and innocent? Harry asked, surprised. And what about you with that lost puppy look and then being all charming and stuff? Severus's eyes widened, this time in terror. What? Lost puppy look? He asked, pausing between each word. And you didn't even notice, the boy said, shaking his head as the elevator stopped at their floor. The doors opened to reveal a luxurious corridor, covered with a thick carpet. Suite 4, 6, here we are. The boy exclaimed, pointing at the door. We're not done with that conversation, you know. Lost puppy, Severus grumbled under his breath, making Harry giggle. The door opened and they entered a room that took Harry's breath away. It was large with 2 king-sized canopy beds, and was fashioned in the same rhythm as the main lobby. Linen hung from the ceiling and the view from the windows overlooked the river and the sand dunes in the distance. I love it, Harry exclaimed and jumped on the bed excitedly. It took an hour to place all their clothes in the closet and have the dreaded puppy conversation. Severus filed the information away for further use, his Slytherin side emerging before they left the room to look around the town. Severus explained how this town was once a Muggle fortress that was eventually abandoned before wizards and witches of the area took residence and rebuilt it. True to his word, he took Harry to the local bazaar, where they roamed around and ended up buying an astronomy chart for Harry and some potion ingredients that were rare back in England for shared use. By the end of the hour, Severus wore a soft gray, linen shirt that reached just above his knees with a pair of black linen pants, having wrapped a long red scarf loosely around his neck, as was the fashion amongst the wizard community of the town. Harry's shirt was a soft blue and his scarf white, but they both welcomed the lighter clothes and the cooler feeling the linen provided. They ate in a local restaurant. Harry snapped pictures of the two of them and everything that moved, rented 2 horses for the period they would stay, and then returned to the hotel to leave their purchases, shower and sleep. When the sun started falling to the west, they left the hotel once more, as discreetly as possible, and led their horses over the river before Severus unfolded the map. They made a quick assessment of their location. The parchment was after all more than 400 years old, so accuracy wasn't its strong point, and rode southbound, parallel to the river. This was going to be the first of at least a fortnight worth of long nights, Severus realized as the evening star rose in the horizon. The search for the flower known simply as Eloisa had begun. When the sun started falling to the west, they left the hotel once more, as discreetly as possible, and led their horses over the river before Severus unfolded the map. They made a quick assessment of their location. The parchment was after all more than 200 years old, so accuracy wasn't its strong point, and rode southbound, parallel to the river. This was going to be the first of at least a fortnight worth of long nights, Severus realized as the evening star rose in the horizon. The search for the flower known simply as Eloisa had begun. 6 nights, Severus thought sullenly. It had been exactly 6 nights since they had started looking for the flower, and he could feel they were getting closer every time. It wasn't that he was impatient, no, he would keep coming night after night for months on end if it was just up to him. Even Harry, at his young age, didn't complain on the nights he spent on horseback when he could be sleeping on a soft bed back at the Kasbah, fully understanding why finding the flower was important. No, it was the time that was ticking against them that made their search all the more urgent. Eloisa, the flower they were after, only bloomed in the last summer month, and even then, only when the moon was in the sky. Severus knew that only left them a window of opportunity for a few hours every night. And they still only had 20 nights in total before the elusive desert flower buried itself under the sands for another year. They were riding towards an assortment of rocky cliffs in the west, having left the river behind them after the second night. They should be getting close. If those were the cliffs depicted in the map, then the flowers should be somewhere amongst them. It truly wasn't that far from the town they were staying in. If they knew the road, Severus believed it would only require 3 hours of continuous riding to reach the cliffs. The problem was, this was the desert, and if you didn't know the road, you couldn't just ride in blindly, wizard or not. So the routine had been the same every night. They rode with stops every 15 minutes. They checked the surrounding area and compared it with the map, marked their progress and returned to the hotel just before the sunrise. The first night had been a shock. Severus had traveled quite a lot for his mastery in potions, but his path had never led him to a desert, and especially not at night. And while he knew the temperature dropped during nighttime, he hadn't expected such a great difference. Having learned their lesson the first time, they were now equipped with thick cloaks which they wore every night since. Harry had joked they looked like desert bandits. Severus laughed at how close the green-eyed wizard was to the truth, since Eloisa was a protected type of flora. As he explained to the boy, them taking it out of the country wasn't exactly legal. Thankfully, the petals weren't used as they were but had to undergo processing and be turned into oil that could easily be smuggled out of the country. Harry had unexpectedly smirked at the prospect and something glowed in his eyes, a light that Severus simply called the glint. He had a feeling it was a look that would return to Harry's eyes in the future. The boy's only question after that had been whether there was any type of customs control when they left the country. Sure there was, the potions master had replied. If you flew by broom or used a legal portkey, you had to declare everything. Harry had just rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the map, deciding an improved wolfsbane potion was worth a bit of smuggling. Hey, Sev. The boy turned to the potions master smiling. Both of them had acquired a soft tan, something a few girls back at the hotel had commended. Much to Severus' amusement. It had been many years since the last time he was enjoying drawing some attention and the first time that attention had been solely female. Harry made fun of him at the beginning until a blonde girl about his age had grabbed him by the arm and introduced him to her parents as her boyfriend. The terrified boy was saved by Severus and had sulked for the whole day, adding to the potions master's entertainment. Yes, Harry? Severus asked, their voices the only sounds that broke the silence except for the whooshing of the wind over the sand dunes. Maybe I should have asked before, but why is this flower so special? Harry inquired. I know it's supposed to stabilize the wolfsbane and keep its effects from dissolving, but why that flower especially? And what kind of a name is Eloisa anyway? It's not local, that's for sure. It's a bit of a sad story, would like to hear it. Severus warned the boy. Do you have better plans for tonight? Harry asked amused as he brought his horse closer to Severus's so they wouldn't have to speak that loud. After getting used to the calm of the desert, any type of excess sound was too much. Cheeky brat, Severus muttered, noting he used the term more and more while they were abroad. It was nice to see Harry acting like the young boy he was for once and not continuously carrying the burden of being the boy who lived in secret and his brother's hidden protector. Sure, the boy tried not to show it, but sometimes it was as clear as day in his eyes. Will I get the story tonight or you'll play Scheherazade and tell me tomorrow night instead? Harry asked, cocking his eyebrow. The movement reminded Severus himself too much to keep the good-humored banter going. For too long. I will tell you if you remind why did I ever give you any works of literature on the first place. Because, and I quote you here, a well-rounded education is always better than mindless training. Harry quipped. I was right too, Severus said, nodding once, making Harry laugh. The story of the flower goes like this. Back at the late 14th century, the German Ministry of Magic sent a search team in what today is the country of Morocco. They were ordered to find help for a wizard war that had started in Middle Europe. And by help I don't mean reinforcements or new forms of magic, no. The main cause of trouble at the time was poison. A new type of poison had been created for the battlefield and had the potency to kill massively. It was charmed into the water and the food and killed indiscriminately. The search party was sent here after a small plant that was famed for its magical ability by the locals. The Eloisa? Harry asked, intrigued. Exactly. Severus confirmed. Only that the flower was unnamed back then. The one that bore the name Eloisa at the time was the 12-year-old daughter of the party's leader. Her mother had died of the poison earlier that year and her father, a famous for his magical prowess wizard of the time, had volunteered to lead the expedition. He had taken his only daughter with him, not having any surviving relatives to leave her with. They lived in this desert for over a month, and remember, back then the town we're staying at was abandoned still. So what happened? Allegedly, Eloisa was walking around one night when a soft blue light coming amongst a pile of rocks caught her attention. She moved near and, to her great surprise, the light turned out to be emanating from a bunch of small, bell-like flowers that seemed to reflect the light of the moon. Wanting to share her discovery, she ran back to the camp where her father was still asleep. She did however find some of his men who, exhausted from the long wait, jumped at the opportunity to find the rare flower and return to their families. What none of them noticed was the moon. The moon? Harry asked, completely absorbed. Yes, the moon. Eloisa only blooms under the moonlight, Harry. Of course, none of the members of the group, and certainly not a little 12-year-old girl, had any knowledge of that fact. It was, as you understand, only natural to pay no heed to the lunar eclipse that was set for that night. Harry's eyes were wide as he hung from Severus's lips. And the girl did lead them where she had seen the flowers, but without the moonlight, the plant had retreated back into the sand. In a burst of rage, one of the men drew his wand and pointed it at the girl. The rest of the men jumped at her rescue, but a stray curse hit her in the end. It is said that her father, who was awoken by the shouts, found the spot only moments after the fatal curse had hit the girl. Severus shrugged as he continued. As you understand, the moon soon came out again and the flowers resurfaced. And they took them back to Europe. They did. As it turned out, the flowers themselves had no healing quality. What they did was help stabilize the effect of the potion in which they were added. One drop of the oil produced from the petals of the plant is said to prolong the effect for large amounts of time. Nobody ever truly measured. The point of the story, however, is that the flower was proven to be completely useless for the healing poison they needed. The antidote was eventually created and the flower simply passed into history as Eloisa. Nobody knows what happened to the girl's father. The flowers were considered a myth, until a French botanologist stumbled over them by accident 3 centuries ago. He catalogued the flowers and brought a small specimen back. It's his map we're following. Severus explained. But if this flower's abilities are so powerful, Harry stated, confused. Why isn't it used for more potions? It should be famous. Think about it, Harry. Severus said, smiling softly at the boy's furrowed brow. Eventually, the green-eyed wizard sighed as he reached a conclusion. Because nobody really means for potions to be permanent, they're supposed to act and then dissolve. The boy said, making Severus nod with no little amount of pride. If we were at school I would award you 50 points for that, Harry. The potions master assured him. That's something wizards fail to understand about potions. They are highly dangerous if they remain inside the body for more than needed. Many of the ingredients are poisonous by nature, and those that are not still aren't supposed to last forever. Take the Skelegro potion for example. Because of the time it takes to act, none of its ingredients is poisonous. But can you imagine what would happen if it never stopped working? The patient's bones would keep growing. Harry asked, making a grimace, gripping the reins of his horse tighter. Exactly. The potion would have to do something, and when it found no bones to regrow, it would work on the existing ones. It's actually one of the problems when overdosing with said potion. Severus elaborated. But what about the wolfsbane? Don't we want its effect to be permanent? Harry asked. Do we? Severus asked, wanting Harry to work this out on his own. I get it. The boy said after some minutes of thought. We want the effect it has every full moon to be permanent. But the wolfsbane does contain poisonous ingredients, so it can't be active all the time. Once again, points to whatever house you'll be chosen for. Severus said, smiling. If I just wanted an ingredient that kept the effect of the potion going on forever, I could possibly recreate the effect in my lab back at home, thus this whole excursion would have been pointless. It's a different reason that, in addition to its ability to sustain the effects of a potion, makes this flower so special. The potions master waited patiently for Harry to catch on. The boy didn't disappoint. It's the reaction it has under moonlight. If you can find a way to reproduce the flower's original reaction to the moonlight in a potion, then you will have a wolfsbane that is only activated when the werewolf is affected by the moon, making only the desired effect permanent. Harry concluded. That's brilliant. Well, thank you, Harry. Severus said with a smile as their horses reached the cliffs. Of course that will require a lot of research and quite possibly a long list of ingredients to eventually produce the desired effect, but it's a start. They rode for a while in silence. You were right though. The boy admitted, looking at the moon. I was right about what? It was a sad story. Harry said with a soft smile. I did warn you. Severus retorted, pulling an insulted and much exaggerated face. Harry laughed at his antics. You did, it was interesting though. I wonder, Harry said and trailed off looking in the distance. You wonder? Severus prompted the boy. Forget that, Harry said looking mesmerized ahead, his voice that of a person in daze. Right now I wonder if the story affected me too much or if there is truly a blue glow coming from the rocks over there. The boy stated and pointed towards some rocks in the distance. Severus's head snapped at the direction Harry had pointed out so fast he felt dizzy. It didn't matter though, Harry's seeker talent had caught on a very different glow than that of the golden snitch this time. Harry. The potion's master turned to the boy solemnly. Yes, Sev. The black-eyed professor's answering grin was all the answer Harry needed. Race you to the flowers. Severus exclaimed and urged his horse forward, Harry immediately following suit with a laugh. They reached the glowing flowers within minutes and were rewarded with the sight they had been hoping to see, more than they hoped really. A few flowers between some rocks? Harry asked with a face-splitting smile. A small valley had appeared before their eyes, previously hidden from the sharp rocks. And in that valley, thousands of glistering flowers promised hope under the moonlight. Maybe the story erred a little. Severus admitted and dismounted his horse in one fluid movement, helping Harry do the same. They tied the reins on some rocks and swooped into action, each holding a small sickle whose blade was made by the purest silver. Harry cut the delicate flowers right above the two large leaves near the ground, as Severus had instructed him so they could grow back next year, and placed the flower with the stem in a soft linen bag he had crossed over his back. It was a slow process and every flower produced barely enough amount of oil to be considered a drop. To tell you the truth, Sev, the boy began as he continued cutting carefully, making sure he didn't step on the plants he had already harvested. I believed it would take us the whole month to find out where the flowers were. Harry admitted with a smile that was met with a mock-austere glare by the potion's master. It's good to see you have faith in my navigation skills, Harry. Severus commended, feigning hurt. But it's true, remember that one time when you were lost in the forest back home? Harry asked, laughing, reminding Severus of an event that had occurred last May. If the horses hadn't known the way back we would be lost. In the fields of our own home, can you imagine? Severus smiled at the "our home" reference. What you seem to forget is that you were right there with me and equally lost. Severus offered, chuckling. And you seem to forget that you're the adult in this family. Did you expect a 7-year-old to lead you back home? Harry asked seriously, pointing his sickle at Severus. I think not. Severus just rolled his eyes and continued working, too happily concentrated on the family part of Harry's remark to retort. They would have to return again the next night and maybe the night after that, but they would have all the Aloysia flowers they could need. It must have been 20 minutes later when something caught Severus' attention. The horses seemed restless all of a sudden. He looked up in the sky and towards the desert, but the sky was clear and the wind was mild. There was no single indication of a sandstorm in the horizon and, even if that was the case, they would be pretty much protected in the cliffs. That natural protection and a handful of protective charms would be all they needed really. The horses however still seemed restless and tried to break free from their binds. Harry turned to face the now neighing horses and put his sickle and bag down to approach them. Easy, boys, he said calmly, petting the animals softly. Sev, any idea why they're worried? The horses didn't seem to relax no matter what. No, and the weather seems, Harry, behind you. Severus exclaimed, he heart stopping in his. On the rocks behind Harry stood a large snake ready to pounce on the boy. Severus remained frozen. The slightest move could cause the snake to strike and nobody could draw a wand faster than an attacking snake. The snake regarded Harry, who in turn looked at it straight in the beads it had for eyes. It was a long snake, of brown color and, as most of the snakes in Africa, apparently poisonous. Harry didn't even dare to blink. The snake seemed to make its decision and drew its head farther back, ready to strike. Stay away from my eggs. Harry's eyes widened further at the whistling voice. Had the snake just talked to him? Never taking his eyes from the ready-to-strike snake, he moved his lips slowly. What did he have to lose anyway? Hello? He asked softly. The snake snapped his fangs closed in a swift movement. You're a speaker, human? The snake asked. Harry, half considering he had already been bitten and currently suffering the side effects of the poison, was somehow certain the snake was a female. I guess, he answered regarding the snake with some fear, now mixed with awe. Why are you threatening my eggs then? The snake asked, lowering her head ever so slightly. I am not. Harry defended himself. My dad and I are just here for the flowers. We hadn't realized there was a nest here. So you're not here for my eggs? The snake persisted, seeming however less agitated now. I swear we will do nothing to endanger your eggs. Harry stated solemnly. If you show me where your nest is, I promise we won't even draw close. It's over there, behind those rocks. The snake said, pointing at a pile of rocks away from the flowers. We're only here for the flowers, we won't go near your nest. Harry repeated. You seem honest speaker. And you are little older than a nestling yourself. If you promise to keep away from my nest, you can stay. The snake agreed. We might need to come back again the next few nights. Harry warned her. The flowers only come out under the moonlight. I know, young speaker. The snake agreed. Stay away from my nest and gather all the flowers you want. I promise we will. Good then. The snake conceded and, just like that, turned her head and slithered away. Harry let out an audible sigh of relief and turned to look at Severus. Without Harry's knowledge, the potion's master hadn't been able to remove his eyes from the boy while he conversed with the snake. After the initial shock faded and when he was assured that the snake wouldn't attack, his mind started working faster than a galloping unicorn, making the connection. Harry was talking to the snake, hissing and nodding, understanding exactly what it was saying. Harry was talking in Parseltongue. Harry was a Parselmouth. Sev, the green-eyed boy asked in fear. Did I just talk to that snake? A small grin spread on the potion's master face. You know what, kid? He asked as the grin turned into a full-blown smile. I think you just did. Harry was talking to the snake, whistling and nodding, understanding exactly what it was saying. Harry was talking in Parseltongue. Harry was a Parseltongue. Sev, the green-eyed boy asked in fear. Did I just talk to that snake? A small grin spread on the potion's master face. You know what, kid? He asked as the grin turned into a full-blown smile. I think you just did. I'm still not so sure about that. Harry stated over his green mint tea. They had ended up leaving the valley not long after the snake incident the night before, and, not long after, of course meant they were gone the moment they had grabbed the linen sacks with the flowers and reached the horses. Severus had casted a tracing spell so they could find the valley easier next time just before riding away. The 3-hour ride back had been almost silent as Harry led his horse looking blankly ahead, following the path he had memorized over their search for the flowers. The potion's master could tell his newfound ability had unnerved him, and it was no wonder, what with all the stories about Parselmouths being evil. He had tried speaking to him a couple of times, but he stood motionless as if he hadn't heard his name being called. Severus had simply sighed and waited patiently until they had arrived at the Kasbah. The room was just as they had left it, and he quickly placed the flowers in one corner before turning to face Harry. The flowers could wait. He had finally gotten through to the boy he had come to think as his son, only to realize Harry wasn't unnerved, he was terrified. And it hadn't taken him long to uncover that the core of his fear didn't reside on the ability itself. Harry had known Voldemort was a Parselmouth, probably from a conversation he had caught from the Potters or Dumbledore, since Severus had never mentioned that detail and had developed the irrational fear that his ability made him similar to the Dark Lord somehow. His fear had only intensified when, while putting on his pajamas, he had noticed 3 new runes had appeared on his emblem, only this time the deep green symbols had appeared on one of the lines of the emblem and not around it. Harry had paled and stood shell-shocked for 20 minutes when Severus translated them as Parselmouth, before the potion's master managed to make him talk. Severus had stood frozen over the way Harry had chosen to regard his new ability and had, as decisively as he could, assured him he had nothing of that sort to fear from Parseltongue. He had explained how it was only an ability, a rare one at that, and he should make the best out of it. The boy had burst to tears then, silent and shaking, and had asked Severus if he hated him for being a Parselmouth. After some gentle probing he had uncovered his fears were rooted deep, their source being a conversation Aidan had had once with James. The older Potter had, probably joking to his defense, told Adrian that he would never forgive him if he showcased such a dark ability. Severus had felt like screaming. As gifted as Harry was, He was only 8 and had been even younger when he had heard James's threat. It hadn't been easy to reassure him that hatred was completely opposite for how he felt for him. Harry had finally fallen asleep a little after dawn and not before. Severus had made a list of a number of Parselmouths that had been a far cry from evil. He actually believed he had won the boy over at the mention of Merlin. The runes had been there when he had seen the Great Warlock's emblem after all, but had continued nonetheless. Parseltongue was still the topic of their conversation the next morning over breakfast. They were seated in a table close to the window that Harry had chosen, upon realizing that, if one looked intently, would be able to just make out the shapes of the rocky cliffs in the distance where they had found the Aloysia flowers. "What's not to be sure about, Harry?" Severus asked, rolling his eyes, sipping on his own tea. "The sugar they added to that thing could kill you," he thought, but neither he nor Harry could help having a sweet tooth. Parseltongue is an ability that can be very useful in tough spots, as we found out last night. The potion's master tried to repress a shiver caused from thinking just what would have happened had Harry not proven out to be a Parselmouth. "That is true," Harry conceded with a sigh as he took a small gulp of his tea. "The sugar in that thing," he muttered regarding his tea with a smile, making Severus burst out laughing. "Look, Harry, there's nothing to worry about. Parseltongue is just another language." "Weird, I'll give you that, but a language nonetheless," Severus reminded the boy after sobering up. "If it makes you feel better, we'll do some research once we get back home." Harry smiled openly at that. "We could do that, I suppose." "Good," Severus agreed with a smirk. "And now we can put that matter to rest and enjoy our breakfast. The stubbornness you demonstrate sometimes is unbearable, kid. Makes you wonder from whom I picked up that trait." Harry responded with a smirk of his own. Severus simply chuckled once in acknowledgement. The rest of their stay in Morocco went by in a much more relaxing manner now that they had located the flowers. They did return for the next 3 nights, not running into that snake again, much to Harry's relief, until Severus deemed they had enough flowers to last them for a decade. They stayed in the Kasbah for another week, just as long as it took them to finish the process of turning the petals into a clear, light blue, luminous oil, which Severus packed carefully with a dozen of protective and cushioning charms in his trunk. Since they had a couple more weeks of vacation time, they decided to continue their journey towards the sea. The day of their departure from the hotel produced probably one of the funniest memories of Harry's life, one at which he would look back and laugh for years to come. They had packed their trunks and were just about to leave the room when there was a soft knock on the door. "Are we expecting someone?" Harry asked, confused. "No," Severus replied in the same startled way. "Did you order room service?" he asked back and went to open the door, his hand reaching for his wand, the moment Harry shook his head negatively. Severus opened the door and stepped back, ready to hex any possible threat to oblivion, only to be met with the blushing figure of Esme. Severus asked in shock, quickly withdrawing his hand from his wand holster. Harry smirked, sitting comfortably on the bed from where he could observe the scene about to unfold with ease. Esme and a couple of her friends working at the hotel had gone out of their way to make sure they had everything they wanted. Harry had taken full advantage of the fact and had assumed his most innocent look to ask and receive fresh chocolate croissants every morning. Severus had told him it wasn't kind of him and he should stop asking for them immediately. Harry didn't heed his words, mostly because the potion's master was at the time munching on a croissant himself. "Good morning, Mr. Black," Esme greeted him with a smile. "I noticed you were checking out of our hotel today and stopped by to see if you would need any help." Severus resisted rolling his eyes at the woman. He deeply doubted the receptionists of the hotel were supposed to help their customers pack. "We're ready to go, Miss Esme," Harry offered with a wide smile. "Yes, as my son said, we've packed already," Severus agreed. "Thank you for your consideration." He smiled politely and bowed ever so slightly. "Then I hope you enjoyed your stay in our hotel," she said, smiling wider. "Yes, we did, everything was perfect," the potion's master stated and looked at the woman expectantly. What did she say she wanted again? When she didn't make a move to leave, he decided to speak. "So, if that would be all." His voice trailed off as he expected her to go. "Just one last thing," she said, her smile turning into a grin. Severus blanched slightly. Harry wished he had some popcorn. "Severus." "Yes," he asked, regarding her with slight fear. He was about to ask her what exactly was that she wanted from his life when she burst into movement. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, pulled him downwards and kissed him with all she had. Severus's brain functions froze. Whatever he had expected, well, that wasn't it. Once he managed to restart his brain after the shock, he discovered, to his great surprise, that he was kissing her back. Finally, Esme stepped away and looked at the stunned potions master with dilated eyes and a flushed face. "Oh, me," she stuttered with a weak voice before smiling brightly and leaving the room, winking over her shoulder. "It's always the quiet ones," she murmured as she reached the elevator with a face-splitting smile. Back at the suite, Severus closed the door and turned to Harry with a confused expression on his face. "What was that?" he asked, sounding completely lost. Later he would realize he hadn't felt that pang of guilt and disappointment he would have gotten in the past when thinking the girl he was kissing wasn't Lily. "That went well," Harry said blankly before collapsing on the bed, shaking with laughter. Severus looked at him as if he had gone crazy before giving up himself and smiling. His smile soon turned into chuckling and chuckling turned into laughing, and before he knew it he was trying to catch his breath. "That did go well, if I may say so myself," the potions master commented between gasps. "From all the things that could happen." "So are we leaving?" Harry asked, his eyes gleaming. "Yes," Severus asked, wiping his eyes. "Why wouldn't we? I thought that maybe you and Esme would like to spend some time together," Harry said, looking more innocent than Severus thought was possible. "That's it, kid. You're forbidden to mention anything of the sort about girls until you're 13, and you're never staying in the same room with that mutt again." Damn that Sirius Black and the influence he had on his poor, innocent Harry. Harry's eyes widened again and he added a pout for a good measure. Severus turned away and levitated the trunks so that they could go, with a single thought in his mind: must not look Harry in the eyes. Must not look Harry in the eyes. They left the hotel, Severus putting all the avoiding techniques he had developed during the war in use, and apparated away. They spent a few days in Marrakesh visiting its famous wizard bazaars. Souk Severus had said was their proper name before heading north to Fez and even northern up to Tangier. It was there where Severus realized Harry had never swam in the sea before, so he made it his goal to visit as many beaches as they could in the week they had left. And they did, Harry finally putting the swimming skills he had acquired from swimming in the lake back home to good use. They had decided to spend their last night in Morocco in Tangier again, seated at the porch of their hotel room, looking over the sea. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, thinking back at his first journey out of England. It had been more than he had hoped for, really. He opened his eyes again to peer over the sea, to the faint lights from the European coastline. It had been a very clear day after a surprising rainfall, and Gibraltar had been visible throughout the day. "We should go there sometime," Harry stated, sipping from yet another cup of tea. He couldn't even recall how much of the hot beverage he had consumed, but he didn't complain. There. Where exactly?" Severus asked, startled. He had been doing some thinking back himself, specifically their 2-day excursion to the Atlas Mountains. He still couldn't believe how much fun he had had. It seemed to have been years. Actually, it had been years since he had been able to be himself in front of people who weren't Harry as he had during the past month. But it had happened, and he had the pictures to prove it. Harry was actually planning to arrange them into albums once they got back home. That had put a smile on his face. Harry didn't know, but that would be his first family album ever. "You know, across the Gibraltar Strait. I would like to see Gibraltar." Severus nodded with a smirk. "It can be arranged." In his mind he was already making plans for a weekend excursion somewhere down the line. "Anyway, you should better be prepared. I have not the faintest clue about what ingredient I might need next for the wolfsbane. Or where we'll have to go to get it, for that matter." The potions master winked conspiratorially as he spoke. Harry laughed. "Well, I'm hoping for India. Or Norway," Harry offered with a smile. "Anywhere in Scandinavia, really. Who knows, maybe we'll end up in the Arabian Peninsula next," Severus offered. They had looked around for war unicorn sightings in Morocco, but rumors seemed to have been just that, rumors. And Harry really wanted to see a war unicorn up close, even if he didn't press the matter. He never would, it was in his character, but Severus could tell. "We might," Harry answered with a bright smile and raised his glass in a toast. "To our first vacation abroad." Severus laughed and clicked his glass with Harry's. "And to the ones to come," he added as the boy nodded vigorously. The next morning was bittersweet. Both wizards had missed the castle they called home, but returning meant having to hide again. It was for the best though, Harry decided as he made sure he hadn't left anything behind. He had, after all, just spent an amazing month traveling. All packed? Severus asked as similar thoughts played in his mind too. It wasn't going to be easy, turning himself back into the distant and cold-hearted man that had been his facade for so long, he imagined. All packed, Harry agreed. Ready to go home. Severus couldn't resist smiling at that. He levitated his trunk and looked expectantly at Harry. The boy had asked to be taught the spell and Severus had complied. Harry pulled out his wand and said the incantation out loud, causing the trunk to lift steadily from the floor, the spell executed perfectly. Well done, Harry. Severus praised the green-eyed wizard as they both walked out their room and checked out from the hotel. They apparated to an empty field outside of the city where Severus pointed at a rock with his wand to create the portkey they would use. Portus. They both held onto the rock and in a few seconds Harry felt the now familiar pull as the portkey activated. When he opened his eyes he was back at the castle. After a month away, the boy was surprised by the happiness that gripped him as he stepped foot inside the halls. He had been more homesick than he had thought. Master Severus, Master Harry. The small form of Minnie greeted them, the house elf bristling with excitement. "Yous have returned, sirs," she exclaimed and, before Harry could help himself, he had launched forward and hugged her. "Missed you, Minnie," he said and let her go, startled to see the tears brimming in her eyes. Severus smiled fondly at the scene. "We have missed you," he stated in agreement. "Without you, who's supposed to yell at us if we skip any meals?" He joked as the house elf observed them with an appraising eye. "You have gained some color, sirs," she stated happily. "And Master Harry has grown again." "I have?" Harry asked confused. "You have, I think," Severus stated walking next to the boy. Harry definitely had grown since they had left. Must be the sun and the open air, Severus figured. After a nice breakfast and a few hours of rest, Severus decided to train with his sword a bit, something he had neglected while on vacation. He wanted to start working on the wolfsbane as well, but he had to stop by at Diagon Alley first. He would need to get a pure silver cauldron for the potion and there was only one place that he knew of where such standards would be guaranteed. He pushed the door to the training area open only to realize he wasn't alone. "We had the same idea, I see." "Oh, hi Dad," Harry offered startled as he balanced his sword. Harry used a much smaller sword than Severus did but it was heavy nonetheless and the boy had already worked a sweat. The potions master had made sure all the swords in the room had been coated with a blunting charm of course, the very moment they had decided to start training. "I figured I had some catching up to do," the boy admitted as Severus nodded. "We both do." They fell into training then, Severus casting the spell needed to activate the statue that served as their instructor after they had warmed up a bit. 2 hours later and their granite tutor had deemed they could stop for the day. Severus had the distinct thought that they were getting better but it was hard to be sure with so many of his muscles sore. "Well, at least now I have muscles to be sore," he thought before they parted ways for their respective rooms and, after a quick shower, met at the kitchen for lunch. "I was thinking I should spend some time at the Western Tower tonight," Harry said as they had dessert. "Minnie really missed us," Harry thought, munching on the chocolate cake the house elves usually prepared for Christmas. "You know, put the new charts I bought to use. Fine by me if you feel up to it." Severus agreed, smirking slightly. "Just don't fall asleep by the telescope again," he warned the boy good-naturedly before getting another bite from his cake. They should have it more often, he decided. If Lupin had ever been right about one thing, that would be it. Chocolate did make everything better. Then again, Lupin was usually right about many things, Severus conceded, thinking of the one member of James Potter's group of friends he found tolerable. "And speaking of Lupin, I'll need to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow morning for the cauldron I've been telling you about," Severus stated, gaining Harry's attention immediately. "From that specialized store, Mills and Trafford's, right?" the boy asked, thinking back when he had first heard the name. It was the last night in the valley when Severus explained that high-quality wolfsbane was solely prepared in cauldrons of the purest silver. It was one of the reasons, according to an admittedly very irate when explaining Severus, why so many poorly produced wolfsbane potions were out there on the market. They were barely effective but cheaper to produce. "That's the one," Severus nodded. "They're the only ones I can trust for a solid silver cauldron." They ate the rest of their dessert, also known as half the chocolate cake, making small talk about their vacation, developing magic pictures, astronomy, and the prospect of learning the recipe for the chocolate fudge cake they were eating. Harry did go to the Western Tower that night and would have fallen asleep too if he hadn't reminded himself of the trip to Diagon Alley due the next morning. He returned to his room and did his best not to fall asleep in his clothes, his body still getting used to the cooler temperature of Scotland. The next morning found the two wizards occupying the castle in the kitchen eating the remaining chocolate cake, deeming it a great waste to let it undisturbed. After a scolding from Minnie you sirs should eat more than chocolate for breakfast, they apologized profusely and decided to proceed with their trip to Diagon Alley, properly chastised and without mentioning their intention to visit Florian Fortesques while there. For the first time in a month they used glamour spells to conceal their appearance, Severus deciding Harry should appear a couple of inches taller than he had when they left, which was quite a loss from the total of 8 inches he had gained since they had first started using the concealment spells. And certainly, neither of them was overjoyed with having to cover the tan they had acquired from their time in Morocco, but sacrifices had to be made. Diagon Alley was filled with families getting ready for the new school year. It was the 30th of August after all, and Harry had a blast from all the students cowering once catching sight of Severus. It must be the cloak, he decided, and followed closely, doing his best to look demure and frightened himself. Appearances could definitely be deceiving, the green-eyed boy thought as he compared the image Severus was projecting and his real self. He idly wondered what the reactions of these now frightful students would be had they witnessed the feared potions master as he truly was. The girls would get a kick out of it, he was sure. They approached Gringotts and took a turn left where the road split. At the right side of the road were a few more shops, including Ollivander's, and then Diagon Alley dissolved into Knockturn Alley. On the left side, however, began a district of more specialized shops, and further down of the buildings housing magical businesses such as Daily Profit and the main offices of Nimbus Racing Broom Company, the company responsible for the Nimbus series. The area was much less crowded and the average customer's age climbed from somewhere around 14 to 50 or 60. Mills and Trafford's, the shop they were looking for, was one of the buildings closer to Gringotts, only a 5 minutes walk from where the road split. Harry was busy following Severus and looking from one shop to the next, mesmerized. He wished he could have an extra set of eyes so that he could take in more of the new images around him, and almost missed the actual shop as his attention was turned to the building across the street that sold rare plants, the building looking something between a regular store and a greenhouse. Mills and Trafford's was a stone-made building just like most of the shops in Diagon Alley, and though the window Harry could see the great variety of cauldrons and other delicate-looking equipment, be it made of metal or glass. Severus smiled softly at the odd look on Harry's face and led the boy in with a little nudge. Harry easily followed, wanting nothing more than to enter the building himself. The green-eyed boy was easily the youngest customer in the shop and did his best not to touch any of the items around him, while at the same time dying to ask what each and every one of them was. The sage-looking wizards and witches around him conversed over issues such as the latest developments in arithmology theories or the pending decisions of the Wisegamond, and the boy listened rapturously, trying to take everything in at once. Severus was speaking with the owner, explaining exactly what he required, and neither he nor Harry noticed a wizard in luxurious dark purple robes spotting them from the other side of the store. But the old wizard had spotted them indeed, and he was now approaching them with twinkling brown eyes and an excited smile. "Very nice to see you again, Harry," he exclaimed as he reached the two wizards. The boy turned around startled and regarded the older man confused before recognition washed over his face. "Mr. Nicholas?" he asked with a shy smile, as the potions master observed the scene, surprised. "I see you remember me, young man," Nicholas offered, smiling as he turned to observe the black-clad man that was accompanying Harry. He looked tired and probably older than he really was, Nicholas thought. Definitely appeared in dire need of some fattening up, as his wife would put it. But there was something in his eyes, there was protectiveness there and a deep love for the green-eyed boy, Nicholas was sure. And most importantly, the moment he realized he was being observed, those eyes seemed to freeze over, turning into an abyss of black and dark gray, locking all their secrets somewhere deep inside. "A master occlumens perhaps. I'm Severus Snape," the man introduced himself, his tone precise and curt. What a strange young man, Nicholas thought as he regarded the person Harry had affectionately called Sev a year ago. He didn't look like someone who would take being called Sev lightly. You seem to know each other. He asked, looking from the boy, who smiled sheepishly, to the older man and back. Oh, we met almost a year ago to the day. Nicholas offered, chuckling once. In Diagon Alley again. I believe you had taken him to buy a telescope. Severus cocked an eyebrow, remembering the day in question. I see, he stated laconically. And your name would be? His face betrayed nothing but, from the brief first look he caught before the black-clad man hid behind a mask of ice, Nicholas could tell that a great part of Severus's reaction was provoked by his protectiveness of the boy. He was acting much like a wolf, he noted, protecting his cub. It would be interesting to observe if the younger man, in all honesty, didn't look so intimidating. Severus, on his part, was trying to come up with a reason why the old wizard seemed so familiar. He was certain they had never met in the past. Forgive my manners, the old wizard offered apologetically. Nicholas is the name, Nicholas Flamel, at your service. That settled it, Severus thought, his eyes widening. It definitely explained why the man was so familiar. He was Nicholas Flamel. The Nicholas Flamel, as in the world-renowned alchemist and sole-known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry was regarding the exchange with curious eyes. He knew that name. Flamel, Severus seemed to recognize it too, and from his expression, Nicholas was somebody pretty important. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Flamel, Severus said, his voice betraying nothing of his inner turmoil as he extended his hand in greeting. He was conversing with a 600-old alchemist. That didn't happen every day. What's that sparkling in Sev's eyes? Harry wondered. Nicholas was definitely someone important. I'm a great admirer of your work. Oh well, was Nicholas's only comment as he shook the potions master's hand. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I had a feeling young Harry's and mine paths would cross again one day, he stated as he winked at a blushing Harry. Now young man, I knew you were interested in astrology, but I never imagined meeting you here too. I'm not the customer this time, Mr. Flamel, Harry stated with a short laugh. I just tagged along. Not that I complain, mind you, this shop is amazing. It was Nicholas's turn to laugh. Yes, I figured you would like it, the old wizard stated. And what would you be looking for here, Mr. Snape, if I'm allowed to ask? You still are much younger than the usual clientele. Nicholas inquired. You see, Severus started trying to come up with a viable excuse when the owner of the shop returned with a smile. You're in luck, Professor, he exclaimed with a smile. We have one of the cauldrons you require in stock. Not an easy feat when looking for pure silver, he asked before noticing Nicholas. I didn't see you there, Mr. Flamel. An honor to have you at our shop as always. I suppose you're here for your order. Of course. Everything ready. Everything you required arrived yesterday evening, the owner assured him. I shall go and fetch them immediately. Nicholas nodded and the merchant left after adding, one of our employees will bring you the cauldron in a matter of minutes, Professor Snape. So a pure silver cauldron? Nicholas asked, cocking an eyebrow. An interesting purchase. Not many potions require it and not many wizards, especially of your age, seek to buy one. But then again, Professor Snape, I knew I had heard your name before. You're the potions master in Hogwarts, correct? The youngest potions master in the last 4 centuries, if my memory serves me right. You would be correct, Mr. Flamel, Severus said, nodding, trying to suppress his shock of the world-renowned alchemist having heard of him. Please do call me Nicholas, Professor, the older man requested. If you call me Severus, the black-clad man offered back with a soft smile. Agreed, Nicholas stated, laughing. So, Severus, tell me. He started looking between him and Harry. Would you happen to be young Harry's father? Harry and Severus smirked, the similarity in their reaction not going unnoticed by the old wizard. No, Mr. Flamel, Harry answered for both of them. No, Nicholas questioned. That did explain the boy calling the potions master Sev. But then again, I could swear you were father and son. You do look alike. We've been getting that a lot, Severus admitted with a smirk. But no, I'm just looking after Harry for his parents. And yet you love him as your own, Nicholas thought as he looked at both of them contemplatively. He had just noticed it, but something was a bit off with their appearance, and it wasn't just their weight and overall paleness, for this being the end of August. You wouldn't get it on first glance, not even on second or third, but after carefully observing them, you just couldn't miss it. And how come your parents aren't with you at this beautiful summer morning? Nicholas inquired, confused. Twice now during the summer months he had witnessed Harry with Severus. "They are busy, sir," Harry replied, shrugging his shoulders. And apparently the boy wasn't much bothered by the fact, almost as if he was used to it. "I see. And I must insist you call me Nicholas too, I feel old enough already." Harry laughed at the declaration. "All right, Nicholas," the boy agreed. "I wonder if you two young men would be—" Nicholas started only to be interrupted by the merchant who returned with a box filled with delicate-looking items. Not vials exactly, Harry noted as he observed the strange-looking, glass-made objects. "I hope that everything is of your liking," the shop owner asked as Nicholas pulled out the sole bronze item. From the lot, it looked like a sphere in the size of an orange. Nicholas pulled out his wand and tapped it once, causing the sphere to open and from within smaller spheres to appear and start floating around the central one as it closed and floated in turn over Nicholas's palm. The smaller spheres were green, blue, red and gray in color, seemed to have one symbol each carved in a darker hue on their surface. Triangles. Harry wondered as he watched them rotating. Before he managed to ponder on the strange symbols once more, Nicholas tapped the sphere again and it returned to its primary condition. "Yes, everything is perfect as usual," Nicholas reassured the man, who then left to greet some new customers in the shop. "Always at your service, Mr. Flamel," he stated and turned towards Severus. "Your cauldron will take only one more minute, Professor." Interested in the element deriver Harry? Nicholas asked with a smile. He hadn't missed the interested look on the boy's face. "Is that how the sphere is called?" he asked in awe. "Elemental, you said." That was what the symbols on the colored spheres stood for. They looked like runes, but not quite. Harry stated, blushing at the ever-growing smile on Nicholas's face. "You noticed them?" he asked, intrigued. "And yes, you would be right. The symbols stand for the elements, but they're not runes, they are called alchemic symbols, Harry," Nicholas exclaimed. Harry's eyebrows nearly disappeared under his unruly hair. "Alchemic symbols?" he asked, confused. "Are you an alchemist then?" he asked, his eyes wide. Severus chuckled. "That would be correct once again," Nicholas affirmed. The shop employer finally arrived with the cauldron for Severus. Harry's eyes widened once again. It was brilliantly made, intricate patterns covering the gleaming silver. "Your cauldron, Professor," the shop employer stated as he placed the cauldron carefully on the desk. Severus nodded once and paid the price required, quite a costly sum, Harry decided as Nicholas observed the purchase with keen eyes, his interest piqued. "Would you require anything else?" "No, that would be all," Severus stated as he completed his careful inspection of the cauldron, casting a quick spell to assure it was solid silver. Satisfied, he turned to the shop employer. "I will send my house elf later today to pick it up," he stated and turned his attention back to Harry and Nicholas. He wouldn't risk walking around with such an expensive cauldron, and he'd rather not explain why he would have to put it under a concealment charm to the owner. "As I said before, an interesting purchase," Nicholas stated with a smile. "I believe it is, yes," Severus agreed as Harry nodded. "And now back to what I meant to say before we were interrupted," the alchemist continued. "I was wondering if you two gentlemen have the afternoon free." Severus and Harry turned to each other, sharing a look. They could spare one afternoon. "We do," they said at the same time, turning to look at a chuckling Nicholas. "Lovely. Then how would you feel coming over my house for tea around 5? Nicholas asked. "Perenelle, my wife, would be overjoyed, and I would like to show you exactly what this sphere does, Harry." The boy felt like jumping up and down in joy. A real alchemist wanted to teach him something. He turned to Severus, who looked slightly surprised at the declaration expectedly. The potion's master smiled. "We would like it very much." Severus acquiesced as Harry smiled and hugged him with a soft, "Yay." "It's settled then," Nicholas said, clapping his hands once. "You can flow over at 5 by simply stating you want to visit Flamel Castle." Harry's eyes gleamed as he looked at Severus. "Yet another castle." "I will connect my fireplace to the main flow network for the afternoon. We will be there at 5 sharp," Severus reassured him, and with that they exited the shop. The three wizards walking together towards the leaky cauldron, chatting animatedly over Hogwarts. When they reached Florian Fortesque's, their ways parted as the two younger wizards felt drawn to the new, triple chocolate surprise sundae advertised on the chalkboard. Of course they wouldn't be able to eat it there, for their covers sake and all, but nothing stopped Harry from going in and buying 2 to go. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.